Hi there and welcome to the Power Series here at Killarney. My name is Ernest Page, joined by Dexter Bruce.
Hey.
And it is race day, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, what an exciting time to be alive. And you can feel the energy in the pits here today.
I can smell it.
Yeah, that's fuel. That's fuel.
I love it. We're back. We're
back at Killarney once again for round 5 of the Power Series, where all the best local racers, bike and car, get together to find out who's the fastest out on our very beloved circuit over here, Killarney Raceway.
And this time around is a little bit special. We got a little bit of Swartkops guys giving us a bit of a hard time, and our VW Challenge guys are going to be taking them on. So that's going to be very nice to see, you know.
So they're the VW Challenge guys coming down from Joburg, and they are invading Cape Town. That's their away race. So we've invited them here, you know, being a bit courteous, you know, come race with us. Our Class A guys are also joining them on the circuit. They went out early on, and it's very close. But Yuri Swart took pole position earlier. Umpi took pole position.
Stian Kriel, obviously, he's a veteran. So between Yuri Swart, Stian Kriel, that's kind of going to be where the Class A battle is. So we're actually running their rules.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's difficult to compare the two cars because they are so very different. But at the same time, it's always fun to make these comparisons and just to see what it's like.
Yeah, and obviously the big thing about VW Challenge is weight advantage. So weight advantage is the thing that kind of puts you into a bit of a disability.
Yes,
so
exactly.
With us now, there is now no longer weight. The gloves are off, mate.
The gloves are off,
and the boys are going to go hammer and tongs at it.
Hammer and tongs is what they do. Clubman's guys also went out now, and the very young, the very talented Mr. Visser took pole position in that X-Production car.
350Z. It's a beautiful motor car.
But Neon the Toy, though, giving him a good run for his money.
Ooh, that is a nice car. That's a nice one. Neon the Toy is driving a R33 GTST, right?
Yeah.
Rear-wheel drive Skyline, which is essentially a road car.
He says the setup is still a road car. They just fitted slicks and turned the boost up, and off they go.
350 kilowatts in a road car in Clubman's.
Yeah.
Now listen, Clubman's, as we know it, it's a very ding-dong kind of a series. You know, they love exchanging paint.
Rubbing is racing,
and I can only but imagine if he knocks the car, a lot of people...
Yeah, I don't think Goldwagen stocks parts for that one.
No, sir.
I don't think that's Agente alleenlik. I think that's Agente alleenlik. But look at the cars that are coming through here. We've got the Capri, the M&E Auto, and Lauda Classic Cars is one of the groups that will be going out as well. At the moment, the bikes are also now coming in after the qualifying. So it's qualifying happening at the moment. We're going to give you guys all the updates on the qualifying. We got it on our screens here. But we've got one of the commentators joining us here today. And hi there. And you can just grab the mic. The mic is on.
Francois Butler.
Yes.
So good to see you.
The mic is on, Francois. The mic is yours. I'm sure you're used to that state. No, the mic is yours.
You don't have
well, it's not really mine. I'm borrowed.
Yeah, it looks like you're getting ready for karaoke.
Yeah. My Elvis impersonation.
So tell us about today. What can we expect going forward today? What can the viewers expect today?
I think a big thing here, Ernest, is that it's cool. So one, we're going to get performance out of our machines. They're going to breathe easier. We know that. But trackside temperatures are down. So I think grip and traction is going to be a bit of an issue.
That's not normal. That's not normal at all.
Now they're here, and
you can actually take it out. There we go.
Now he's singing.
Now he said take it out. I got worried. But I think the viewers can expect some close racing because, like I said, it's cool trackside. I was watching some of the times when the bikes were out. They're all like about a second off the pace where they should be. You know, so...
But the bikes normally feel it worse in these conditions, don't they?
No,
it's a little bit chilly out there at the moment.
It's chilly, but I can tell you something, that they are going to be pedaling because, like I said, the cooler is going to really assist in terms of that. The cars, I think we're going to see some exciting stuff. You're talking about the Clubmans now, about Neon's R32 and stuff. Cool air, turbocharged. It's going to suck gallons of air down.
Any other special cars that are out on the circuit today?
We're going to have Sports and GT. I see the Maserati. I think that's Eddie Rexall that'll be riding that.
Is Rexall driving that?
I think Rexall's driving it. I know he was out testing it last time, so I would imagine he is. I could be wrong. I stand corrected. I haven't had a look at the program yet. So having a look at it in totality, I think the saloon cars are going to be where it's at. The Sports and GT.
Yeah.
The APVs, the Mustangs, when they come out, I watched them practice often. They were pretty quick.
Yeah.
And the Kool-Aid, they were,
Yeah.
you know, they need air.
And
they've
a
got a
really
big
big
ram
field
duction.
as well for the Libra, Formula V cars. They seem to be up with the numbers a little bit.
Well, they've been at it now for about 3 years. Gordon Mitchell is running up the Libras, been building a couple of cars.
Yeah.
Some guys have bought some stuff out of mothballs. So that's going to make for very interesting racing. Yeah, Byron Mitchell's just out to break records.
Yeah.
He's done his 109, now he's going for a 108.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
That's an old Formula Volkswagen.
Yes,
That's a
correct.
2
And
litre 60
they've
mil.
got another engine in there now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, possibly we can see him go there. He's not scared to run at all.
Yeah.
He
And that
puts it
car
down.
is very reliable. I mean, he
Very,
ran that car
very.
Time Attack.
Yeah.
He did the last Clubmans. He did the hill climb.
Yeah.
They got
Hill climb.
fourth position, and first of all at the hill climbing, they
Hill
class.
climb.
First they class,
Yeah.
fourth of all.
Very strong, very reliable. And
I think he did a 39.5 at Neisner,
Sure.
which is like 2 seconds off the lap record.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
In a car that has half the power.
half the power. So he was really hauling properly, you know.
That's amazing.
But I think we can have an exciting day.
yeah.
It's cool, but cool is in cool weather, not
Cool,
cool
yeah.
hours, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we're looking at the fine cars here, classic and fine cars. Michael Hitchcock in Class A in the lead. Eric Mouton, the Mouton, Ferdy Mouton in the mix as well. There, Franco.
I was just about to say, I
Goes
don't
first.
see Franco Donadio,
Franco
which is
Donadio
obviously...
just
Yeah,
goes
Franco, look, the gloves are off between Franco and Michael Hitchcock. Hitchcock's riding a 5.2 litre V8 Mustang, real American muscle car, and Franco's riding a very highly modified 2 litre Pinto motor.
Yeah,
So,
Ford Escort Mark 1 there, the Nadia Plant Tire car there. And so far, he's our lead guy over there. As far as the louder classic cars, there's so many cars I can mention on this list here. The 325
It's
RS,
just a
the
bit-
944 Turbo.
really,
What
it's
else?
just unfortunate Clint Lawrence, who heads up Louder, has got their Jaguar, the Tom Walkinshaw.
Yes, the replica.
But they need a part, so they're waiting for a part from the UK. So
The
he's
last
not
time we
here.
spoke about that car the last time, yeah.
They lost the back end, and apparently one of the gears in a diff or something. But now it's racing, so they're gonna bring it back, you know, from the UK. So
Okay.
you'll be able
He
to
had
use
quite a
it.
big spin, if I remember correctly. Race
Yeah,
1 and
yeah,
race 2.
yeah.
Coming into turn 2.
And then they found that they couldn't get the power down, and then the gear was gone. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, Byron Bedinia in the Datsun Triple S goes first in Class B at the moment. Class C, we've got Lane Hutchings over here in the Mark II. We've got Trevor Hutchings, of course, in the Sirocco. He's back today in the Sirocco.
That's Orange Jägermeister Sirocco, yes. Now we know too well. Look, he's the ex-Clubman's or ex-Classic Car champion.
Yes.
You know, so he's got a lot of pride to race for at the end of the day. So we'll see how that one
And
pans
of course,
out.
his whole family's involved in it.
Well,
I mean,
they're
the
riding
HSC
bikes
guys,
and cars and everything.
They
So
do
yeah.
Rallycross, they do bikes, they do cars, they do
It's
Clubmans, they
hectic
do short
stuff, yeah.
circuit. You know?
Yeah, but it's nice. So, I mean, I'm sure, Dex, you've been around long enough to see that this is a family thing.
It
you
is,
know?
and absolutely.
Yeah. I've got some of my family from the south here. And he's joking. He's like, I'm from the
It's so
south.
good to see, and this is becoming more and more in family affair. And in fact, that's a good opportunity. Piet van der Walt is giving us a big wave.
Yeah, expect a lot of them today, because what you guys don't see is that the people are making funny faces behind the cat, pointing at us. We got Frankie over here.
Frankie, we're going to call you. We're going to call you.
Yeah, Frankie looks like he's got to go to work soon.
Yeah.
He's running away there.
Get out here today. It's 80 rand to get in. The gates are open.
No.
Literally,
it's
you
for
can
nothing.
come, you can come. Browse, you can
I went to the movies the other night. $280 for 2 people.
I would
you know?
rather come here.
Yeah, come here.
And that's just for 2 pieces of popcorn.
No. 100 rand for a box of popcorn.
I know.
I want to make some of that popcorn home, man. And make a killing, man. A killing. Yeah. But so, gents, have a lucky day. We'll chat later.
Awesome.
Come and visit us. You know, the drill to the viewers that are out there.
Absolutely.
You know, I hope they have a fun day. We'll give it our best shot. We'll see how it goes.
Awesome stuff. Thanks for popping by.
Pleasure.
If you wouldn't mind handing the mic over to our man
Yes.
Frankie over here. Frankie, join us. And we'd love to hear from you what your thoughts are on how the day's going. We're going to talk to a lot of the drivers and the riders today, of course. We've got some updates on some of the cars. At the moment, Franco Donadio is leading out Class A of the Louder Classic cars. And behind him, Eric Mouton, Michael Hitchcock, Eddie van der Merwe, David Allendorf as well. Of the guys here today in that you've been seeing in the pit area, who should we watch out for, do you think?
Oh, well, specifically in Class A, I think you've
You
got
can just hold the mic a little bit
you've got
closer,
the
thank you.
program over there by you. I think, obviously, Franco Donadio is going to be the man to catch. Look, this entire Class A group is going to be very close. Donadio, Hitchcock, Trevor Momberg with the Capri will be in there. I think it'll be basically Donadio, Bomberg, Van der Merwe, and maybe Eric Baton.
And what a list of cars. What a list of cars that we're going to get to see going side by side down the circuit. I mean, some of these cars are in museums already, but these guys are racing them here today.
But you know what? They don't care. This is what they do. This is what they love, and they will drive the wheels of these things. I'm looking forward to the North versus South challenge.
Oh, yeah, tell us more about that, because you know all about what's going there.
Give us a scoop.
Look, obviously they run one of their regional inland championship leagues here.
Right.
So it's an entire northern region inland championship. But they love Cape Town, they love Killarney, and they love our GTI challenge. I love having a look at our GTI challenge, guys, because we are basically the Cape Town version.
There's always been that rivalry, always.
So at the end of the day, every year, 2019 was the last they came here because of the COVID situation. They never came in 2021, and of course the year before that. So they're now allowed to come back. So of the 8 or 9 races that they are racing, they do one round here in Cape Town.
Yeah.
Now, back in the day, our Class A, B, and C guys ran with them.
Yeah.
But then there was a situation that unfolded where our Class A guys, okay, run motors that is more powerful than their Class A guys.
Okay.
And
yes,
we had a Class A and a Class A Plus, you will recall,
I
in the
remember
day
that.
when you raced the challenge. And our guys ran something like 20 valve motors, and they didn't.
Yeah.
So every time they came down here, our boys would just leave
Run
them
away
behind.
with them, yes.
So at the end of the day, it was a matter of, no, we can't race with them.
Yeah.
So what we had, one race event, not too long after that, was we did our own race, our own 2 races for the day, and then they did theirs.
Yeah.
But now today, it's back to the same, but our Class B and C guys are not taking part.
Yes.
Only
Class A. But it looks like Upi Swart is up there with Stian now, and that's an old battle that's now back happening on the track.
It's going to be a classic North versus South, you know, the old rugby Transvaal.
It's a derby. It's a derby.
It's something that'll never go away. And I think they'll race 4 or 5 on the program for the day, this VW challenge. So yeah, that's the one I'm looking forward to.
That's the one that you're looking forward to.
Well, looking forward to everything, but specifically that one, yeah.
Before you go, the Clubmans, I know you know the Clubmans guys through and through. What are we looking forward to today there with the Clubmans guys?
Look, what I can say is the last 2 events, we never had a full field of Clubmans cars. I'm not sure what the reason was. 2 race events ago, we had about 16 cars. The last one, we had about 20 cars. This one, it's grown in leaps and bounds, so the guys are coming back.
Considering it's Eid this weekend as well, I think the next one should be even bigger.
Will be, and that will be when? The end of the month.
End of the month,
We've got our next one, so yeah. But guys, I'm looking forward to it.
It's going to be good.
It's going to be good up top there in the commentary box, so I think we're going to have a lot of fun today.
Thanks so much, Frankie.
Thank you. Thanks for joining us as always. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your commentator. You can look forward to hearing him on the broadcast later on. And my name is Ernest Page. If you just joined us, this is Dexter Bruce, and we will be hosting the morning show. We've got somebody joining us here already. How's it? How's it going? Lekker. Lekker, please grab a seat.
Absolutely.
And if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself, you got the Pirelli V8 Masters cap on with first next to it. So that can only mean one thing.
Mark Ridgway, Chairman V8.
Mark Ridgway, how's it, Mark?
Mark, it's so nice to have you with us. Tell me about the Pirelli tires. You guys have obviously hooked up a new sponsor. That's great news. What's the feedback like from the drivers going from, I think they were running on the Carreras before.
Running with Avons.
Just a bit closer, Mark. Just a little bit closer. There we go.
Did use the Avons. Did use the Pirelli before.
Yeah.
We're back on the older tire, but the tire that's coming in for us is the new GT3 tire.
Okay.
And we're going to be racing the hards.
Okay.
Those will come in at the end of the month for us to test. So in the next 2 races or so, we'll be swapping onto those. So those will be the final.
So the guys are actually enjoying the tire. They like it.
This tire is a little difficult.
Okay.
This is the older compound, older tire. You see a lot of lockups in turn 1 and the first lap.
This is exactly why I'm asking this question.
And that's because that tire is hard to switch on. It's hard to get up to
temperature.
In our 2 laps that we do to warm it up to get it going.
Okay.
And even qualifying, you'll see the guys the first 2 laps. They'll be
fantastic.
They'll be smoking it down into turn 1.
Between the guys, I mean, I see Marcel Angels in the mix there. Who are we to look out for today? Who's going to be the guys running in the front end, in the top 3?
So the top 3 as of qualify, we had a great qualifying yesterday. First time 8 guys all qualified in the 16s.
Yeah.
The top 3 are covered by 0.1 of a second.
Oh, so good.
So that was Marcel, myself, and Sean Moore.
Gold class.
Gold class.
Gold class.
Gold class, yeah.
Fantastic.
Silver class is headed up by Menno Parsons, who I think qualified 5th or 6th on the grid.
Yep.
He did 16.8, so one of his best times. A lot of drivers doing their best times yesterday.
Yep.
I think it's a combination of getting the motor a little bit better.
Yeah, sure.
And the guys just getting more experienced. It was cool.
Yeah.
So that helped. I think the track was good.
Yeah.
So the times came through.
That's kind of where I'm going. It's very, very cool idea in the morning now. Do you guys like this? Does the V8s, do they like this, or do you like
We
it for the
love
warm-up?
cool weather, yeah, because those
Cooler
motors
weather.
run hot. So we love the cool weather.
Last race meeting, there was some altercation on the start line. There was I think it was the red flag moment, and there was waterling everywhere. What happened? There was a bit of a biggie.
Yeah, so I mean it was unfortunate. We have these incidents that happen at the start. We always start very close to each other.
Sure.
We try and get it through turn 1 and keep it as clean as possible.
Rolling start.
Cars to go. Rolling start.
Yeah.
Today we've got the supercars behind us as well, so
Sure.
we'll catch those towards the end of the race. So that makes the
Yeah,
front cars
very, very good.
a little interesting. Hopefully they stay out of our way and we don't scare them too much when we go past. But yeah, you know, we have some incidents. The second red flag that came out, which actually cancelled the race, was unfortunate. He got a puncture and the tyre came off and he beached it on the side of turn 3.
Yeah.
And you know, two red flags means you don't continue the race. So
Absolutely.
you have to live with that sometimes in motor racing. Yeah.
So you guys, obviously the gloves are off a little bit now with you guys. We're seeing a lot more closer racing with the V8s, which is a little bit more like Clubman's. Before, I think I'm right in saying that it wasn't that close in terms of you guys wouldn't argy-bargy. Now you guys are getting involved and the gloves are really coming off.
Yeah,
what has sort of changed in the V8 Masters?
Nothing really. As we bring new drivers in, it takes time for them to come up to speed, to get a handle on the car.
Yeah.
It's a difficult car to drive. It's not no power steering, no aids. It's a V8 go-kart basically.
Wow.
So you need to get to drive it, and as that happens, the times get closer and closer.
Sure.
Some of the V8 guys are still in bed, I guarantee, at this stage.
Well, I see Rob Warrington isn't on the list, unfortunately. Jason Ibbotson, though, our national competitor, he's now prancing with the Ferraris nowadays.
Jason's in amongst the pack. I think he was out there yesterday, did 16.7, took his foot off the gas and thought, well, that must be good for 3rd or 4th. And he ended up 7th.
That'll do.
Wow. So the pace overall is just incredibly fast at the moment, which means we're going to see a lot of close racing.
I think hopefully we're going to see some very close racing. You know, in the V8s, we do have a white line rule, which is different to other classes, that the leading car, if it's in a train, must move to the outside of the track to give the second car a chance to overtake. And that happens on the main straight and on the back straight.
Jeez.
That white line rule is something very important to us because it's very difficult to overtake in our cars.
Yeah, that used to be the older Westbank V8 was the rule there as well.
So we adopted, we've always had that rule, and that's why you always see the leading guy on the outside and the other car coming through.
Wow.
And then it's the decision time to say, okay, I've got my nose up to the A pillar, then it's my corner. If I'm still kind of on the back wheel of the front car, it's his corner. And that's where the fun starts, because then the fighting and the after-race paint mark interrogation
takes.
takes.
But it's quote-unquote gentleman's racing.
The idea is definitely not to bash into each other and crash. A little bit of rubbing's cool, but you got to push hard as well. You can't be, you know, tentative when you're moving into those corners.
What I like doing is going to the back of the V8 Masters pits and just seeing all the bits lay there after the race.
It's literally like tearing up 20 rand notes and throwing it in the corner.
Mark, of the silver class guys, who are we looking out for today? One obviously push these guys
I think
as well.
Menno Parsons is certainly up there. He's leading silver class championship at the moment, and Mark Forget had a very good time yesterday as well. He's come through. He's only joined us this year, and he's doing tremendously well in silver class. So those two guys definitely. Gary Thompson's always there. But those are the three guys I would say that you just put your money on.
For our viewers, what time are you guys racing? What time can they come down to come watch you guys?
We're on at 10:45. First heat this morning, and then I think at 2:45 this afternoon.
Okay.
All right. So good to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to watch out for you guys later.
Thank you. Thanks. And good show.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Cheers. Well, we've got another name that might be familiar. The Bait name. I think you've gone to Power Flow. Had you exhausted?
Everybody knows who the Baits are.
Mr. Bait, please join us.
There's no better time.
Mr. Dick Bait joins us over here. Very much involved in motorsport on so many levels. And here today, and I normally used to see you Polar Cup days. I normally see you, I know you guys, the car, you guys did test my ride. You beat Mika Salo, test my ride, you and your daughter.
Say that again.
Mika Salo. The only one fun to do it at the time. But today is a slightly different involvement, the level of involvement today.
Yeah, I think I've been involved with motorsport since the early 70s with motorbikes on the go-kart track, so that's my passion, is motorcycles. Sure. And because my daughter, I didn't want her to race cars, I wanted her, or bikes at least, I wanted her to race cars. We went the car route, so we did GDI Challenge, and we did the Polo Cup, and I did a bit of endurance racing as well in the sports cars. And I am the chairman of Supercars, and we have, unfortunately, through a bit of lack of interest, a little bit of difficulty, the cars are getting a bit older. We haven't been able to race much this year, and we are back again. We had 8 entries today. One of the cars, unfortunately, didn't get prepared properly in time, so it had an issue that the guys decided not to race it. We've got a couple of old timers there. Nyan Toys there.
I saw his name's on the list.
Sitting on pole. Unfortunately, he's my son-in-law and he drives my car. So he did a 23.9 in qualifying, which is very quick for an old car.
So I see that you guys have joined the V8 Masters again now in the same race. That wasn't obviously that you guys were doing that.
Yeah.
What has sort of changed there?
Well, I think Mark Ridgway, they were in a situation where they were looking at a new sponsor, which is Pirelli, which is very kindly come on board with them with a 3-year contract, and so they weren't sure how that would work. They wouldn't get the publicity that they were hoping for their particular series. But originally, a Supercars was the first formula, then the V8 came in afterwards, and both classes seem to need each other over the years. And today, I believe they've got 13 entries. We've got 7 guys out there.
It's so good. We've got your 20
cars on the track. So, we're going to have a lot of fun together.
I see Yasin Daman. I saw him in the paddock yesterday. How's he doing nowadays? He's coming from spinning background, drifting background, and now he's doing circuit racing, completing the trifecta there.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing, to have people coming from the different formulas to come along to do a bit of circuit racing. And the guys that have raced these supercars reckon that they are a proper race car. They might not look the best, they might not go the fastest, but they are really, really not easy to drive. So the skill that one is learning driving the motor car is absolutely awesome. So at the end of the day, I think he's had to take a bit of time to learn the car, but he's getting quicker and quicker every time, which is absolutely awesome.
So tell me, with the Masters doing 1 minute 16s, you guys doing 123s, 124s, obviously they're going to be catching up to you guys. Is there any rule that you guys have? Are you going to give away with
the basic thing is that with any form of motor racing, you're going to stick to your line, and the faster car needs to come around. So our guys can tell them when you get in, we've now put mirrors on the cars, which is what the V8s have very kind asked us to do. So we've now in a situation the guys can see a little bit better. They had a central mirror, which you couldn't really see much of. Now everybody's got side mirrors. So yes, the tail enders will be looking for the guys coming through, but the likes of Nian and the front running guys, they won't be lapped by the tail enders.
So you reckon Nian is going to be able to keep up with the Masters?
We start about 10 seconds behind. So absolutely, 16 and a 23, there's a vast difference in that. But the tail enders of the supercars will definitely be caught, and they know they must kind of keep to their line, and the V8 must get around them. The difficulty is if you've got a lovely nice going on in the V8s, the issue you've then got is that you've got 4 or 5 cars coming down on you in the back. And you can sometimes have one person left, one person right, and people get a little bit uncomfortable with that. But it's all part of motor racing.
That's all part of the game. That's all part of the... And just like we've seen with so many other formulas and series where you've got mixed classes, there are rules, there are things, but it also makes it exciting. It's a skill in itself to be overtaken without getting hindered. It's a skill in itself to overtake without being hindered. So that's the game.
If you're racing cars, and when you do a bit of endurance racing, for argument's sake, you are being passed and you pass people all the time. So it's a skill that we all need to learn.
Spatial awareness.
Absolutely.
100%.
Absolutely. You talk about spatial awareness. One of the stories that was told to me many years ago by a German chappie, my daughter Andrew, when she started racing, played South African tennis. And one of the things this motor racing guy said to us was the fact that her spatial awareness of where she was on the tennis court, when to leave the ball, when not to leave the ball, that spatial awareness is absolutely amazing. So when it came to cars, it was a matter of I'm putting the car in that place, the other person must either get out of my way or we're going to go have contact, which I think is an interesting thing. So that spatial awareness on the racetrack is vitally important for the fast guys and for the slower guys, but the trick is to know that if somebody's coming up behind you, You stay on your line.
Yeah.
They must get around you, or they must come up the inside or the outside. You don't change direction or change position on the racetrack because you've got somebody quicker behind you. You stay on your line, and it's safe for everybody.
One way to find out, and that is to watch the racing. What time can we look forward to seeing you guys on track today?
We're on this morning. I'm not sure the second one, but at 11:15 with the V8s. We start with them this morning at the back of the pack, and as I say, we're about 10 seconds behind them, so it's going to be interesting racing. There's a big difference, unfortunately, in the qualifying between Nian and the rest of the cars. So there'll be a good race out of it for the first probably 6 or 7 out of the 8 laps that we're going to be racing.
Well, good luck for today, and we're going to see you guys a little bit later.
Thank you so much, guys. Okay, you have a great day.
We've already got our next interview lined up, and how difficult is it the last time the guys were shy to talk to us? Now everybody wants to talk to us. Byron! Well, not just anybody. We've got Byron over here. Byron's going to jump in with me. Byron, are you going to be on the mic today again, as always?
As always, on the microphone, along with Frankie Ennis and Francois Butler, also Tiny. Emil Brunt in the box with us as well for our radio. And hopefully not the Rain Man today, because sometimes he sees the clouds and everything like it. And he likes to tell us about certain things. But hopefully things stay away today.
Yeah, I like the rain. Usually when I'm driving, I don't mind it too much. But when I'm sitting outside here talking outside, it's not ideal. So I'm kind of hoping the rain doesn't come today.
Yeah, no, there is a bit of a bite in the air. I've been trying to look for tire blankets around here to try and wrap around myself. But, you know, it's great always to be here. It doesn't matter what the weather is. You know, we do motor racing all year round here in South Africa. Luckily, we don't have snow to worry about.
Exactly. Well, speaking of getting snowed under here, Francis Carruthers is snowing under the rest of the team. There's a sports car and GT at the moment out in qualifying. Steve Humble, we know, very fast out there as well. David Joubert, these are some of the big names. Tristan de Nobrega just won a sim racing event the other day, also single-seater experience. On this list over here and in today, who can we watch out for? Who should people watch out for on the circuit today when they join the live stream?
Well, you know, there's so many classes out there today as well. I was a little earlier on down just before the turn 5 fast strong corner braking sections, watching the guys go in there, where they are on the brakes.
200 plus.
When you look at, of course, I know it's a cliche to say it, but Jess Huggett's always wonderful to watch through there. You know, he's well into his 60s, and you look at him, when is he going to put the brakes on, when he's going to put the brakes on, he puts it later on still than everyone else down there as well in that VW Jetta of his.
Uncle Jess is still the last of the late breakers, eh?
Let me tell you one thing, he doesn't hold it back. I'll tell you that much. And you know, I'm a personal favourite of mine, of course, as well, going from the GTIs and the Clubmans is of course the classic cars, who I know are currently they were out just earlier on, and I'm always a big fan of the older cars. I'm so fanatical sometimes about them, I forget who's driving them. But yeah, looking at the live timing, of course, for the sports and GT cars, Francis Carruthers out there putting in some good times. I think that Pilbeam of his
114.954. I mean, that's bloody quick.
Yeah, but watch Steve Humble. Let me tell you one thing. Steve Humble is absolutely quick, and he's uncatchable at the best of times. And what happens is when we see racing getting on, because remember the rubber's going down nicely now, hopefully it will warm up just a slight bit as well, and everything. Maybe not too much, but let me tell you one thing. It's going to be some exciting racing. I always love looking at the guys like Eric Salomon there in that Elf Lotus 23 replica. Henny Bosman, Mr. Karate SA as well in the rotary Lotus 7 there as well. So let me tell you one thing, it's assault on the senses today, and if you're not here right now, I recommend you come along to Killarney. That's the reason that we live streaming. We can tell everybody, come to Killarney, come and have a day over here, forget the weather, man, it's going to warm up.
It's going to warm up, that's the plan. We got someone that's got no issue with the tire temperature, with putting the heat out on the circuit. Umpi, you got pole in the VW Challenge. What are you calling it today? VW Challenge? GTI Challenge? What are you calling it?
VW Challenge.
Okay, there we go. And what are your thoughts on what we're going to see from them today? I mean, this is quite a mix-up here, isn't it?
Oh, man, let me tell you one thing. Absolute action. And let me tell you one thing, to see this guy. In 2009 started commentating, and I was commentating on karting, and I'm going to say this was a little plump kid running around he was a talent of note, and to see this guy grow up into such a great racer, let me tell you one thing, is absolutely amazing, and we have a number of karters out on the circuit that, or ex-karters that have come out on the circuit, and they're actually all racing against each other. Marco Musi, you name them, and to see these guys out there today, they're not going to hold it back.
No,
and
I don't think so.
Frankie is just going to go through the roof with the commentary. It's his passion, GTI challenge. It's, I think it's going to be wonderful.
So tell us about, you mind if I grab that from you over there? Thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate it. I'm just going to catch up with this man over here, and good luck for the rest of the day. Awesome. Sorry, I just grabbed you like that, but when I saw you walk past, I thought,
coffee.
when I saw you walk past, I thought I need to catch up with you. What's the deal today? How's it going? What happened out there? Tell us about the class. We want details.
Yeah, so obviously it's the Joburg boys. Their class A is very similar to ours, just a couple of different tweaks here and there, but nothing major. Yeah, we had a lot of nonsense yesterday with the car. We're circling with a clutch a lot. Few laps, the clutch just stays on the floor. I don't know what's going on. So we didn't get a single lap in yesterday.
Yeah, there we go. I think let's try this mic rather. I think that one's clipping a little bit.
No problem. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So yeah, yesterday we didn't get a lap in. After a lap or two, the clutch just falls to the floor. We've changed slave, master, all the hydraulics, and...
Don't just hate clutch problems. Clutch problems are the worst, eh? It's the worst.
You can drive with it, but you destroy everything around it.
And you know that you're just not there.
And look, in qualifying it was the same story. After halfway through my first lap, there was no clutch pedal stuck on the floor, so I had to just rev match shift and probably destroyed half the gearbox. But I said to my dad after yesterday, I said, listen, we probably won't finish a race today, but I said to him, the least I'm going to do is pole it, so I can at least have a drink tonight for something.
That's a good strategy.
But
so
no, we're trying everything now.
Okay, so
we're replacing everything again with new. If it messes up again now, we're just going to put a different clutch in. But it's a brand new clutch, but there could be a fault on it.
I hate clutch problems.
It's racing.
Yeah,
there's so many things around it that can be wrong.
Yeah,
but look, I'm very happy to be part of the series and also to just sort of slap the car together to their rigs and be the quickest Cape Town to be pole. It's tough, especially with no laps yesterday.
It's a good, if we can be candid here, it's also a good way to put your name out there even more, because you're trying to build a brand here. The Umpi's brand is being built. You're right in there with the championship, same last year. I mean, you're one of the fastest guys in the country. So this is also another way to just let those up-and-comers know, hey, this is what's up.
We weren't going to do it, and I said to my dad, because obviously everything's expensive, nothing's free. But obviously we're thankful with some really awesome sponsors this year that we've got some extra bits on the side. And this Polo 6 is not cheap to race. I'll tell you that for a fact. Compared to a Polo Cup car, it's not cheap to race.
Really?
Yeah, Polo Cup car is very cheap to run compared to
that's
nothing breaks.
So that's good to know for the guys out there.
Yeah, your initial cost is higher, but the car's running costs are a third. So it's insane. Yeah, the traveling's more than the racing itself.
So yeah, that's what I've heard. But now, how does that compare to GTI Challenge locally cost-wise? What are your thoughts on that?
I think obviously, it's the maintenance is the big thing. Like per race, Polo Cup is cheaper. The running costs, but obviously the travel.
And you got to take your mechanics, your teams, etc., etc.
The only thing, and that's where I feel like they've gone the right way with the cars itself. But obviously these cars.
That's interesting to hear that. Okay.
Look, the cars aren't spectacular to watch or drive, but in the end, as a driver, you don't want to tow something across the country that can break on you in any second. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So in that spec, but I think for a regional aspect, these cars are spectacular to watch, and they do get the crowds on their feet.
And that's what we're here to entertain the crowds. You guys are entertain the crowds.
And I think today, seeing those 44 cars on the track and those 18 or 16 FSIs screaming is going to be something to watch.
It's going to be nuts. I hope I can manage to get closer and see it. But we're going to get back to some more action. I think the racing's about to start.
I've got to head off.
Yeah. You got to get good luck and enjoy the coffee. Cheers, man. Dexter Bruce jumping back in here.
I'm back.
And from what I heard, I just heard our producer say now that, thank you, that looks like we might start racing soon. Laps to go 10. The first guys are out, the Formula Libra guys are out, the single seaters, and they've got quite a decent grid here today. Even Jason could see us joining them on the grid over there. But I think someone to watch out for: Byron Mitchell, definitely Troy Dolenschenk. I've spoke to Troy earlier on the racing. Yeah, exactly. So I think we're going to see some interesting racing over there, and you guys can more than likely now join the live stream to watch the racing. And I've been on the start grid early in the morning in an open top car.
No.
Your teeth are chattering. Once you're going, then it's fine. But they're going to be sitting in the car going, why do we have to go out first?
That 1960s with the scarf and the goggles. I feel like that's kind of
that's them. Lips are frozen, no open face helmets over there. But still exciting stuff, and it's nice to get us finally going the racing started. But just look, I can't believe how easy it is to get these guys to chat to us now.
It's
Now we just go like this.
Yeah, yeah.
Just kind of like that.
No, there's an absolute vibe in the
Yes, big time, big time.
Actually, that vibe is coming back.
Yes.
That before 2019.
Oh yeah, now they don't have to be, they don't have to keep the distance too much now. But that's great to know. I'm feeling that. I'm a little bit apprehensive though. I'm still a bit shy to shake hands from time to time. But at the same time, I know. But it's nice to get everybody going again. It's nice to see everybody here and enjoying the motorsport. So come down, come check it out. If you are in the area, pop around half a day, hour. It's $80. You get to smell the fumes, the petrol fumes and others, and come join us here on the circuit, see some fantastic racing.
Come on, there we go.
There we go.
And of course, you don't have to buy. There is obviously facilities where you can buy food. So
oh yes.
By all means, come around, come check it out, enjoy the racing, bring the family, bring the kids. There's actually a kids corner. And apparently the kids corner really, we gotta try.
The kids corner looks nuts. There's a little racetrack on the kids corner.
We should go.
Yeah, well, we really shouldn't, but we will. Well, folks, get ready for some racing action. Formula Libra is about to start wearing. The cars lining up over there. You can see that my camera can just pan over there to the Formula Libra cars. We're going to try and get you in shot as well. Thank you, she runs away. And there you can see one of the very fast and well-prepared cars, the Deco car over there.
DJ Boyson's car, that?
Yeah, that is a ex-Formula VW car. Very, very fast. A couple of GTIs and Formula VWs in the mix there as well. And that Formula VW that's in front of him there, also the Deco car over there, I heard that car start up. It sounds smooth and right.
You've obviously driven cars with aero. I've never driven cars with aero. What is it like? I mean, like, what's the vibe?
The vibe is just incredible, and the big difference with an aero car like that, you can look at the big wings and slats on that car, is that when you get to a certain point, the grip from the tires start running out.
Yeah.
And you got to hand over the grip then to the aero.
Yeah.
So you get that point where it feels like the car's running out of grip, and then all of a sudden there's this other thing.
Yeah.
And that other thing only arrives the faster you go.
Yeah.
So there's this counterintuitive sort of sensation that you gotta counter it with your driving and actually go faster. Into turn 4 is one of those corners where you feel it the most. The lap before, you couldn't do the corner, but the lap after, you add 5 k's an hour, you can.
So it's mechanical grip, and then you're adding this aero, which is like
the aero.
Extra mechanical grip.
Yeah, it's very much extra, and you feel the squeeze, you feel the car pushing down. There's certain road cars, you feel it in a little bit, but cars like a car like that, you're going to feel it in a lot, and these guys are going to have a field out there. We've got a little bit of a wind, we can see the flag blowing, and that also affects them. Killarney's got lots of crosswinds going here, so these guys are going to feel it the most. They're going to, I think there's going to be some teeth chattering there.
Max Verstappen on his last race, I think there was something wrong with the floor of his car, and he said on the radio the car is actually undrivable. So a little bit of defect is going to affect these cars quite a bit. So I think when there's a wind blowing like now, and it's colder, obviously the air is a little bit more dense or less dense, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult to drive.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting the temperature
into
the tires,
these cars are a lot more sensitive than most cars in many ways. Sensitive to settings. They've got lots of little bars and arms that... And the Formula Vs, though, are slightly different. They're very strong. They're very tough. But once you start going to this thing over here, then you start getting a whole bunch of tiny, this arm changes camber and this and that and that. And if you knock it out, knock the wheel line out. So they're very sensitive cars. But that is the purest form of driving. If you've driven Paul Simon, I wonder, he's one of the guys that many of the people will know.
Who's that?
Not the singer. No, the other Paul Simon. Paul Simon, a very talented driver. He actually roasted your tires at the Rallycross.
Killed it. He owes me though.
Yeah, I saw what you did there. And I was next to letting this guy drive his car like that. But Paul Simon, he started in single-seaters, and when we did track days here many years ago, 2005, we were both instructors. And he would drive out of some of these cars, and I asked him, how did you manage to go so fast? How'd you manage to go so far? Some familiar faces. Some familiar faces around the paddock here. How are you driving so fast? He said, because once you drive one of those, everything else feels slow.
Wow.
It really does. So I think it pays to drive something that does a 115 or 114 or 113 around you, because you get into a car that does a 25, which is still a fast time, and it feels like you're going in slow motion, and there's time to think.
But here's the thing, then you got the other thing of it being an open wheel racing.
Yeah.
So now rubbing is racing
it's not.
Kind of,
No, it's not. Maybe that's why I'm so irritated by getting knocked the other day at Rallycross. But what happens is, if you touch in a single seater, one car goes there, the other one goes there.
No, absolutely.
We saw that that on the Formula 1 last week, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, actually.
Wow, man. That was a classic example of a small touch turning into one of the biggest accidents we've seen in recent
Turn
time.
one, and the car was actually quite on the side for quite some time.
Yeah,
upside down.
Upside down.
Yeah.
And you notice, though, the Formula 1 didn't actually show the footage until they knew that he was okay.
Yeah.
But with those type of accidents, it's usually the ones that are innocuous, that seem that later on you notice, okay, something went wrong. But usually the big ones are fine. Hopefully the guys on the bikes are going to stay on two wheels. We've got some bikers here that's going to be joining us to chat to us. He's got his Red Bull out. Got to give those sponsors some airtime there. I love it. And if you could introduce yourself and just let us know how the day's going so far and what you expect to see today.
So my name is Jared. I'm currently riding for Project 60.
Nice.
So last year they gave me a call and said, listen, we've got a bike for you.
Nice. You got some fans
so
here.
So they offered me a ride. I've known the team boss since I was 9 years old when I started racing.
Nice.
So yeah, I'm riding my 500 today in the Power Sport class.
Okay.
Kawasaki?
No, Honda.
Honda 500.
It's a Honda 500 twin.
Okay.
A 2-cylinder. And yeah, look, yesterday was a good day.
Yeah.
Yesterday morning first session wasn't the best. Track was almost like an ice rink. I don't know if we'll be getting
Just lift up the mic, please. Yeah,
this morning it was, very sketchy as well.
Yeah.
As the day goes on and the track gets warmer and the
sure.
cars also warm it up, it gets a lot stickier, more grip. So yeah, this morning qualifying wasn't the best.
Yeah.
Managed to qualify fourth. Considering that I did my best time yesterday in my second session, so it's almost like going backwards a bit this morning. It's a bit frustrating.
But do you think the circuit's going to come to you guys as the day progresses, as the morning? Because to me, it feels like it's getting colder.
It is getting
Yeah, definitely. No, it is getting colder. It's a bit.
Can I borrow those leathers in between?
Yeah, I'll try and see if I have a space set there. But yeah, it is a concerning factor. But I mean, we'll play around with the tire pressures as the day goes on. We're always looking for improvements.
Sure.
It's a big factor.
What is your mindset like, Jared, on the start line, going into turn one, race one? You've obviously haven't been on a bike for maybe a week. What is it like for you in that helmet at that moment?
Well, at that moment, as you leave the pits, you're trying to get your mindset. You're trying to feel if anything's, wrong, if everything's right, get your mindset there. Look, I would just wait till the lights go off, and just try and get the best start. It's always like how you release the clutch, how you get off the line is the most important thing. But the race isn't won in the first lap, so everybody flies off the start, and it's best if you can hang back a little bit.
Yeah.
Almost line them up as you're coming out of turn one, and then start passing the guys. If you pass a lot of guys on the first lap, it's a good factor.
Yeah.
You don't want to get bogged down. There's 650s, there's 300s, and now you got to juggle.
Yeah.
So you want to try and get past the 650, get a 650 to block other 300 riders, so you can bag them.
There's like tactics going on.
Yeah. So you got to think.
And obviously you got a 500, a lot of torque.
Look.
Twin motor.
There's a 390 at the moment and a Kawasaki 400 that's faster than me. So there's concerning factors. We've done a lot of work to the bike, more setup. It's what we're playing with. The bike that I got, first race
you got the Honda CBR 500.
Yeah, it was a recently crashed bike, then rebuilt. So now each race, it's like making improvement. It hasn't been easy for us, but big shout out to my team. They've done a lot of hard work.
And what sort of times are you doing with the bike at the moment?
So yesterday I did my best. I did a 1:28.3 in my second session. My best time yet this year on that bike. This morning I did a 1:30.2.
Obviously a lot colder now.
A lot colder. There was no grip.
Yeah.
So I did struggle a bit this morning. But I mean, look, we can only try our best.
And sort of what corner are you really struggling with turn 4? I know the bikers, they kind of love turn 4 and they also hate turn 4.
Yeah, yesterday,
the
third session, the car spilled oil, so there was a lot of that cement dust. So I don't have trust in that.
I can't imagine that. When I see the cement, I also just drive straight through it.
Yeah, no. It's best just to not go full tilt through that stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, the whole track is sketchy, so I can't really say I'm struggling with any corner. I would maybe myself want to work on turn 3 a bit. Carry a bit more speed there and line it up for turn 4.
Turn 3 really is one of those corners that you can work on it forever.
I remember you guys complaining about the fact that you guys can't see through turn 3.
No, because of the new Rallycross, the Rallycross guys.
As well. So what is the vision like going through turn 3? Can you guys see better through turn 3 now and actually aim for the exit of the corner nicer?
Well, yeah, if you run a decent line, like a wider line, don't worry about a guy passing you through turn 3. If he does, you'll set up a little bit, you'll let him go. But I mean, you want to run it a bit wide and then basically just line it up. through 4, but you want to hug turn 3, so run a wide, hug it, because there's a lot of bumps. So it seems to chat to the bike a lot, and you'll lose a lot of time doing that. So
if there's somebody on the inside of you in turn 3, I think that is kind of one of the most dangerous corners. If there's somebody on the inside of you in turn 3, you're going to have to get the bike standing up straight, and then where does it leave you? You on the outside, and you on the grass. So that's kind of
I don't know, you just got to get on the gas. You know, it's like motocross, the bike will slide all the time underneath you.
Absolutely.
So you got to tend to, I don't know, just go flat out and work on it.
Speed-wise, what are we looking at? What do you guys get on the back straight?
So down the front straight yesterday, I was getting about 175. So I think I reached about 180 down the back.
Nice.
You know, hopefully one day when I ride a liter bike, I can do 300 k's on the back straight.
So what time can we see you on track today? What time are you on?
So I think our first race is at 5 to 12 or something.
That's late, eh?
After 11. I think if
I find it's
I'm
quite
not
late
too sure.
because your concentration's so different, then you must get into game time mode.
But don't you think it's a bit warmer? Track's a bit given back a little bit, so maybe things have changed a little bit. So maybe that's kind of why they push you guys so far down.
Yeah, no, definitely. Oh, I hope so. I hope it gets a lot warmer. You know, this morning qualifying wasn't the best.
Yeah,
I just felt a slight warmth in the air there.
I got it as well.
I think
let one go. But other than that, I feel suddenly it's maybe hopefully getting a bit warmer because it's a bit difficult here. And again, guys, if you see us waving, normally with these type of presenting things, we try and be super professional and focus on the camera only. But we know everybody that's
waving for you guys.
Yeah, we're waving for them as well.
You know what I mean? That's what it
there we go. That's what it is.
But Jared, it's been so good chatting to you. Good luck for today.
For sure, thank you.
And we hope to see you on a liter soon.
Yeah, no, definitely. We'll try and work on that.
Kawasaki? Is that the weapon of choice?
No, we want to go Yamaha.
Oh.
But I'll ride a Kawasaki, but I mean Yamaha at the moment.
And
like
just one more thing, obviously, big shout out, as you said, to Project 60 guys, race towing, Garden Brokers.
No, big thanks to those guys. Without those guys, I wouldn't be in this position.
Yeah.
You know, it's not easy to get sponsors, but the sponsors that we have, we try and hold on to.
That's the game, isn't it? You got to look after them.
You got to put as much work as what the sponsors put in, because if you're not going to do anything or you're not going to shine on track, they're not going to
exactly.
So yeah,
well, you doing the work.
everybody.
Well done.
Thank you guys.
Yeah, man.
Cheers, Jason.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers. Well, there you go. That was Jared Butler racing in the Power Sport 300 category. They're going out later on. Qualifying is done now. We just saw the cars leaving, going on to the circuit. That is the Formula Libra, guys. So you guys are more than likely going to be watching the action now of the Formula Libra.
We're probably going to start with our racing soon.
Yeah, we're going to start with the racing soon.
Clubman is the first ones up. I see a couple of the boys lining up. Eugene Gaspol there.
So, but this is Libra race 1 already. So the Formula Libra guys are currently out. So I'm just waiting for our producer to let us know when the commentary team will take over, or if they're having picture-in-picture with us at the moment. Okay. Okay, so they're handing us the line. So we've got a producer wrapping us up over here. So guys, from my side, a big thank you for joining us for the morning show. Hope you guys enjoyed that. There'll be lots more action coming today. We'll be doing more interviews. You and I will be running up the pits, chatting to some of the big boys and girls in the pit lane.
Yeah, and get here. The main thing is for you to get here. The live stream is obviously amazing, and you can also live stream when you are here.
Yeah, but we're way better in person than on camera. So so come check out the racing. Going to be plenty action here. My name is Ernest Page. Dexter Bruce. We'll be back later on. We'll see you guys shortly. Enjoy the racing and enjoy Killarney.
into turn 1. Watch out, Byron Mitchell alongside him, and he looked onto the inside, but holds second for now, and they'll make their way around. Good clean start from everybody over there as well. Somebody coming out of the pits here too. There's number 35 Formula V. That would be Nick van der Westhuizen coming out there in the Formula V Lantis.
Right, so good tussle up front already there. DJ Boyson, Byron Mitchell, right up there behind him. Troy Dolenchek, Jason Gutierrez lying in third, respectively. And they make their way down into interceptor corner. Nice to see those two Formula Fords sitting right up there behind the Formula VWs. And they make their way now up to Malmesbury Sweep, the double right-hander to an apex corner. And you get through the gearbox and work your way down the back straight down to Tamina Fostron corner. But have a look at this. Already, it's Gutierrez and Dolenchek having a little battle of their own now as they chase up the back end of those two very quick Formula VWs.
Yeah, side by side into Fostron now there, Francois. Byron Mitchell will take the lead, and looking on behind them how it is moving, I think it's going to be of course, coming up into third place. I'll see now Jason Gutierrez coming to the line, though. That Formula 4 battle is going to be something to be delightful as they come across the line now. DJ Boyson. It is 6/10 of a second between himself and Byron Mitchell leading. Jason Gutierrez, Troy Dolenchek, 1.7 between the two of them. Actually, sorry, 0.49 between the two of them, and they still hammer and tongs at it as they go onto the Joubert straights.
Well, Dolenchek going around the outside of Gutierrez. Makes his way now up into third. He takes it into Quarry Corner. You can see DJ Boyson ahead of him, so already little Formula Fords are already starting to punch their way. Melbourne's punching on a weight level above their respective weight categories, so they're doing pretty well. Dolenchek and Gutierrez off on a fly. Up behind him, Hayden Elwood, then it's Elroy Weiss, Zaynemanson, Raider Pence, Kelly Fletcher down in 9 ahead of Donovan Ramsey, Nick van der Westhuizen.
Yeah, Hayden Elwood all on his own here, Francois, and it's only lap 3 now. So that's amazing over there. He's, of course, a class on his own, Class C, 76, in that familiar-looking 7-Up Jordan livery. But Weiss leads Class V, the Formula V class, ahead there of Zane Munson. And there is a 0.2 of a second gap between them when they cross the line. Reno Pence, number 65, in 8th position. Then Kelly Fletcher, Ramsey, Van der Westhuizen, and De Ridder. 12 of them all together. It looks like 9 laps left to go. As we say that, Byron Mitchell puts in a 1:14.275. Very modest, of course, compared to his other efforts.
Well, having a look now, DJ Boyson put in a time of 1:16.1 and Troy 1:16.8 with Jason Gutierrez on a 1:17 dead. And now Jason ahead of Troy once again. They are actually chasing the back end of DJ Boyson, but they are having a real blinding tussle coming out of Quarry Corner. There you see them on screen, taking the right, and look at them, absolutely toe-to-toe as they work their way down towards Interceptor Corner. Already Dolenchek and Gutierrez, gloves off, bare fists, knuckle dusting, and they're at it, hammer and tongs as they make their way up the Tigerberg straight up towards that double right-hander we commonly know as Malmesbury Sweep.
And they're still keeping Boyson in sight as well, so they're not running away.
I think
Mitchell is.
I think they're keeping him brutally honest with me, to be clear.
No, definitely, and of course this is the Class A battle between two bikers. It is Gutierrez that leads Dolenchek at the moment. And remember, Dolenchek was initially in a Swift, and of course that Formula Ford Z-Tech Swift that he was campaigning. Now he's got some good company, and of course in the form of a fellow karter, and the karters all love coming up here to the single-seaters and having it a go at each other as well. They're onto the main straight now. They'll cross the line. We'll see the gap between the two of them, and then of course that looks like only 0.6 of a second as they cross the line. A little bit further up the road over there, it is DJ Boyson. Of course, it's about 7 seconds ahead there of Gutierrez.
Well, they're Gutierrez, Dolenchek at it. Gutierrez now starting to pull out under Dolenchek. Troy will try to keep him in check. I mean, he's an absolutely brilliant little driver. You see them going into Quarry Corner. Turn number 2, they roll around, and nice to see that the camera is working on them. And now they're starting to pick up slow markers. We see they're going past the Ridder is DJ Boyson. Jason Gutierrez not too far behind. He'll probably keep pipping down the backside. Matter of fact, going into 4 if they get past the Ridder. Gutierrez, Dolenchek up on the inside of the Ridder. He gets through. There you see that double right-hander going down towards the back straight, down towards Patamina Fostron corner. The old days when you was Cape Town or Libra corner. It's now Patamina Fostron. And they go down, work their way with your leader, Byron Mitchell, out front and circulating on 1:13.4.
Yeah, he was 3.8 seconds ahead there of DJ Boyson. Well, that would definitely have grown now. A 1:13.415. His last lap. We were talking about 109s earlier on. And, well, as we say, at a 112, excuse me now, 112.7 Byron Mitchell. And a difference of 5.5 seconds between himself and DJ Boyson. Then Kutsia and Dolanchek come across the line now. They are close together as well, but not as close as they were. Now it's 1.8 seconds between the two of them. Hayden Elwood, who's the only man in Class C, will be coming through shortly.
Well, I think Jason Kutsia is lying in third, is starting to find his feet as he goes into quarry corner there on camera. You see him in shot. Works his way out that right-hander. It's a 180-degree single apex corner. They make their way through the kink down towards Interceptor corner. And then take a right-hand sweep up the Tygerberg straight up towards Malmesbury sweep. So Mitchell leading out, Boyson in second, Kutsia third, Dolanchek 4, Elwood 5, Fletcher gone up to 6. Kelly is really motoring around the circuit. A 129.7 coming out of it. That is fantastic, ahead of Donovan Ramsey and Zane Munson.
Well, here comes a nice little battle now here between the Formula Vs as they cross the line. And, well, Fletcher, all three abreast over there. Zane Munson will be on the inside of that trio. And alongside him, Reino Pence on the outside. Who will make it out ahead? It will be Zane Munson who has the inside line, but then you'll get off the racing or onto the racing line over there. Then you'll just get himself ready now for the next turn, of course, that's turn 2. And you see in there as well, it is Kelly Fletcher that is hanging on to them as well. Byron Mitchell will be coming up now to lap them as he comes through. And remember now, there's 5 laps left to go in this particular race.
Well, I tell you what, these three must just hold their line. It's up to Byron to get past them. They don't necessarily have to get out the way. He goes up the inside. He'll just bat that Formula VW up into the Malmesbury sweep. And, well, that car in the front. Oh, and Byron has to stonk on the brakes there to stay out of harm's way and gets through. He won't be happy with Zane getting in his way. He was giving Kelly a chance to pull up behind Reino Pence now as they make their way down the back straight. There you see Byron Mitchell leading out. He blisters away from them. But Zane Munson there with Reino Pence and Kelly Fletcher having an absolute die-hard tussle as they make their way down into Fast-Strong corner.
Hayden Elwood comes across the line now. Then we have a little bit of a wait as they go through Fast-Strong corner. Zane Munson in that orange Repsol V that rocketed to the line now. And will cross once again. 4 laps left to go. Reino Pence behind him. And then we saw Kelly Fletcher hanging in there as well to see what she can do. Here comes DJ Boyson now to put a lap. Oh, and a lock up there from Kelly Fletcher as well as she goes on the outside in turn 1. So some hairy, scary moments there, Francois.
Yeah, I think she was doing double duty there, looking at DJ coming up behind her and trying to stay out of harm's way. DJ just rockets his way past. Kelly quickly rolls into the back end there of Reino Pence. So the lady's not scared to race, but unfortunately now she's getting mixed up in the quicker traffic. It's far behind now as Jason Kutsia, and then it's going to be Troy Dolanchek.
Yeah, usually up there, Francois, they're getting into that section before braking up to 180 kph, and then of course decelerating quite a bit, but a big lock up there from Kelly Fletcher. She's fine, she's held onto the back now, and I think another move could be being made over here on Zane Munson. As laps to go are 4 at the moment, including the one they are currently on. Then Byron Mitchell will come around and he will be putting a lap on Hayden Elwood now. So he's got the straights. Hayden Elwood will get off the racing line there briefly, and then what happens is let, of course, Byron Mitchell complete the lap and give himself 3 laps left to go with the best time 110.
110.9. This boy is absolutely flying around the circuit. That is top class times here at Killarney. I think Frankie will have a look in the book for us later and give us what those average speeds are. I think it's in about the 150s or 160s average.
160s, 168, almost 170 there.
That is blindingly quick around this circuit. 3 laps to go. They're on their, I think it's their 6th lap out of 8. So not too bad. But that little dice there between Munson, Pence and Fletcher still busy unfolding as they work their way now. You can picture up towards Quarry Corner. Up front there, Zane Munson, Reino Pence, Kelly Fletcher looking to try and go around the outside. Will she try and pull a switchback? Can she come in nice and tight? She stays behind Reino Pence. She just does have a little bit of extra drive as they make their way through the kink down towards Interceptor Bend.
No, we haven't been speaking much about Alroy Weiss over there. He's actually just chipping away at it at the moment now, Francois, trying to catch this group. And if I look at the gap between them, it's about 2.7 seconds at this particular time. There goes Munson now into Malmesbury sweep. Then Reno Pence will be hanging in there. Kelly Fletcher is the one looking to do some real damage over here now as well. But look at that. It is going to be Elroy Weiss closing up the gap there in the Dolphin Engineering Formula V.
Well, I think Elroy Weiss picking up a bit of pace there. His times are a bit quicker than those ahead of him, so I think he's going to reel them in and possibly compete. Oh, and he goes wide out of turn 5 in fast run, beaches himself. I don't know if he can get out of that one. No, he gets back on the circuit, but he's done himself no justice whatsoever in competing. Maybe just a little bit overzealous, going in a little bit late into fast run corner, but unsettled himself terribly. He's lost about 5 seconds.
Yeah, and 2 laps left to go, including the one we're currently on now. And yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Weiss is going to have to be content with what will be around 9th position over there as well. And while Van der Westhuizen and Co are a little bit further back, another fast lap time on the last lap of 1:10.941 for Byron Mitchell. And of course, this is the first race of the day. There comes the Formula V's right through right now. Kelly Fletcher goes onto the inside of Reno Pence and takes 2nd position away from him as they go towards Interceptor Corner.
The lady racers in the house, folks. Kelly Fletcher takes on Reno Pence, who's absolutely no slouch around the circuit. And, well, she's showing him the way around. Can you go to work on Monday and say, my lady, it's a bit of a blinder. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to talk too much on Reno's end. I'm sure you want to come back at Kelly, but Kelly is racing. Now she's driving something with about 120, 130 horsepower, and she also rides something called 1 horsepower. So.
Well, he has another move now, Reno Pence, on the outside into Fastron. He won't make it work over there, and he's now only left himself a lap and a little bit of a straight left for the end of this race. 1 more lap left to go. Byron Mitchell is currently on it with a 1:10.941, his fastest lap at the moment.
Well, let's not forget about that Jason Garcia, Troy Dolenchek battle. There's a difference about 4.5 seconds. The flag is out, so we're looking for Byron Mitchell. He'll probably be coming towards us pretty shortly, but he's definitely the man to beat. He's done a 1 minute 10.9, DJ Boyson 1:14, Kutsia 1:15, Dolenchek 1:15. Just that Kutsia is just a little bit quicker than Troy at the moment, but I'm sure they'll go and revisit that one in the break. And when they're out in the second heat, it's going to be a lot quicker.
Well, I'm just taking a look now to where everybody is. The checkered flag has waved, and it shows at the moment on the timing screens that Boyson is in fact the one that could be a timing issue.
Yeah, I think, look, Aaron's already crossed the flag, DJ second, Jason and Troy have crossed the line. Next up will be Hayden Elwood, who crosses the line there, the Jordan lookalike. And we're just waiting for that little scuffle that we've been watching between the 3 cars. And having a look down the back straight in Reno Pence trying to go around the outside of Kelly Fletcher down into Patamina Fostron. Kelly Fletcher holds up on towards the inside. She keeps it up ahead of them, Hayden Elwood. Well, they work their way out of turn number 5 and they come up towards the line. Hayden Elwood's leading out that little group. And Kelly Fletcher keeps Reno Pence at bay. He's not going to be too happy about this one. But coming up towards the line, it's going to be Hayden Elwood. Oh, and Pence up alongside Fletcher. They go towards the line, and Kelly takes it with a wheel there from Reno Pence. What a drive from the lady, and she finds herself in P6 after being down in P10 at one stage. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant drive.
Oh, lovely stuff there from Kelly Fletcher in that latter stage of the race as well. He was always threatening, but then eventually getting it past, and well, also a valiant fight back there from Reno Pence. Of course, remember him years ago on the Formula M scene here in Cape Town on the short circuit, and it's great to see him doing some good things there in the Formula V section. Here comes DJ Boyson in that rain-on Formula VW, the 2-litre motor that, and then the 2 Formula Ford Mygales making their way. Of course, those ones have got the wings on them. Well, just a quick apology over there. Of course, it was Reno Pence was a little further down, and then we had, of course, Ramsey that was fighting it up a little further up.
man Liam. I'm still trying to see if I can make a way to get this young man up into the commentary box. But yeah, it's a pretty hectic up here in the commentary box and up here in the control tower at race control. But I want to just give a special shout out to that young man. They should be sitting there somewhere in turn 1. Right, so it is time now for the Thermofires, Clubman's, regional saloon cars to roll out onto the circuit. And if everybody's in there, Byron, there should be 2 entries that I think we should keep an eye out on. One would be Zak Groenewald in the E30 BMW, and the other one would be the Nissan Skyline of Leon de Toy of NDT Racing and Powerflow Exhaust. So we're going to watch out for those cars if they are out there on the circuit. The Clubman's cars, Zak is out, he's making his way through turn number 1 in that BMW of his, the famous number 43 on the side of that Beamer, and that thing will be excruciatingly quick. As we know, Zak Groenewald, he doesn't build anything that is average. It's always at the business end of the field.
Well, Tiny was telling me right now, what's it, 350 plus kilowatts BMW.
Yeah, well, that elaborates exactly what I was just saying a while ago, that when Zak builds them, he builds them to run at the sharp end of the field. So the pace car is waiting for them as they work their way down towards us. And Joshua Dolacek,
Black Skyline
should be
there.
out there. We'll have a look and see. Here comes that is the Leon de Toy Skyline of NDT Racing, as he puts that car there in pole position. And then Joshua Dolacek also rolling forward. And you've got quite a few cars. There's Charles Visser, that is a Visser Junior in the Sassel Nissan 350Z. That's an ex Static Group N car, which is clearly now a whole lot quicker. What a front row. We've got Charles Visser, Leon de Toy and Joshua Dolacek. They are the first 3 cars out there as we wait for the rest of the field to roll on. Jess Huggett is making his way through. Then, of course, the Mansour Parker in that boxy BMW of his, the Jive Cool Drink Beamer. He'll pull out there next to Joshua Dolacek, and he will be in that 4th position. Jess Huggett will find himself there in P6. Behind him in P8, I see Paul Minnick. Behind Paul Minnick, I see the Class C entry, the BMW of JP Share, and then the Polo of Mr. Industrial Abrasives himself, that is Bruce Meyer. Jean Farrell is also rolling forward, and he's a Golf 1. So that's going to be good stuff. Here comes Eugene Gasbury in that Silver Dream machine of his. He sits there just behind Jean Farrell. So as the field rolls forward, this looks like Shane Smith coming towards us now in the 68. I lie, it's Gary Smith that is coming forward there. And Shane is out there. Shane is busy making his way down the center. He'll either be in P5 or in P7. Looks like he's going to jump there. Yeah, in 5th position for Shane Smith. So the guys come through now. And Razik Harris, he'll put that 66 car there in that 7th position. So just ahead of JP Share, just behind Paul Minnick, will be the 84 Polo of Bruce Meyer. Trappis van Tonda is also out there with the 44. He is just in there behind the 102 BMW of JP Share. So Byron, as the pace car is really making its way into turn number 1, the Thermofires and Bryce, Clubman's regional saloon cars make their way off the line behind that safety car.
Yeah, we have ourselves a 23-car field today, so we have some good entries in there, some good names, some good cars. And while they're all getting off the line now, there's the Zak Groenewald boxy shaped Beamer, the one we want to look at. The man right at the back of the field, but not going to be there for long, I can tell you that much, as they make their way around now on this warm-up lap. And then we'll have 8 racing laps after that. Of course, Charles Visser, as Frankie pointed out, I remember those from production cars, those 350Zs a number of years ago in those colors, those blue and yellow colors. And then it's always a pleasure to see a nice sleek black Skyline, and of course Neanderthal Race Mace himself, who does so much duty around the circuit. I don't know how many laps this guy does through the week here, but he's also in the supercars usually as well, and he will be today.
Well, it's lovely to see so many spectators that have joined us, and it's only 10:30 on this Saturday morning. It's going to be a lovely, cool, cloudy day, so sit back and enjoy some awesome race action with us. To everybody there on the hill, welcome to the people there in Interceptor Corner on top of the grandstands. Hello to you guys, everybody in the hospitality suites. To the people there on the main grandstand between turn 3 and 4, good morning to you guys. And everybody in the Bomas there in turn 4 as well. Hi, hello, and welcome. So, Tiny says, goeiemorgen.
Well, Frankie, just before we actually start, I was standing down just before Pertamina Fast Run, excuse me, I'm getting my words out there a little bit. And I was standing there watching the braking down into turn 5, and let me tell you one thing, Jess Huggett never disappoints. The man never holds it back, hey. I'm telling you, the man is well into his 60s, and you can never catch him out, you can never count him out, I should rather say. Can't catch him out either. Yeah,
that as well. The living legend that is Mr. Jesse Huggett, as he's out. He has a lot of fun. He says there's no ways you could even attempt to bust out of Class A because it's set up so it drives that thing flat out around here. If he comes first, second, third, he's happy. If he comes last, he's also happy, because for Jess now, it's about racing and having a hell of a lot of fun out there. But he'll always be competitive, that's for sure.
Always passion.
So, out of Pertamina Fastron towards the city of Cape Town Bridge. Big thanks to Johnny van der Kerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. We'll say a big thanks to all the other sponsors now. Right, the lights in pit lane is on. Hold on tight, people, because here we go. North versus South challenge in the VW challenge will be up a bit later on as the hammers get dropped. And away they run down into turn number 1, and it's Neanderthal in the Skyline that gets his nose up front there with Charles Visser in that second place. Joshua Dollarchek has moved up there into third, just ahead there of Mansour Parker. Jesse Huggett sits in there behind Mansour Parker. Then it is Shane Smith. That is that first group of cars, and look at Razik Harris coming through. Right behind him, locking up, there's Gary Smith. Up on his inside is Paul Minnick. Right there with him is a Bruce Meyer. JP Shares dropping down. Trappis van Tonder. He's right in there as well. Then Noel Stander, Jean Farrell, and here comes Zak Groenewald. Zak Groenewald's gone past about 10, 12 cars as they make their way now, Byron, through Interceptor Corner, up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn 4.
Oh, but look at the three-way battle we're having now coming through turn 4. It's going to be the Nissan Skyline ahead of the Nissan 350Z. And, of course, Neanderthal versus Charles Visser. Down the straight they go, but he might just have more of the legs as well as they go down the straight. Right behind there in the BMW as well. Watch out that BMW. Mansour Parker as they now go into turn 5. Pertamina Fastron. No movement made over there. The boxy-shaped Beamer right behind that as well, and Razik Harris also in that top section as they come towards the city of Cape Town Wingfield Motors Bridge and cross the line to complete lap 1 of 8.
Yeah, Razik Harris has problems going into turn number 3. He's stone last at this point in time, so not a nice outing so far for Razik Harris, but we'll keep an eye here on turn number 1. Out of turn number 1 they come now. It's that Nissan Skyline of Zak Groenewald that sits out there in P1. Then it is the 350Z Nissan of Charles Visser that's in that second position. Then Joshua Dollarchik, Mansour Parker, Jesse Huggett, and right behind him is Shane Smith. Look at Zak. Zak sits out there just ahead of Paul Minnick and Bruce Meyer as they work their way through the kink and run down towards Interceptor Corner. That's turn 3. Not a far behind them, heading now towards Interceptor is Gary Smith. Right on his heels as Francois van Tonder. Right behind him is Noel Stander, JP Share, and it looks like it could be, no, it's not John Farrell, but we'll pick up that car now, and just behind him is the 117 of Barry Williams.
Watch Jess Huggett on Parker though, Frankie, down the back straight as they go. They were side straight, they're going to be side by side now surely, and I see the Nissan 350Z of Charles Visser is off the circuit, Frankie, into the dirt.
Right into the Kittilata he goes. We'll have a look and see. Yes, he's gone, that's for sure. That's a Visser Jr. that has tried a little bit too hard, and he's right up against the outside there. Pertamina Fostron. He has beached that car heavily there, and that's the end of that, sadly, for the Nissan 350Z of Charles Fisher.
Yeah, Dolanchek, sorry Frankie, is up into second position there in the BMW though then, and then of course that's 1.1 seconds off of Neander Toy right ahead. Then that boxy shape beam of Mansur Parker. Watch out though, Jess Huggett. But now there comes Zach Groenewald. He's going to be coming through now. He's currently in 5th position already now after not even a lap, two and a bit laps here, Frankie. So it just shows you how quickly he moved. A lock up there from that VW Polo. I just want to see who that was actually down there in that section.
Trappist van Tonder.
Yeah.
That's a Francois van Tonder that locked up going there into turn number 2. And he's a drop down behind that battle of Gary Smith, Noel Stander, Andre Diedrich, that's the name I was looking for earlier on, and JP Share. Only then do we see Trappist making his way up the Tigerberg Straight into turn number 4, and hot on his heels is the 117 BMW of Barry Williams.
Just taking a look a little bit further down here, Frankie Smith is in the lead in Class B ahead of Gary Mayer, and then Paul Minnick is now 3rd in that particular class of Class B. Class C is also being led now by Gary Smith. Sorry, Gary Smith, and it's Bruce Mayer a little bit further up there in that 2nd place in class. Then it's Stander, Noel Stander, 127, that is currently 10th position ahead of Van Tonder, who had that moment.
So the leaders are now making their way up the Jabez Straight towards turn number 2. Towards turn 2, watch that Nissan Skyline make its way towards turn 2. Through turn 2 he goes with Joshua Dolanchek in that 2nd position. Then the BMW of Mansur Parker. Then we've got Zach Groenewald. He's made the move there on Jess Huggett. Huggett sitting in there just behind Zach Groenewald. They're getting away now from the BM of Shane Smith. Then behind Shane Smith it is Bruce Mayer and Paul Minnick, and then heading through the kink now towards turn 3 is a lovely fight. Gary Smith, Andre Diedrichs, JP Share, Stander in a hell of a fight there, Byron, in turn 3 Interceptor.
Zach Groenewald, fastest lap of the race, a 1:22.079.
Oh, sideways goes Diedrich, sorry, and into the tyre wall on the exit on the inside of turn 3 Interceptor corner.
Yeah, yellow flags will be waving in that section then, Frankie, there frantically, so no passing in that particular section. 6 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on at the moment, and Detroit still leads by 1.1 seconds over the BMW of Dolanchek. The other boxy shaped beamer of Parker still hanging in there 2.6 seconds further back as they cross the line right now. Of course, Zach Groenewald made his pass on Jess Huggett. He comes across the line now. Again, it's just through a 1:22.059. Shane Smith leads Class B ahead of Bruce Mayer, but very small gap between the two of them. And then Paul Minnick comes through in 8th position ahead of Gary Smith. JP Share comes up into 10th position. Noel Stander down into 11th, and that of course will be 3rd in class.
Well, I'm having a look at the leaderboard here quickly as you watch the monitor. Look at the guys last lap. Neon 122s, Joshua 123s, Parker 22s, Groenewald 22s, Huggett was doing 22s as well, and Smith 24, so not much difference in that top 6, maybe about 2 seconds or just under 2 seconds. So the guys are really leaving it out there on the circuit. So where are our leaders? Down the back main, down the back straight goes our leaders towards turn 5, Pertamina Fostron. Heading down into Fostron corner, there is that Nissan Skyline of race leader, race mace Neander Toy of NDT Racing, working his way out of turn number 5, coming down towards us now under the City of Cape Town Bridge. That is the man that will come around to start his 3rd last lap as he heads into turn number 1. Right behind him is a Joshua Dolanchek, and here comes the boxy BMW of Mansur Parker. Parker just sails in there behind Dolanchek going into turn number 1. Then Jesse Huggett, and Huggett's got his nose ahead of Groenewald once again, Byron, as they work their way out of turn 1 out of hole.
Oh, but a bit of a tank slapper going into turn 1 there, Frankie, as well from Jesse Huggett. It just shows you how hard he's pushing and how determined he is to keep that BMW behind him.
I only get a tank slapper in a car, but never mind, I get it. Well, all fun and games, and now going into turn number 2 is Shane Smith, and right behind him is Bruce Mayer, and then Paul Minnick making his way to turn 2 as well. And then this 4-way fight, or make it a 3-way fight going into turn 2, And that's Gary Smith on his outside as JP Share. Then right behind him is that blue Polar Classic of Noel Stander as they work their way through the kink and head down into turn 3 interceptor corner as the 117 BMW of Barry Williams goes into retirement.
And Mansour Parker, a 1:21.541, Frankie, fastest lap of the race. He's only 0.4 of a second off of the much newer BMW ahead of him.
So, awesome stuff out here. Chiara van Niekerk making her way into turn number 1. Representing Best Price for My Car and Wingfield Motors. And right behind her in turn 1 is your overall race leader. That is a Neanderthal. Putting a move there on the Chiara van Niekerk Golf. Up the Jabez Straight he goes. Then that white BMW there behind him. That is Joshua Dolacek. And right on his heels in third position is that boxy Jive-sponsored BMW of Mansour Parker with Jess Huggett on his own making his way through turn 2.
Zach Groenewald is slowing, Frankie. He's off the racing line now. Do I see a little bit of smoke maybe coming out of the back there? We'll have to see, but it's unfortunate. It looks like it's going to be a premature end for that BMW.
Yeah, he's making his way out of turn 2 now. Very slow. He's Zach Groenewald in that BMW E30 of his, but he's picking up pace again, so I'm not too sure exactly what happened there to him, but I'm sure that they'll get that sorted up. You might have just used up all that rubber because we know how
that's what
how Zach can throw a motor car around.
That's what Tiny was mentioning now through the kink, maybe spinning up the tires there. But yeah, it looks like now it's going to be 2 laps left to go. And well, including the one they're currently on, Racemates, Neanderthal with the front headlamps on, is now going to be coming through and putting a few laps on a number of folks. I just didn't see there down in 24th position, Farrell, who's down in 24th. Juan Farrell, who's still well and truly, I think, in this race. But yeah, only this next lap left to go.
Well, let's have a look. See now, the guys are out there on their last lap. This is the final lap, and we're going to pick up the leader as he makes his way through the kink. Through the kink, heading towards turn number 3. This is the last lap, and that's your leader making his way out of turn number 3, and that is NDT Racing's Racemace himself, Neanderthal, working his way now towards turn number 4. This is the last lap, the checkered flag. He's been ready here as he makes his way down the back straight. Lights are blazing there on that Nissan Skyline. Right behind him in second place is Joshua Dolacek. Behind Dolacek in third is Mansour Parker as they work their way. Jess Huggett will be the next man going down the main straight as that group works its way out of turn 5. Out of Pertamina Fostron towards a checkered flag, and Byron, bring them home. Here comes your winner. Lights are blazing.
Neanderthal takes victory in the Nissan Skyline ahead of Joshua Dolacek's BMW. Mansour Parker in third position with Jess Huggett coming home fourth in the VW Jetta. Then the first of the Class B runners, Smith, in fifth.
Oh, Jess Huggett just crossing the line here. Here comes Shane Smith towards us under the City of Cape Town Bridge, and he will win Class B. Then behind him, cruising across the line, is Bruce Meyer. And I think Meyer is on the lead lap, yes. And then Paul Minnick will finish third in that class. Then we will see JP Share. He's the first man home in Class C. Right behind him in Class C will be Noel Stander. And then we wait for the rest of them. Trappies van Tonde had a horror show out here. Here comes Stephen Goos. And right behind Stephen Goos is the Silver Dream Machine of Eugene Gaspery. Well, great stuff out there in the Thermofires and Bry Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars. Well, that's a replay of Andre Diedrichs hitting that tire wall, bang, on the exit of turn 3 interceptor corner on the inside. That's, I was still on the microphone when that happened, and that is the Golf of Andre Diedrichs, the 73 car. As that is Bruce Meyer going through the shot there. And there on the top of the screen you see Diedrichs putting himself away rather heavily there. And I must say, looking out the commentary box window, the marshals are there and the safety vehicles are on that crash site of the Diedrichs car, and they're just busy sorting out that situation. Right, so up next will be the Rally V8 Masters and the Caltron Formula Supercars. And after that will be the Parbar VW Challenge.
Hey, can you...
Yeah, we've got the likes of Gary Thompson, Stuart Spooner, Dennis Dijk, Nian Latoy, Rico Barlows out there, Andrew Moffat as well. So could make for some good racing. Nice to see the likes of Rico Barlow finding himself in a car again. So he obviously prepped the car for this race. We'll have a look, see how this all pans out. It should be quite a good race. I reckon that the Mustangs will be mixing it up with the supercars pretty early. They are a little bit quicker than they used to be.
Big thanks to Pirelli. They are on board for the V8 Supercars, and a big thank you to Ryan Catt of Keltron for the sponsorship of the Formula Supercars. Makita Power Tools sponsored them for many years, did Makita, and we want to say a big thanks to them. They were on board for decades, so thanks for all that they did for supercars. But it's now a new sponsor and a new era, and it's Ryan Catt of Keltron that now sponsors the Formula Supercars.
Well, Frankie, I'm looking around. There's a little bit of light precipitation around.
I noticed, yeah.
We're just hoping that it sort of abates, because it doesn't bode well for two wheels.
Well, according to the weatherman, it's supposed to be cloudy and overcast the whole day with no rain. Let's hope that this few drops is going to be the beginning and the end of it.
Well, I'm looking at Bloberg Hill. I see it's now opened up a bit, so that bodes well for the weather.
The top of Table Mountain was gone for a while as well. Now I can see that, and the cloud cover is getting a little bit higher. That's always a good sign.
And the flight's ready to taxi on runway 19.
Right, so the Pirelli V8 Masters come through, and it is Marcel Angel and Mark Ridgway that are on the front row of the grid. Then Sean Moore rolling up into that third position, and then coming through now is Barry Ingle in that 22 car. That's the first four cars. I see Roy Campos of a Campos Transport busy making his way through as well, and he'll be there in that fifth position. And that's the first 5 gold class cars out there on the grid.
We've also got the likes of Cornell, Jason Ibbotson out there, Menno Parsons, Mike Brooks. They're all out there today. It's a nice full field. Nice to see Roy Campos all the way down from Johannesburg to come and race with us. Always good to have him in our midst. I don't see the Shredder car, and I don't see which other car we're missing?
Tafani,
Fabio Tafani.
No, they're not here, unfortunately.
Yeah. So all eyes there. Nice to have Marcel back on the front row there, together with Mark Ridgway from Getworth Motor Cars. Sean Moore, odds-on favourite here, very quick. We know Sean's quick. Roy Campos will want to stick his nose in there, so keep an eye on Roy. Then the rest of the cars up behind him, the likes of Jason Everton, Menno Parsons, Mike Brooks, they'll all want to bang it in nice and hard. Right, so they roll off up behind the pace car and make their way down towards the number 1.
I love to see those supercars not too far behind them. There's Brooks, there's the 17 going through. There's Gary Thompson, and the rest of the field just worked their way through. Dennis Gedik in that 9 car, also busy making his way through. He's currently at the back there of the V8 Masters, and Neon Detoy is the man that leads the 3, 4, 5, 6. There's about 6 supercars. Initially 9 of them entered, but we've got 6 of them out there, which is good. At least we've got the supercars back out on track again, and that's the most important thing for sure. So as Marcel Angel leads him through the kink, the safety car, you'll just see the safety car in the distance making its way out of turn 3, interceptor corner.
Yeah, well, Frankie, I don't want to be the weatherman. I'm just looking at all the telltale signs here in the yonder, because we are somewhat elevated here in the 3rd story of the building, the commentary tower. Having looked there at Bloberg Hill, it seems to be lifting ever so slightly, which bodes well. Cape Town, Table Mountain is also sticking its head out. So I think it's going to be cool. It's a bit hazy. It's going to be a cool weather. You see on screen here on the camera, it looks a little bit sort of murky, to say the least. But nonetheless, that's just because it's facing north. It's getting the brunt of the little bit of weather that came through. But having a look at trackside conditions, the track looks pretty okay. And the APV is weaving around to get some heat into those tyres.
Track temperature will be extremely low.
Extremely low. It's probably around about 15, 16 degrees. So those tyres are going to be nice and hard, so they get some grip. Supercars also weaving a bit coming out of Malmesbury corner, making their way down the back straight. They will also want to get a bit of heat in those tyres. They'll also be on slicks or semi-slicks, so you want full-blown traction. Was going on to turn number 1 at full pace, and you climb onto the brakes, you want that car to start stopping under you.
Right, as they work their way now into turn number 5, into Pertamina Fostron, and pretty soon we will see the lights go on in pit lane. The safety car will move off the circuit. Right, folks, listen to the sound of V8 Rolling Thunder as all these Ford Mustangs work their way under the city of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. Heading into turn number 1, the lights are off and away they go. It's hammer time as they race it down into turn number 1, and it's Marcel Angel. There's a couple of lockups going there into turn number 1, but it's Marcel Angel that comes through. Sean Moore is in second place. We've got a yellow flag. We've got a car in trouble. Francois in turn number 1 already.
Well, the Supercars make their way off the line, but they've got a yellow flag, so they've got to take it a little bit easy as they make their way down there. And Neanderthal, Stuart Spooner off the circuit there. Neanderthal working there through there, making their way out of turn number 1 up towards Quarry Corner.
But the V8s are heading out of turn number 3, out of Interceptor Corner, and it is Marcel Angel from Sean Moore in that second position. Mark Ridgway is in that third place as they work their way through turn number 4. Out of turn 4, Malmesbury down the back main. It is Angel, it is Moore, Ridgway. Then behind them, it is Roy Campos. Barry Ingle is in there as well. He's been hassled there as they race down into turn number 5. Let's just have a look, see who's in there behind him. It is Carl Nell that is in there behind him as they work their way through turn number 5 out of Pertamina Fostron.
Well, the Supercars going pretty slowly. Hold up. Oh, and one of the cars have gone off. One of the Supercars have gone off in turn 5. It's car number 11. That's Reino Pence. Reino Pence off the circuit. The tricky underfoot conditions catching him out as the leaders of the Supercars come out of turn number 5 and make their way up towards the line.
Right, so watch these big old V8s working their way through the kink now into turn number 3, into Interceptor Corner. It's as quick as it gets when they go between turn 4 and 5 and between 5 and 1. Out of Interceptor they come now. Down the back main is that Neanderthal that's slowing down going into turn number 1. It looks like it, but we go back to the V8s that's heading out of turn 4. Down the back main they go, and up front it is Marcel Angel with the Ridgway. Then it is, Moore, then Ridgway, then Campos, then Ingle, then Nell, followed there by Jason Ibbotson, and then right behind Ibbotson it is the 69 of Benno Parsons as they work their way into turn 5 Fostron.
Well, Stuart Spooner back on the circuit with his APV, but leading out there now. Oh, and massive smoke going down into 5. Some big smoke going into 5. They're all posted on 16s at the moment, but in the Supercars, we have to go inside from Rico Bala, Glenn Phillips, seen the Mons in there as well. Then Reino Pence off and as well. Moffat also not on the circuit. So now one of the APVs working their way through. I think that is Spooner.
Well, going back down to turn number 5, Foster, look at all those Supercars that are heading into turn 5. That's quite a few of them that's making their way out of turn 5 now. Yes, they've been caught by a couple of those Ford Mustangs already, but it's a heck of a fight in the Supercars that is coming down towards us now. Never mind that Mustang you see on your screen. Look behind that Mustang. All these Opel Astra Flexis, 2-litre XL Opel motors in them, 4 of them nose to tail as they head down into turn number 1. And it is Barlow, DeToy, Phillips, and Damon that is in there as they work their way. That is Yassine Damon. But it is brilliant stuff out there by these Supercars. All 4 of them nose to tail heading into turn 2.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Reino Pence out there, Craig Hume running there, but Marcel Angel still leading out there from Sean Moore. Roy Campos down in 4. He works his way through up behind Campos, Barry Ingle, Wayne Carnell, Jason Evertson, Dennis Parsons, Humes in there, and then Brooks, Thompson, and then Spooner.
Yeah, and where are those supercars trying to pick them up? They should be making their way through.
Oh, Frankie, look here on the outside, going outside of Quarry. We've got Sean Moore up on the inside of Marcel Angel, going down Interceptor. That one is going to bode quite exciting later on.
Yeah, well, let's stick with that one as the V8s go up the Tiger Big Straight now towards turn number 4. Into turn 4, Moms, where they go now, and these guys are absolutely nose to tail on the gloom of your screen. Down the back lane they go. Marcel Angel, Sean Moore, and Mark Ridgway. The three of them are just bombing it down that back main, and not far behind them we've got Roy Campos, and right behind Campos is the 22 of Barry Ingle.
Oh, Sean Moore sliding in the back end in front of Marcel Angel. Angel taps him and Ridgway's there with him. It's getting very exciting. These guys are really on the ragged edge, but Sean Moore takes the lead, and he's going to pick up a slow car. It's a supercar getting a big flag there. He's going to have to hold his line and gain out his outside there, Sean Moore. I see Sean Moore.
Well, keep an eye on the supercars that are going into turn number 2. 4 of them nose to tail. Oh, and a diamond just got lost slightly there as those supercars come through. Glenn Phillips, he's right there with them as well, but it's a massive fight here between Rico Barlow and Leon Toy as they work their way through Interceptor corner. Those 4 supercars are still right there with him, and it looks to me through the window as if it is Leon Toy that's got his nose up front. We'll just get confirmation when I can see them out the back window. It is indeed. It is the Toy that sits out in P1, then it's Barlow that's second, then it's Glenn Phillips in third, and fourth is Yassine Damon.
All right, so that's the tail of the supercars.
The head of the supercars.
Yeah, so leading out still, Sean Moore over Marcel Angel, Mark Ridgway, Roy Campos a little bit further back. Roy trying to reel them in, going down into Patamina Fostron corner. He's late on the brakes. He dives there into turn number 5. He's just behind those 3 in picture as they work their way out. In the green car there, Sean Moore up behind him, Marcel Angel, Mark Ridgway in the Getworth sponsored car. Roy Campos, the Campos Transport V8 as he works his way through, and then Barry Ingle working his way up over the line in the sponsored V8 Masters.
Well, Kelly, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th in the supercars are about to be caught by your overall V8 Master leaders as you see them on screen into turn number 2. Now Damon is going to be, oh, and there's problems. Was he tapped? Did he lose it on his own, or was he tapped there by Sean Moore? That, of course, we won't know from this part of the world where we are in the commentary box. But Damon is in big trouble. Now, the guys that are sitting, the leading group, so to speak, or basically 2nd and 3rd in the supercars going into turn 4, is being overtaken now by your race leaders in the V8s. Now they're going to have to keep out the way because here comes, oh, look how quick these things are. Down, they dissect these supercars down the back main, Francois, as the leading trio of V8s have now overtaken the leading group of the Keltron Formula supercars.
Unfortunately, the blue flag's waving. It's unsettling the supercars, but these V8s come thundering through. Neandertoid up the main straight under the Porsche bridge here. Here's Sean Moore up alongside Marcel Angel is Mark Ridgway. They make their way down towards turn number 1. And Ridgway squeezes through on Angel. He won't be too happy about that. They dive in front of Neandertoid. Neandertoid very accustomed to that kind of racing. But keep an eye on Mark Ridgway. He's now trying to chase down Sean Moore. Moore leads out up into Quarry. And Marcel Angel looking to go on the outside of Mark Ridgway. It's not the right place to be on that circuit. A little bit of dirty stuff there. A little bit of rubbing his racing there from Marcel Angel as he nudges the back end there of Ridgway. But Ridgway not too worried about that as Sean Moore still leads up.
Now coming out of turn 3 Interceptor corner. That is 1st, 2nd and 3rd in class and overall in the APV Ford Mustangs. The Pirelli V8 Masters working their way out of turn number 4. Down the back main they go. It is Moore that's in P1, Ridgway 2nd. Marcel Angel is there in 3rd position, and right on his heels in P4 is the Campos Transport outfit, number 29 of Roy Campos. as those first 4 cars work their way out of turn 5 out of Fostron.
Marcel running a little bit wide and losing touch there with Mark Ridgway, and that brings Rui Campos right into it. So Rui Campos is now up behind Marcel Angel, and he's going to hone in. He misses up on the back of that car, and he'll try and draft him down towards turn number 1 and into holes. And Rui comes right up there behind Marcel Angel. Campos transport orange and black car. He's got his foot firmly stuck in the corner of the floorboard, and he's pressing hard to Rayleigh Marcel. Still, it's Sean Moore leading out over Mark Ridgway. They into correct corner there on screen. You can see Rui Campos coming up behind Marcel Angel. Marcel's going to be under threat. We have got 1 lap to go, so this is the final ditch effort.
Well, I'm just going to pick up on those supercars, because that lovely 4-way dice that we had has now been blown apart when those V8s came through them. So what I can tell you is that Neander Toy is still sitting out there in P1, and then that fight for second and third in the supercars is working its way now into turn 3, into Interceptor corner, and that will be Rico Barlow and Glenn Phillips. That's second and third, that's busy making their way up into turn number 4 now as they make their way around. But the checkered flag is being readied here for your overall race leader, Francois.
Right, Sean Moore coming towards the line. Looks like he's done enough. He punches the air outside the car. He says, I did it. Mark Ridgway in second. Marcel Angel just gets ahead there of Rui Campos as they cross the line and make their way towards the holes. Brilliant racing there. Coming up over the line, it's going to be Barry Ingle. He'll be followed by Carl Nell, and then Jason Albertson, followed by Menno Parsons, and then Neander Toy crossing the line. He leads out in the supercars, which is not too bad. Coming up then across the line is Dennis Kadik, Rico Barlow, Mike Brooks. They all cross the line. So fantastic racing out of both the V8s and the supercars.
Yeah, Neander Toy won the supercars. Glenn Phillips beat Drummond to the line by about 2 laps, and problems out there for Rico Barlow. Rainer Pence, well, he didn't finish that one. As a matter of fact, he had trouble way in the beginning. So, not Darman, sorry, it's the Toy, Phillips and Barlow. That's why they finished first, second and third. Remember that Darman had a problem in turn number 2. I'm not sure if he was tapped in by one of the V8 Masters or not. But in the supercars, it's the Toy, Phillips and Barlow. They are the first 3 cars across the line. Gold class was won by Sean Moore from Mark Ridgway from Marcel Angel, and the silver is Carl Nell from Menno Parsons from Dennis Gaiduk. Right, that was race number 1 for the Pirelli V8 Masters and the Keltron Formula Supercars. Well, that's the lockup in the beginning going into turn number 1, and that was Stuart Spooner that had trouble out there with that 55 Ford Mustang of his, and that's a replay that you see on your screen there of that one, and that's as the lights went off. That's at 55 car standing, and then of course you see the supercars making their way off the line. And that's also problems out there for one of the supercars. It was the number 11 car, that's DJ Boyson, that had trouble out there. Remember, DJ just ran the opening race of the day in the Formula Libras in Class S, and that was him having trouble out there with the number 11 supercar. So to the folks around the track, you won't know what we're talking about now. We're talking about the replays for the people watching this production back at home, brought to you by IMUSAT. To everybody that is watching this production, wherever you are in the country or in the world, remember we're going out live worldwide with the feed. So enjoy it with us right here in Cape Town, a cold Cape Town, from Killarney International Raceway, the home of the Western Province Motor Club.
So, Jesse, I'm going to give this over to you. I'm sure you've had many interviews in the past, but how was the Clubman's race, first race of the day done for Team Clubman's? How did it go?
Well, the race was good. Up front, they were having a good race, but I couldn't get to them. So I was just watching it as much as I could. My car went right till the end, and suddenly, as I slowed down to stop, the noise in the motor.
Yeah, I see the guys are working furiously on the car here.
Yeah.
But I mean, other than that, up until the flag, the car was fine.
Perfect. It was 100%. Yeah, I don't know what's let go.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not bearings or something. The oil pressure is perfect. So I'm just trying to see if the cam maybe turned
a tooth or something. Yeah, maybe jumped the tooth.
Just on the gear.
I remember the last race meeting that you had an issue with the gearbox.
The clutch, yes.
Was the clutch, and you guys replaced the clutch.
Yes.
And do you think you guys are going to get it sorted out now this time around with the motor being hurt?
I don't think so. If I don't see a problem, I'm not going to try. I'm going to leave it.
How was the track out there this morning?
The track was nice, but at times it felt a bit slippery. I don't know if there was a bit of oil on it or something, but
okay.
But it was good fun.
I saw you had a good time with the E30. Both E30s actually, Mansfield Parker and of course Zak Groenewold's new car. A lot of power underneath those cars, but your little four-cylinder keeping up with him.
No, look, it's battling a bit. They are so much quicker down the straight, and Zak was just playing.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know what we're going to do, but
it's turbo time. It's turbo time.
But actually, you've had this motor in for quite some time. I stand corrected. 20 valve. Normally aspirated.
That's right, yes.
And what sort of power are you making roughly?
About 5 years ago it was 176, so I've got no idea now.
176?
Yeah.
And that's reliable power. I mean, this car's been running for a few years.
They've built a good motor there.
Yeah.
It's not the strongest, but it's reliable, and that's what counts.
And it's obviously, it's throttle-fed motor, it's, you know, and running on 13s. This car must handle very nicely, Ernest.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it handles very well.
Yeah. And your name with the Jetta sort of goes together. You know, Group N, Sat Car, Jesse Haggard and the Jetta. The two J's go together very well.
They go very well.
So it's good to see you. Hopefully you guys get the car sorted out and then you guys will be back for the second race.
No, we'll try, definitely.
If you need a spare motor, I'm sure there's a BM motor because there's lots of BMs out here today.
As long as it's got a turbo.
All the best, Uncle Jess.
That was Jesse Haggard, the man himself. Hopefully back in the second heat, but doesn't look like it at this stage.
And noise in the motor, those are always things that you actually don't know, you know. I mean, we saw him getting towed back, which is not a good thing. You know, it's not a good thing. Hopefully he can get the car sorted out. Clubman's race was a race to be held.
It was a good one. I was enjoying it until they black flagged the BM. I've seen that BM side. They've seen that BM side was everywhere in the circuit. That was done through the whole course. And hopefully he'll be back. The car still on semi-slicks and doing 22s.
We're going to try to grab an interview with him a little bit later. That 43 car, he happens to have the same. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's a good number.
It's a good number. It's a fast number. But he just built that car.
Yeah.
And that car was, I think he started at the back of the grid. And he just, by the second or third lap, he blasted past everybody. The car's got a lot of power.
350 kilowatts, they say.
He mentioned that he was struggling with the brakes. And then, of course, his biggest issue was traction.
Yeah.
I mean,
which we saw. Which we all saw. Some fantastic cars driving past here. There's a little Triumph going through here as well. Plenty cars to see here at Killarney Raceway. So if you want to come pull in, it's not just the cars racing, it's also the cars in the pit lane.
Classic cars. I mean, we're 4 races into it. The day has still got the whole day ahead.
Yeah.
So you're most welcome. The air is still beautiful. It's still lovely to be here. So pull in.
Yeah. We'll see you guys soon.
See you guys later.
Okay.
Cut.
I think we should do the...
studio machine, Mussolini. It's the FSS International car, and remember, all of them are the Polos out on the circuit, and Polo 6.
It's amazing. I'm just going through the entry list here in the Paybar VW Challenge, and as you say, Byron, there's not one Golf out there on the circuit. They are all Volkswagen Polo products that is out there, and they're all the Polo hatches. There's not one Polo Classic out there neither. It's all the Polo hatches out on track.
Yeah, now you mention it, Frankie. Yeah, we have Vivos, we have Sixes, we have everything out there.
Yeah.
As far as a Polo is concerned, yes.
Right, so let's. This is going to be hard. This is going to be as hard as nails. You need to stand up around this track wherever you find yourself. If you find yourself at home, that's going to be brilliant stuff. Frank Guinness and Byron Knight, Mike Side for the Paybar VW Challenge. Umpi Swart and ex-Cape Townian Stian Krill is on the front row of the grid. Then it's Rory Atkinson that is in that third position in the BHIT Bulk Logistics Polo. Then on his outside, it's the number 4 of Wayne Masters. Well, it says Wayne Masters on my program here. It's not Wayne Masters' name on the door, but we'll have a look-see. It is Wayne Masters' name, so never mind what's on the door of the car. It is Wayne Masters in there. Then we got Dylan Jabert from Cape Town. He is in there in that 5th position. And then we have got the 38 car in there. That's there on his outside. That is Nathan Victor. Well, yes, the Summit Racing, that's Nathan Victor, that's for sure. Then we've got Marco Busi, and on his outside is a 34 of Kai van Sail. Man, that's going to be as hard as it gets. And let me tell you something, this is a classic for those people watching in country. North versus South Challenge. Like you would say, Byron, in the old days, Western Province versus Transvaal. That's basically, but this is not rugby, this is racing.
And just to mention as well, the top 5 Cape Town runners, all represented there by Tiny's Pit Box. Emil Tiny Brunt, who does the radio work with us up here in the commentary box. And let me tell you one thing, it's going to be something to see now. There's a little bit of organizing to go on over there. You know, it's like moving the, shuffling your garage around or moving the furniture around a little bit just to make sure that everybody is in the right place. The number 39 of Yuri Swart on pole position, Stian Krill, Rory Atkinson and Wayne Masters will share row 2. Dylan Joubert, Nathan Victor will be row 3, and then Marco Busi and Kai van Sail. So many Cape Townians in that top 8 already.
Well, I'll tell you what, then I also see Bevan Masters, and on his outside is Colin Meader. So the Cape Town boys are all in that front group, and in between them are all the drivers from the northern regions that are in there. It's going to be war, boys. It's VPT and Transvaal. Here we go, back. Except it's not a rugby ball. It is hardcore racing, and the lights go off, and away we go. And it's a lovely start there by Stian Krill. And as they race down into turn number 1, Gavin Ross is right in there as well. As they race down into turn number 1, look at all these polos working their way. The next group of cars are busy making their way off the line already. As we see them head down into turn number 2. And it is Yuri Smart that sits out there in P1, and right on his heels there is the Kamikaze kid, Stian Krill.
Well, I'm going to say one thing here, there's yellow flags waving.
Victor is muscling his way through. He wants to come through there. The Cape Town boys are in for a fight here as they want to get their noses through. It's a hell of a fight, Byron, going into turn 3, Interceptor, but we knew this is going to happen.
Well, they all filter through that section. Actually, it's a very clean start from everybody, considering so many cars. And just as I say that, Frankie, there's a few cars going farming in turn 2.
Yeah, that second group of cars that got off the line, will get them now. They are all gone. There could be classes B and C together, and the Class A drivers are busy just bombing down the back main. It is Class A was released, and then Class B and C was let off the line a couple of seconds after the Class A cars.
Somebody's gone off, and that's a big accident that's gone into the wall at Fastron Corner, Frankie. Nathan Victor is off. Nathan Victor is into the wall. Could we have ourselves a red flag?
Well, I don't quite know. That's a massive accident. I just saw the tail end of that accident. The marshals are running towards that car. I didn't see the whole accident, but it was pretty big. Going down there into turn number 5. And we'll have to wait and see exactly what's going to happen. There's been no movement by any of the officials yet. So we'll have a look and see what's happening. So, as they go down into turn number 2, let's just calm it all down now. Coming out of turn number 2, it is Umbiswar and Stian Krill. Then it is Rory Atkinson. That is there in that 3rd position. Right behind him, we've got the number 4 car of Wayne Masters. As
double wave yellows are waving in turn 1 there, Frankie. Number 5, and I'm just going to take a look down the list at who number Cruiser. Elna Cruiser is off of the circuit. I see there's a car parked over here on the main straight as well alongside the Dievaltron is out of the race. Yellow flags will still be waving down in turn 5. And I think what happens is it would be great to hear if the driver is out of the car there as well. Somebody's smoking as they come out of Pertamina Fostron.
Well, it's all happening out there. Down the back main, we'll pick up these cars going down there, but let's have a look what's happening up front. Down the main straight, here we go. Into turn number 1, it is Umbiswat from Stian Krill. Then it is Rory Atkinson, he's got Wayne Masters. Right behind his case as they head into turn number 1. Marco Busi, Dylan Jabir, Colomida, Kai van Sail, they're all in that fight there behind that 4th place guy. Heading down into turn number, actually behind the 5th place, as they race down into turn number 2. We'll keep an eye on, this is the Class A cars. We'll get to the Class B cars a bit later on as they work their way through the kink. That's a fight for 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th going through the kink because the 2 leaders are making their way out of Interceptor Corner already, heading up the Tigerberg straight towards turn 4. But it's a lovely, lovely fight there. I think it's Masters that's now gone up into 2nd. Sorry, 3rd. Atkinson's dropped down into that 4th position. Then it's Wayne Masters that is right in there with him. We'll just have a look-see because it's very... No, a lie. It is Busi. And behind Busi is the 44 on the missile lock there on Busi. And that is Cape Town's Dylan Jabir.
Oh, Frankie, that's going to still cancel out that area for a pass as well. Pertamina Fastron because the yellow flags are still waving in that section. A change in surface flag is there being held out for turn 1 holds hook. So oil has most likely been left in that part of the circuit. Just looking a little bit further down, of course, Swart leads from Steelfield. We've seen a fastest lap time for 125, 137. Just going a little bit further down, I'll try and get you the class leaders at the moment. It'll be Pretorius, the number 70 car that will find himself there at the moment in the lead in Class B.
Well, let's go back to that fight, heading down into turn number 2. And this is that leading bunch of cars. It's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's about 12 of them. As you can the 2 that's broken away at the sharp end of the field. And it is Yuri Umpiswar from Stian Krill in that 2nd position. Then we have got Wayne Masters sitting out there in 3rd. Atkinson's dropping down the field as a matter of fact because behind Masters now it's Marco Busi. Marco Busi sits in there behind Wayne Masters. Then it's Rory Atkinson. Then behind Atkinson as they work their way through turn number 4. Behind Atkinson, we have got Dylan Jabir. Behind Dylan Jabir is Colomida. Then we've got Kai van Sail. And then we've got the number 9 car in there. That is Bevan Masters.
Just looking at this Class B, of course, it's now the 70 of Anthony Pretorius that is ahead of Hannes Skeppers and Jacques Hayes. Then going a little bit further down into Class C, that will be Ian Walker that currently leads ahead of Pierluigi Mussolini as now we come to the line and start yet another lap. 4 more laps left to go. Uniswart still leads the way ahead of Stian Kiel. 3 tenths in a second between the 2 of them as Wayne Masters holds up that 3rd position ahead of Marco Busi.
Well, we are our leaders. There they go. The overall leaders making their way into turn number 2, and it's only 2 of them. And it is a Cape Townian versus an ex-Cape Townian. It is Umpiswart versus Stian Krill working their way through the kink, but look what's coming in there behind them. Look at this dogfight. It is Wayne Masters behind him, it's Marco Busi behind him, it's Rory Atkinson. With Dylan Jabir right on his heels there, followed there by Colomida. Kai van Sail is in there, followed there by Bevan Masters. That is a hell of a fight. That is working its way through turn number 4, Malmesbury Sweep.
Well, The leaders will be making their way down, towards the back straight, towards Pertamina, Fastron. And, like I said, 4 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on. And this has been some heavy racing over here as well. Now, Yuri Swart from Stian Kriel, Wayne Masters and Marco Busi. Like I said there as well, it is Pretorius ahead of Skeppers in Class B. And then all the way down in Class C, we had a real nice little battle over there. Bit of dirt being kicked up now on the exit of the Turn 5 as they go through the King Class, the old bus stop chicane. And then to start another lap here as I saw them go across the line right now. Marco Busi up into 3rd position. Rory Atkinson down into 4th. Wayne Masters is now 5th position.
Well, let's have a look and see. Out of turn number 1 they come now. The 2 leaders are going into turn number 2. That's Yuri Swart and Stian Kriel. But then look at this tail that's coming in there behind them. Marco Busi is chucking that thing around coming out of turn number 2. Rory Atkinson is right in there behind him. He's got his nose ahead there of the Wayne Masters. Then behind them it's Colin Meader, Dylan Jabber, Kai van Zyl is in there as well. Then it looks like it is Bevan Masters and Valdi Mankies. He's also now beginning to show his nose in that 88. So Valdi Mankies not too far behind their group, making its way through turn 4.
Well, they'll go through now the double apex right-hander at turn 4. Down the straight as they go then, and then now it will be coming into the penultimate lap of the race. That lovely battle between Busi, Atkinson and Masters. Masters in there, one of the visiting drivers as well, really amongst the Cape Townians. And what happens is that the Joburgers really want to show their mettle here, because what happens is they want to come over and show Cape Townians how it is up there. And yeah, they run to the line now once more. It'll be 2 more laps left to go as they cross the line now. Swart still leads from Kriel, 1.9 seconds. He's opened up the gap.
Right, they start their penultimate lap. Where are they now? There they come out at turn number 1. And Swart says, this is my lounge. This is my bad playground. You don't come and beat me here. I don't care that you're ex-Cape Townian. He doesn't classify him as hometown boy no more. As he's now pulling the pin there. We've got a challenge. I think it's a slower car that's just keeping out the way there, because 3rd place still belongs to Marco Busi, Rory Atkinson, Wayne Masters coming through. And it's a lovely fight. Kai van Zyl, I think, has got his nose ahead. Or is it Meader? No, it's Meader. Then we have got the Dylan Jabber in that fight. We've got that back marker that's just been overtaken there. Van Zyl goes through as well. And then in there behind Van Zyl is the number 9 of Bevan Masters.
Down the back straight once more we go. The curved back straight here at Killarney. And then it will be now 1 more lap left to go. When they cross the line now, Yuri Swart, of course, was 1.9 seconds between himself and Stian Kriel. I don't know if he's been able to react there, Stian Kriel, over the last lap. Remember, it's still quite cool conditions over here. Early on, we had a few guys trying to switch the tyres on quite nicely over there. Trying to switch the tyres on, but they couldn't really do much. And across the line they do run now. It is 3 seconds between them. So Yuri Swart basically has edged it away. Marco Busi in that 3rd place. Kai van Zyl just crosses the line now ahead of Bevan Masters. Golden Mankies will come across in 10th position. Then Rosie Harris. And then Derek Smallberger before we start getting now to the Class B of Anthony Pretorius. But it looks like Hannes Skeppers has made his way ahead into the lead of the class.
Last lap now as they go through the kink. The leaders are making their way through the kink into turn 3 interceptor corner. There's a half a lap left for Yuri Swart. You're going to come into my lounge and try and beat us. Yuri Swart says no ways. He's ripped them apart as Yuri Swart as he works his way out of turn number 4. Making his way down the back main. Summit Racing, Yuri Swart down the back main. And it'll be a victory for Western Province. Stian Kriel is in 2nd place. Then in 3rd, another Cape Townian. That is Marco Busi. But Byron, bring him home to the checkered flag. Race leader, Yuri Swart.
Well, Umpi, let me tell you one thing as well. It was close in the beginning, but we wait for him and watch for him. The checkered flag will be out. And then what happens is he will come to the line then and take a very popular victory over here as the first Cape Townian home as well. Stian Kriel will run to the line 3.6 seconds further back, of course. Then Boosie in third position. Atkinson will take fourth, and Masters in the fifth position ahead of Colin Meader in sixth position. Guy van Zyl up into seventh. He finishes Dylan Jabir, Bevan Masters and Valdo Mankies.
Yeah, Mankies crosses the line, and then right behind him is Raziel Harris, and then the number 55 of Charles Smallberger. What a race out there. And then Sam Dale will be home in that 13th position, and then behind him will be Mike Baglia making his way across the line. Those first 13 cars are all Class A, and then Byron, your Class B cars.
Anna Skeepers will come home winner ahead of Anthony Pretorius.
Yeah, and then coming through then behind them will be Ethan Kutsia, finishing there in that third position. And then Jacques Haynes.
Jacques Hayes actually beat him to the line, Frankie. As we spoke.
As we spoke, I saw a change on the leaderboard. Pretorius, Hayes, then Kutsia, and then Kasha Naidu will finish fifth there in that class. And pity there was trouble out there for Gavin Ross.
Yeah, he finishes just behind that group there, Frankie, in 20th.
He's also one of the main role players in Class A, is Gavin Ross, but he had trouble out there with that number 6 car of his. Wow, well, brilliant stuff. People around Killarney, give them a round of applause to all our drivers from Cape Town and all the drivers from the Inland Championship. It is lovely, as I said, to have them here, and what a show they put up for us here at Killarney International, and we will see them after lunch once again. Wow, man, that's brilliant stuff.
Just quickly, Frankie, sorry there. Class C was Ian Walker, won Class C by 1.6 seconds ahead of Pierluigi Mussolini there, and then Mark Castle in the C class as well. Third place in number 99 C ahead of Philip Cruiser.
Well, a big thanks there to Byron for picking up on classes B and classes C, because up front there was a 12-way dice for the lead, and that was all Class A drivers. Awesome stuff. Now I think we're going to take, I think Byron and myself need, as Martin Brundle would say, we need a lie down now in a dark room. But it doesn't end, because now it gets even bigger. The boys out there on the 2 wheels.
Yeah, as Frankie says, 2-wheel riding about to come up in the Super Twin Cup and the Super Sport 300s. The track a little bit cold, should make for you some interesting racing as the riders will go out and, well, try and find the favourable part of the circuit just arrive. It was an exciting paybar challenge. I watched that. Brilliant stuff there from the Cape Townian boys. Stian Kriel putting it in there in second behind Yuri. But Stian sort of lagging towards the end. Yuri just upducked and disappeared down the front end.
Yeah, I think in that second part of the race, I think he really just packed it all up and just said, okay, I'm out of here now. And Stian Kriel doing a valiant effort, though. Of course, what we call the former Cape Townian, but he's also been racing quite a bit over the last few years, up country. And yeah, Boosie and Atkinson. So some exciting racing over there, and always the great news is we get to do that a little bit later on again. But now, bike boys.
Yeah, the quickies, and out there on pole position, Slade van Niekerk, alongside him Tristan Pinault, Jason Lineker and Gerard Visser. Andre Calvert with Ryan Kutsia, then Mitch Robinson, Nicholas Hutchins, Adrian Solomon, Jared Butler, Raymond Alexander, Brad Hutchins, Stavro Michael, Andrew Lindbergh, Torren Wainwright and Peter Hill make up the field. On screen there you see all the paybar cars going back into pit lane. Lovely to have these boys from up north come visit us. We always welcome them with open arms, and nice to see our guys up there not so long ago. I know Mark Kabusi was up there, and he raced with the boys. It was his birthday present, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Nathan Victor going off in turn 5. That car looking a little bit dilapidated and worse for wear. I hope Nathan's okay. Either a little bit of throttle got stuck there, or possibly a bit of brake failure, because he went down it, hurtling at an immense speed down into turn 5, Patamina Fastron, veered the car around, and he hit the tyre barrier, and the car actually bounced up there. I think he thought it was going to flip over, but managed to land back on its wheels.
Well, Francie, what you guys were talking about earlier on before I give the mic back to Byron about Stian Kriel. A lot of people won't know that he started his motor racing, Tiny will know, in oval track racing in the 1660s, and he had his very first event ever at what was then known as Race Smoky Speedway at the Klein Plasie Showgrounds. And that's where he got his nickname from, the Kamikaze Kid, because it was either I'm going to come first or it's you're going to put me 6 feet underground, that type of thing, because he was completely wild. And that's when Gary and myself excuse me, gave him the nickname of the Kamikaze Kid. And in the one corner that's known as the Wyntuin corner, when we have the show, the Worcester show there was rugby poles on the field, and he almost took out the rugby poles, and luckily never, and actually won that race on debut. And that's how he started, and that's where the nickname the Kamikaze Kid comes from, and it's stuck by Stian Kriel since back in the day.
Yeah, so quite a bit of cleanup there first to do, Francois, and yeah, they're coming down there towards Pertamina Fast Run, about 230 kph, and the deceleration on that point, of course, you have no brakes there. You're going to know it.
Yeah, look, I didn't even see brakes back. I just saw him put the car in the sand and then swing it around, and he banged into the tyre wall. So that car's obviously been done a bit of damage, and I think that's basically Nathan Victor's day called. I doubt he'll come back from that one. I wouldn't mind if he did, because he was doing exceptionally well. But unfortunately, yeah, he went off there at an alarming speed, crashed into the tyre barrier, and I had a look now as the camera panned past it, quite a substantial amount of damage. So I think it's going to be a bit of a problem to repair that. Possibly the wheels taking a bit of a knock too, so it'll put out wheel alignment, shock stability, all that kind of thing. We'll just have a look, see how that one plays forward. But in the meantime, there's a bit of a track cleanup, and up next, the Bridgestone Super Twin Cup and SSP 300 race. Well, we've got a couple of names back here, likes of Gerard Visser, Andre Calvert's in there, Nicholas Hutchins, Adrian Solomon, Jared Butler, be a fine form there. Raymond Alexander, Brad Hutchins, Andrew Liebenberg, Torren Wainwright, Peter Hill. They're all in there in the 300 class. I think it's going to make for some exciting racing, and we're going to have a bit of fun out there. Just after them, the South Superbikes, the SPK Challenge and the Masters Challenge will be out. Then the Lauda Classic cars and fine cars, and then Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GT before our luncheon break, which on the fan walk is going to be the Paybar Challenge, the GTIs. They're going to be on the fan walk. I think it'll be pretty interesting to go and say hi to the guys there. I might make my way down, go say hello to old Stian. Nice to have him down in Cape Town, and Yuri and the boys, and just go and have a chat there, see what's going down. So we're looking forward to a very fine day's racing. It's nice and cool. I won't say cold at Killarney. Folks gritting their teeth and all the rest. But we look forward to a nice day's racing, and hopefully we're still going to have a lot of fun today.
Oh, it's the best way to keep you warm, Francois, is some racing, a cup of coffee, and a nice jacket, you know, that you can put on. Hopefully you're all keeping warm out there. I know a lot of folks on the embankment coming there in their various motor cars and all, you know.
Yeah, but it's lunchtime. Can I see no briny?
No, not yet. So no smoke around the circuit.
As
quite yet.
Quite yet. Ons gaan nou braai. So the motorcycle riders waiting for the cleanup to take place down in turn number 5. I see the car going onto the rollback, so that shouldn't be too much longer. They're just setting up the tyre wall down there, getting that sorted out, and soon be on their way, and then the bikes can get rolling. So I know all the motorbikers, the motorcyclists down in their pits, itching to get their bikes out on circuit. Won't be too much longer, and you'll be able to go racing. So just hang in there, keep the tyre warmers on, keep those tyres nice and warm and sticky, and get out when the green light goes on, and take to the circuit. For those folks that have made the pilgrimage here to Killarney today, welcome. Great to have you here with us. To the viewers in and around South Africa and the rest of the world, thank you for affording us the opportunity to invade your private space and bring to you the fantastic racing that it is here at Killarney International Raceway, the home of the Western Province Motor Club. And I'm sure you're going to enjoy it just as much as we are. We'll try not to gabble too much and not bore you stiff. Folks sitting out in the stands there, bearing the cold. So if you're warm, if you've got a blanket or something, a nice warm jacket like Byron said. Don't forget to support all our vendors. The main clubhouse is open. I'm sure that the Bull Bar will be open down under that main grandstand. The Burger Bar Saints Foods across the way from the pits is open. The New Pit Lounge is open, so you've got no excuse. I even think that the Karting's Clubhouse, yes, I can see Karting Clubhouse is also open, so if you're in the middle of the circuit, want to go to the Karting Clubhouse, they're open, so you've got no excuse. Refreshments aplenty and far and wide on the circuit. Well, circuit looking a little bit green. We've had a bit of precipitation around. I see the grass being cut, which actually looks quite nice. So Killarney is starting to try and put its best foot forward. I see the main building has been painted. It's nice and white. So it's also looking exceptional, and we want to thank our sponsors, the likes of Wingfield Motors, City of Cape Town, and all the other associated sponsors for being on board with us here at Killarney International Raceway for the fifth round of the Power Series here on the 9th of July 2022. Right, folks, looks like the bikes are going to come out pretty shortly. Don't forget, or maybe you might not know, on Sundays when the Formula 1 is on, the main club is open. Seth will be hosting Formula 1 Sundays. Fires will be lit, you can come by, the pub's open. So if you want to be in the atmosphere of a race circuit while watching Formula 1, you can come down to the Killarney Clubhouse on a Sunday and come watch the Formula 1. No entrance fee, just come. Right, so just waiting for the final cleanup to take place down in turn 5, and then we'll get the racing underway. In the meantime, throw yourself a warm one, possibly light a fire, have a bit of fun.
Winner of the BW Challenge, Umpi. You've been on the podium before, but this time it's slightly different circumstances.
Yeah, for sure. Look, it was awesome race. So well done to Stian as well for keeping me honest on my home turn. It's always lekker to have someone filling up your mirrors, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we kept the car together. We had a tough day yesterday. Finally got the car right for the race. And yeah, had an okay start. Got a panic a bit, but kept it together.
Yeah, I saw the start was a bit.
But no. To my mechanics and everybody, like honestly, we've been scratching and scratching. Finally, it came right now. Just very happy to deliver.
Yeah.
Everybody, and also that after that race, I'm surprised no bad accidents, no red flags. Obviously,
I saw that accident.
But all good, and well done to Stian, and hopefully the next one we can have another one.
Well, Dexter's got Stian over here to chat to us as well. Congratulations again. Well done on the win.
Well done.
And Stian Kriel, I'm going to hand you over to Dexter Bruce. Stian, welcome back home.
Stian, it's home, but it's also not home. Well done. How was the win? Oh, that was the second place.
Yeah, well, it's a win for the second on track. So, yeah, it was quite fun. We had a good day. Yesterday we had a bit of a struggling day, issues with the gearbox.
Yeah.
It started hampering me again, probably at about lap 6. Sitting nicely with Yuri, just making sure I'm ahead of the Gauteng Oaks to get full points for the weekend. And then the gearbox started giving me issues, but luckily I could just slow the shifts down and it managed to bring it home. Yeah, it's my second time since I left Joburg. Second time since I left Cape Town.
Yeah.
Racing in the last 7 years.
Yeah.
The track feels different, more bumpy, but yeah, I had a job. Oh, it was very nice to see the Cape Town Oaks all race together.
And race 2 coming up just quickly. What are your expectations for race 2?
I hope it rains. Love the rain.
It's Cape Town. This is Cape Town. It's going to rain. All the best.
Cool, thank you.
All right, cheers. Unfortunately, they're covering the bottom of the mic, so it's a bit difficult. But okay, cool. We got it. We got it.
As far as I know, he works for BMW. And, well, I'm seeing quite elated to be back down in Cape Town racing. Right, so the Super Twin Cup and the SSP Supersport 300s, they line up on the grid.
Yeah, a lot of quackers in the field over here as well, especially when you talk about the Super Twin Cup slate for Nikak. The on pole position over there as well. Alongside him will be Tristan Pienaar. Jason Lineker will be rounding out that all Kawasaki front row there. I see on the list here, Francois, that Lance Jonas looks to have withdrawn from the event. So no yellow Suzuki.
Yes, indeed. There are a couple of withdrawals. The reasons unknown to me, unfortunately, so I cannot give you any idea why they withdrew. But let's have a look, see how this one pans out. Slade van Niekerk, odds-on favourite Tristan Pienaar and Jason Lineker there to upset the apple cart. We wait, we under starters orders, 5-second ball goes up. We wait for the lights. The lights go on, the lights go on. There we go, and Tristan Pienaar rockets off his side. He's away from Slade van Niekerk. He's Slade down in third now. It looks like there's a bit of a jostling there, and Jason Lineker going around the outside up into third position as they work their way up the U-Bear straight down towards Quarry Corner. Slade trying to reel in the back end there of Tristan Pienaar. Tristan very quick as he rolls in there, and wide Tristan running very wide there indeed, yes, and well, I think that's possibly the little bit of moisture underfoot, as they say.
Yeah, I think so, with the conditions being a little bit different now, with a little bit of moisture in the air. We'll see now as they come around. An 8-lap race, this one, remember. So Pienaar getting the great start off the line there in the Super Twin Cup. And then we'll also pick up the Super Sports coming up as well, the 300s. They come down the back straight now out of the turn 4 section. It is Slade van Niekerk in second. Look at the challenge over here now as well. And I think that is that number 99 over there, Calvert, that's coming up on the 650 Kawasaki.
Yeah, no, there's a lot happening out there. Having a look at the 400s, the Super Sports, Mitch Robertson leading out Nicholas Hutchings, Adrian Solomon, Jared Butler. They all make their way down into Patamna Fostron corner. They lead out now, coming up towards the line. They're going to start crossing the line. Just looking at, I can see her. Nick Calvert. Adrian Solomon, Jared Butler.
They finds himself up in third position now, ahead of Pienaar van Niekerk, back up in the lead of this race, cross the line 7/10 of a second ahead of Jason Lineker. Going a little bit further down to see the 300s, Nicholas Hutchings is the man leading the 300s class. He's mixing it up there with the 650 Super Twin Cup guys, and then Adrian Solomon second in class. Jared Butler in third position as they cross the line.
Yeah, so going pretty well there. Slade van Niekerk leading out Jason Lineker. Beautiful ride up in second. Gerrit Visser there in third. Tristan Pienaar gone down to fourth. Ryan Coetzee in a very credible 5, followed by Andre Calvert. Nicholas Hutchings leads out the 300s. He's followed by Adrian Solomon and Jared Butler. With Andrew Liebenberg there in the mix now as they make their way down towards Patamna Fostron. Lovely dicing aplenty there between all the riders. And down the back straight they go now. Andrew Liebenberg is on the KTM. He's on a, I think that's a
That's 390.
390, but it's got a little bit of grunt in it. So yeah, he's not doing too badly out there. No, he's on a power sport. He's on a 650 KTM. So he's in the Super Twin Cup in the STC. He's the class, so he's a little bit down on there. Right, so they're coming up towards the line here. Nicholas Hutchings over the line. Here comes Adrian Solomon. Not too far behind him is Jared Butler there with Braden Hutchings up behind him.
Yeah, no, like you were saying, yeah, the 390 there, France, well, not the, sorry, not the 390, the 690. But anyway, so I saw a movement was made over here. Pienaar is now back in second position. Lineker in third position. Visser in fourth now, ahead of Calvert by quite a bit. 5 seconds ahead of Andre Calvert on bike number 99 there. And, of course, that is the Ninja that he is currently on. And then Coetzee just behind him. Hutchings is the man leading, of course. That's Nicholas Hutchings, 72 ahead of Solomon, Liebenberg, then Robinson, then Butler, and then, of course, the 74 of Braden Hutchings. That will be like about fourth place in class.
Yeah, Braden sitting up behind Jared. Jared chasing the back end of Mitch Robinson. They make their way up now towards turn number 4. There's that Supersport 300 little clash. There's Nicholas Hutchings leading out. Up behind him there, it's Adrian Solomon. And then it's Mitch Robinson, Jared Butler, Braden Hutchings, and Raymond Alexander, all in a dogfight as they make their way down towards turn number 5 to Terminal Fostron.
Well, coming across the line at 1:21.670, fastest lap from Slade van Niekerk. The difference between himself and Jason Lineker, a 1.802. Andre Calvert comes across the line. He's just a smidgen ahead, 0.2 of a second ahead there of Ryan Coetzee at the moment on bike number 32. Of course, that, of course, is the Kawasaki 650. And Hutchings comes across the line, still leading the 300 class. Ahead there, Andrew Liebenberg's KTM 690. Adrian Solomon will be second in class still. Mitch Robinson, then Braden Hutchings is now ahead of Raymond Alexander. Jared Butler finds himself down now in 13th position. I think that'll be just at the fringes of the top 6 in the 300 class.
Yeah, a little bit of argy-bargy going on there. I see Raymond Alexander putting the elbows out on Jared, and Jared sort of pushed him away and said, leave me alone. So good to see the dicing out there. Raymond Alexander riding the wheels of that KTM 390 and trying to get in touch with Mitch Robinson. Jared will obviously have to try and get a bit of stick down the back straight. He's very quick through the corners, and with him there, Braden Hutchings as well.
Well, we have 6 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on for Niekerk. Remember, he lost out at the start and now has made his way back right into the lead. 1.8 seconds ahead of Lineker and pumping in fastest lap times, one after the other. It was a 1:21 odd, now to 1:21.7, so not as fast this time, maybe about 0.2 of a second off of his best time. Lineker still hanging in there, 2.1 seconds back, and then we had Tristan Pienaar, who's only 0.03 of a second off of Jason Lineker. So a very tight battle between those two quackers.
There's a lovely tussle going on there between the likes of Mitch Robinson, Braden Hutchings, Raymond Alexander, and Jared Butler making their way now out of Terminal Fostron. Up alongside Raymond Alexander now. Jared Butler sits there and he goes up in front. Mitch Robinson is now third in that pack with Braden Hutchings fourth as they make their way down towards Holes, and down into Holes they go. Bending it around, Raymond Alexander sitting up there behind Jared and working their way through Holes up the Uber straight up towards Quarry Corner.
Well, just going to look down the back straight now towards Terminal Fostron turn 5. And that, of course, will be Slade van Niekerk. But the one behind them, that's the battle I'm looking at the moment, is the Lineker, Pienaar and Visser battle. They go through turn 5 right now. Look how close it is with now what's going to be 4 laps left to go. They'll power it out of turn 5. They'll go past the old bus stop chicane under the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge and cross the line once again. A 1:21.6 for the last time out for Slade van Niekerk. A 1:21.640. He's made it faster, but Jason Lineker goes quicker with a 1:21.505. 2 seconds between himself and Slade van Niekerk, but he's still 0.04 of a second ahead of Tristan Pienaar, and then hanging in there 9/10 further back, it's Gerrit Visser.
Lovely tussle there. I want to pick up once again on that 300 battle. Have a look-see. I think the riders making their way down into Terminal Fostron at the moment. They're going to work their way out of turn number 5. That's a real tussle. Here comes Nicholas Hutchings. A little way back behind him is Adrian Solomon. Then I have a look-see, and it's Jared Butler. Up behind him, it's going to be a 3-way tie. Raymond Alexander, Mitch Robinson and Braden Hutchings make their way down towards turn number 1, which is Holes.
We wait now there around for the likes of Van Niekerk and Lineker to see how much has been chewed into that gap over there. Ryan Coetzee still holds on 5th position on bike number 32 ahead of Andre Calvert. The gap between them only 0.05 of a second. And then, of course, Nicholas Hutchings in on their bike 72 in 7th position, the first of the 300s. as we have now the 4 laps left to go, and waiting now for Slade van Niekerk to cross the line once more to put it into that 3 to go. Still 17 of them in total out there as well. There we go, across the line now. It is still Slade van Niekerk leading ahead of 1.9 seconds. Jason Lineker, Tristan Pienaar as they go into turn 1 Holshoek.
Well, Gerrit Visser's gone off the boil here. I don't know what happened, but he's way behind them, almost a difference of about 16 seconds. So he seems to have lost out there. A nice little tussle there between Raymond Alexander and Jared Butler going on the back straight. A little bit ahead there of Mitch Robinson and Braden Hutchins. So Raymond Alexander bring out his A game now, and Alani likes to tussle with Jared, so that one's going to go down well. Nice to see. He goes around the outside there. Nice maneuver. Jared will want to come back at him up on the inside, get the drive coming out of Fastron. Good to see the boys at it, hammer and tongs, and he gets the drive and pulls out, which is nice. 500, just that little bit of extra horsepower coming out there. Mitch Robinson now rolling up with that 400, trying to reel them in with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, there we go. 3 laps left to go, including the one they are on. And, well, only 2 and a bit to go, basically, over here. And what happens is it's the number 93 that's still holding off Pienaar. And that's an all Kawasaki battle. Only a few hundredths of a second in it between the two of them. They're starting to leave the rest behind. Visser has not really been able to hang on to that group over there as well. And yeah, they come to the line now. 2 more laps left to go. Van Niekerk still leads it away from Jason Lineker. We'll see the gap between them, 2 seconds, and then 6 tenths between himself and Tristan Pienaar. Gerrit Visser, unfortunately, has fallen a bit back of the rest of the group.
Yeah, no, so that little 300 battle now, breaking up a little bit. Butler running wide in Quarry Corner, running a bit wide, letting out 2 bikes back. So he's got 2 laps down, which will try and regroup, which is a bit of a tall order. It's a bit of a bigger gap now. He's got a lot of work to do. Down the back straight, full throttle. Raymond Alexander leads it out. Mitch Robinson sitting in second in that little gap there. They 4, 5 and 6 respectively. So that little tussle is happening. It's going to change up when they cross the line, but they're only going to have 1 lap left.
Yeah, it's just about a lap and a bit to go. Nicholas Hutchings still leads the 300s class. He's ahead of Liebenberg, who's one of the Super Twin Cup runners. He now gets ahead as they cross the line now, actually, as a matter of fact. Liebenberg ahead of Hutchings. Then it's Solomon, who's a few seconds further back on bike number 4. Robinson, number 71, coming up into 3rd position in the 300 class as he crosses the line there as well. And he's keeping the likes of Raymond Alexander and Jared Butler at bay. He's now ahead, though, Jared, of Braden Hutchings, the HSE racing machine.
Yeah, Mitch Robinson's pulled out there over Raymond Alexander in that little battle. Alexander looking around the outside of Robinson, also runs a bit wide. Butler and Hutchings, Braden up on the inside, get a little bit closer. Mitch leading that pack out. So having a look, see what will happen in the final lap, but it looks like that's pretty much how it's going to pan out. I doubt anything will change up there. Butler making a slight mistake in Quarry in the previous lap, and that has put back his chances for that podium. Out front still Slade van Niekerk leading out over Jason Lineker, Tristan Pienaar, Gerrit Visser on their final lap. And then Andre Calvert, Ryan Coetzee, Andrew Liebenberg, Nicholas Hutchings, Adrian Solomon, Mitch Robinson, Raymond Alexander, Jared Butler, Braden Hutchins, Stavro Michael, Torren Wainwright, and Sigurd Philip bring up the rear.
Well, now we wait for the overall leader to make his way right down to the line. Of course, this is the final lap of the race. Slade van Niekerk, the man who started on pole position, and he made his way right back up into the leader's race despite having lost it ever so briefly. And we wait to see where is he actually at the moment now. And well, I think he comes right here to the line now. Checker flag is awaiting him, and Andre Gerber will give him that checkered flag. Still coming around, so yeah, we'll wait and see. Here he is now, coming to the line and takes the victory ahead there of 2 Kawasaki's. Very close. I just want to see here, Francois, Jason Lineker ahead of Tristan Pienaar, and only 300s or 35 thousandths of a second between the two of them.
Yeah, so the Supersport 300 race is still on. We're looking for our leader, Nicholas Hutchings. He'll be down towards the north side of the circuit as some of the riders, Gerrit Visser, Andre Calvert, cross the line. They're over the line, and here come some of the others. There's Andre Calvert. Alongside him, Ryan Coetzee. Over the line, Sigurd Philippe. as some of the rest of the riders cross the line. So we're trying to pick up. There goes Adrian Solomon. So Nicholas Hutchins will be down in turn number 5. Patamina Fostron as we wait for him. The rest of the riders making their way through into Patamina Fostron. Here comes Nicholas Hutchins now to finish off the Supersport 300s. Crosses the line in P1. Adrian Solomon sits up behind him. He crosses the line. Right, the third place man here is going to be Mitch Robinson. Then Raymond Alexander. Up behind Raymond Alexander, it's going to be Jared Butler. It's going to be followed by Braden Hutchins. Lovely, lovely stuff here out of the Super Twin Cup and the Supersport 300.
Well, folks, for those of you at home, that was the replay of Nathan Victor in the Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. That incident that happened there in turn number 2 in Patamina Fostron. And that's the remains of the car that you see right up there against the tyre barriers. And then they're just showing us replays here of the Formula Libras. A couple of guys. Byron, you on the mic for that one.
Yeah, that was Elroy Weiss, actually. He was challenging Kelly Fletcher and just really had caught up with the group and unfortunately rotating it over there with about 2 laps left to go. And here's another one now from that Clubman's, excuse me, Clubman's, Thermofire's Clubman's challenge there on the Tygerberg Straight.
Yeah, that was Andre Diedrichs that put that car away. You see him come out there, loses the tail end, and then bang, sticks it away in that tire barrier and takes away that whole front end of that Volkswagen of his as the rest of the field just make their way through turn 3 interceptor corner. And that is a replay of the V8 Masters where the 55 car got itself in a knot there, and that of course was Stuart Spooner that had that problem out. That was lap 1, turn 1, when Spooner lost it there. And there you see the 55 car stuck there as the supercars get off the line. Then you should see a replay of the number 11 car of DJ Boyson. That's the one you're seeing there now that had trouble in turn 4. So that's just some of the replays that's happened so far. As we move on to the next motorcycle race, and that will be, these are the big boys of the motorcycle section, and that will be in the South Superbikes and Superbike Challenge Masters and the 600s.
Well, Frankie, I'm just going to add here now on the Superbike Challenge on pole position, Malcolm Rapson and absent Trevor Westman, who rode the ZX10 Masters Cup last week. Out there, JP Frederick on the front row, and the old man, Hilton Redlingeis, has now got himself a ZX10 and finds himself in the SBK Challenge. He's on 3rd place. Jock Ackerman, P4. Matthew van Niekerk is out there, P5. Mike Latoy, who's been proudly supported by the Hooligan Bike Club, there outside at turn 3. coming to support Mike du Toit, who's not in the greatest of physical form at the moment. Had a bit of a tumble and hurt his ribs and his shoulder and everything, but he's put the bit between his teeth and decided he'll go racing. And while we speak about that, don't forget next Sunday out at Paro, the radio control cars. Come and have a look at that. We'll be out there in Paro. I'll be commentating Mike's side. Then on P7, Andre Kruger will find himself in the Superbike Challenge. Paul Medell is there. In the 600 class, Jan Fourie, Wayne Arons, Johnny Schwerin, Brad Bodsworth, and Jamie Hall, who was bike packed up yesterday and got someone to bring a bike all the way from Neisner last night to arrive here this morning, so he had a bike to ride. So big hats off to Jamie Hall's support crew for doing that. Brad Bodsworth reckons even Matty van Niekerk want to come do some bike commentating in the not too distant future. I tell you what, they're more than welcome. I can do with a break. Joining me Mark's side is going to be Byron Knight. Byron, I look forward to some good racing here.
Yeah, no, smaller class, not as many entries, only 13 of them entered. I speak under correction. I did see a line through JP Friedrich's name, so I don't know if his R1 will be lining up. If it is, he will be on row 1 in second position. The Gixxer of Malcolm Rapson is in pole position though. And well, Hilton Redlinger, Jacques Ackermann on his Quacker, one of the masterclass runners. I also do not see Willem Binnedel on the Triumph Daytona Triple. And well, it's good to see Paul Medell back out there on that Ducati Panigale. I saw him last time. He wasn't actually out there, the Panigale.
I don't think he's on the Panigale. It says he's in a 600 class. I think he's riding a 600. He could be on the Honda, I'm not sure.
I have to see about that.
Yeah, it's a bit confusing unless it's been incorrectly. It could be the Panigale, which he's got.
899 Panigale he usually is entered with.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at that. Big shout out there for Hilton Redlinger, Gareth Agnew from 888 Cycles looking after that bike. I know they had a little bit of a smoky issue. I think that was just a bit of overfill in the oil yesterday, a bit of blow by. So that's all sorted out. Right, so having looked down on the line, number 77, Jan Fourie, rolls up onto the third row. And having a look there, the 63 bike, or 65, I think that's Jamie Hall. Yep, Jamie Hall on the 65 machine. There he's on the Honda, the Castrol Honda. Here comes Jock Ackermann to line up on the second row. JP Friedrich is there in the middle in the GR-Tex Yamaha R1. Up alongside him, Mr. Hilton Redlinger on the 87 Kawasaki, the 888 motorcycles, and right on the front row, the quickest accountant in Africa, Mr. Malcolm Rapson, sits on the Suzuki GSXR 1000S.
Yeah, so everybody looks
everyone's like there. Mike du Toit sits there in P6. He'll be gritting his teeth. Right up in the middle of them, there's Matty van Niekerk on the 92 machine. So, I think we'd have a crackerjack race here today.
Well, 9 racing laps. And we wait for the lights. Watch them go now as away we go. A bit of a wheelie there from the one Kawasaki there on row 2. And, well, otherwise they all shoot down into turn 1, and the whole shot will be claimed there by the GSXR Suzuki of Malcolm Rapson. JP Friedrich still holding second position on the R1. And then a bit of a gap between them and the next few runners there as well as they filter into turn 2.
Hilton Redlinger just shunts his way into 3 and goes up to third. Second place, JB Friedrich holding on to Malcolm Rapson as they make their way through the kink. Yeah, you watch him on screen coming down into interceptor corner. It's high-speed stuff. Pick a slot and stick to it. As you work your way through the long right-hander, you crack it up through the gearbox, up the Tigerberg straight towards Malmesbury, the double right-hander apex. You lean it over at about 58 degrees. You get your knee on the toe and you wind it through the gearbox and make your way down the back straight, down towards Pertamina Fastron, as Rapson looks over his shoulder to see that JP Friedrich is right there with him.
Yeah, running it down towards Pertamina Fastron now. They go through the embankment of turn 5. Then they'll rock it out to complete lap 1 of 9 as they come out past the old bus stop chicane. They don't use that for the bikes anymore. It's now flat out as they go across the line. It is Rapson that leads it away from JP Friedrich. Then we have in third position Hilton Redlinger, Jacques Ackermann, and then it's Michael du Toit that's come up into the fifth position. Matthew van Niekerk ahead of Paul Medell on the MC600 there, and then Jamie Hall in the on the 65 bike in 8th position.
Jamie Hall has worked his way up to 8th. He was a little bit lower down, so he's back up there, and he's riding a 600 Honda, CBR 600. That bike's probably about 7 years old, and he's doing a fantastic job. Have a look there. Paul Mandela, Matty van Niekerk having a real slugfest to make their way through the kink. Up ahead of them there, Michael de Toy ahead there of Matty van Niekerk. That's another fantastic tussle up towards the Tygerberg Straight, making their way now into Malmesbury Sweep. Your leader, still Malcolm Rapson, leading out there. JP Frederick trying to stick with him. JP lighting up that Yamaha. And then up behind him there, it's Matty van Niekerk is now ahead there of Jock Ackerman. So,
For how long, though?
Yeah, how long? So we'll have to see how that one works out.
Yeah, it looks like Jacques Ackerman is going to go right back up into 4th place, and then dropping a position will be Du Toit back into 5th position then as well. Van Niekerk, I should rather say, in 6th position at the moment. JP Friedrich goes across the line, a fastest lap of a 1:14.415, which is only 600ths of a second faster than Malcolm Rapson. So they're almost basically matching each other on times, and there's almost 0.4 of a second between them.
Everybody on that screen bettered their own times. They were all on PBs right down the line. So they are cracking on the pace. And what I said to you earlier, Byron, that's the weather. That cool air is making that motor breathe. They can run out there. The big thing is, what is the handling underfoot? You know, are you getting the grip that you're looking after? If the tire pressures are right, the suspension's right, it's squatting good, I'm sure they're going to be pedaling. But watching it come down the back straight now. Your leader, Malcolm Rapson, with JP Frederick in tow. And JP is absolutely murdering that R1M to stay in touch there with Malcolm Rapson Suzuki. And then it's Hilton Redlinghuyse and Jock Ackerman make their way down. Then it looks like it's Matthew van Niekerk, Michael de Toy, and then Paul Medel on the Panigale.
Well, they rocketed it down that back straight. When they cross the line, there'll be 6 laps left to go. As here comes Malcolm Rapson now. Bike number 1 across the line, Suzuki, and ahead of JP Friedrich now. And he's now responded to JP. It is now 5/10 of a second, over 5/10 of a second, over half a second, the gap between the two of them. Redlinghuyse is still in that 3rd position. Jacques Ackerman in 4th on his Kawasaki. Matthew van Niekerk in 5th. Michael de Toy will be 6th position. Just remember as well, Jacques Ackerman will also be 2nd in class as far as the Masters section is concerned, with Michael de Toy 3rd in that section. He finds himself ahead there of Paul Medel. Paul Medel ahead of Jamie Hall over there. The gap between the two of them, 4.3 seconds.
Yeah, Michael de Toy riding out of his skin at the moment because he's really nursing a serious rib injury, and he's also got a sore left shoulder. So he's really got a lot to sort out there, and hats off to that man. And I know that the Morne de Toy and the boys or the hooligans out there on turn 3 will be really cheering on Michael just to give him a little bit of extra gumption to ride. But at the moment, down the back straight goes the leaders into Petamina Fastron. It's still Malcolm Rapson leading out from JP Frederick. Hilton Redlinghuyse staying just ahead of Jacques Ackerman going into turn 5. And then up behind them, Matty van Niekerk and Michael de Toy with Paul Medel behind. And Jamie Hall not too far behind them. But have a look at this lovely scrap. Jacques Ackerman, Hilton Redlinghuyse under the Cape Town Bridge. Work their way down towards Holes. And Hilton Redlinghuyse rolling back the years, just stays ahead there of Jacques Ackerman going into Holes.
Yeah, it was 7/100ths of a second between the two of them when they crossed the line. Hilton Redlinghuyse just keeping it ahead there of Jacques Ackerman. But just going a little bit further down, Francois, I didn't mention outside the top 8. Wayne Orenser comes across the line right now in 9th position on his Kawasaki. He's 4th in the master section ahead of Andre Kruger, Jan Fourie in 11th, Brad Bodsworth on the only Fireblade out there, and then Jonathan Schwerin, who's down in 13th position, number 67.
Well, Johnny Schwerin also recovering from an accident not long ago. Red flag. So we've got a problem somewhere. Red flags go out. Someone's gone down somewhere. Could only be in turn 4. I don't see anything as I pan the circuit. So someone's gone down possibly in turn 4. Oh, there's a rider down on the main straight. Oh, my word. We didn't see that happen. A bike nastily broken up here on the main straight. We didn't pick it up. We were watching the racing. So we're going to have a red flag situation. We're just going to wait to see what happens.
So we've got a bike down here on the main straight. That's number 67, looks like it. The rider is okay. We've just got confirmation that the rider is okay. It was a massive shunt though. And down the main straight is exactly where you don't want to have this incident. And hopefully we get some more information for you guys later. But the main thing is the rider's okay, but the bike, not so much.
Well, if you looking on your screen right now, that is what remains of Jonathan Schweren's ZX10. And well, we are pleased to inform you, though, that the rider is okay. He has been standing up. We've been given the thumbs up. And, you know, Francois, you said you just rebuilt that bike. And now...
He just had a nasty fall. Now he has another nasty fall. I mean,
there we go.
On screen. Oh, and he clipped something. Clipped the back tire or something. Ooh. And then he ran into the wall and the bike ran off the circuit. So a little bit of an unfortunate situation there. And while he's trying to roll out the way, there's shame. And that's what you've got to do in those situations. There you see him coming out and he just clipped the back tire of a rider ahead of him. And that just sent him hurtling into the wall and the bike went off and crashed. There the bike goes off towards the left-hand inside part of the circuit. And Jonathan not having a good year of it this year.
Wow, tough as nails, these guys, I can tell you. It reminds me, oh, look at that. And he didn't even touch the wall, the motorcycle just turned.
It clouted into the tyres there.
Into the tyres on the other side,
and that's where the damage came from, into the tyres. So it's a little bit unfortunate about that. Right, so we've got a 5-lap race. We've got to continue. And, well, this thing's happened. This is the nature of the beast, Byron. We know that. Racing, we've all participated in racing in some other manner. And we know that these things can happen. A little bit unfortunate. I had the pleasure of having my front wheel tap down the back straight.
It actually reminds me, Francois, of an incident when I did my very first commentary here at Killarney in 2009. Trevor Westman went into the wall in practice, in qualifying. And we thought he was not going to race for the day. He comes running up the stairs over here with a thumbs up saying, hey guys, I'm going to be out there. And we're like, we're watching in awe, you know, at this man. These men, these riders are as tough as nails, I can tell you that much. And to take a fall like that and walk up afterwards and everything like that, he's going to go and, I guess, cry his heart out over the bike now.
Yeah. Well, I hope Johnny's okay, not too badly bruised. A little bit unfortunate about that. He's just rebuilt that bike, and now he has to have this problem. But we wish him well. It's a bit unfortunate. Right, so just a quick warm-up lap. When they come around, then we'll get the 5-lapper back underway and have the race sort of rekindled. Malcolm Rapson was leading out JP Frederick. Hilton Redlegate and Jacques Ackerman were embroiled in their own little battle. Matthew Van Niekerk and Michael de Toy in their battle. Paul Medell sitting up behind Mike de Toy. Jamie Hall a little bit further.
So, folks, this is the paddock for the Supercars, and they're about to come out show, but I'm just trying to have a moment. Out. There's some incredible cars lined up here today, but we're going to go back to the bikes soon. The bikes will be back on the circuit now shortly. After them will be these guys, and then we're going to be here for the lunch show to give you guys all the updates on what's happening today.
Right, so the boys back on the line under starters' orders, just waiting for everyone to settle into their respective grid positions. Paul Medell there on the third row on the bike number 5, the Panigale. And sitting there on the second row, Jacques Ackerman. Then with Matthew Van Niekerk and Michael de Toy, front row. Malcolm Rapson, JP Frederick, and Hilton Redlegate, and away they go. And Jacques Ackerman gets a good start up on the inside. He's sitting up alongside JP Frederick. And who's going to get the whole shot? Is that Hilton Redlegate? Hilton Redlegate dives down and it looks like he's just pulled the whole shot off. My word. Roll back the ears, Mr. Hilton Redlegate. Here we go. And JP Frederick in second there, and Malcolm Rapson. Frederick looking to go around the outside of Hilton. Hilton will just hold it. He leans into the tarmac and gets that knee scraping that slider. Loses about 3 mil as he goes around there. Hangs it left through the king, making his way down to interceptor corner. Malcolm Rapson looking up at the back end of JP Frederick's exhaust pipe now as they hang right and make their way up towards the Tygerberg Straight.
Well, yeah, onto the Tygerberg Straight now. That was quite a surprise over there, Francois. And, well, 5-lapper now that we have is a little bit of a, like I can say, a dash for cash here. And they go down the back straight now. It is still that Kawasaki that is ahead there of the Yamaha. But watch out now, into the slipstream goes Malcolm Rapson. He'll be onto the inside on the Suzuki, and will surely no, he does not take that second place away from JP Frederick, but more cautious over there now as well. But what happens is JP could just come in to the banked corner.
Well, Hilton Redlingays, like I said, rolling back the years, leads out here. JP Frederick, Malcolm Rapson, Jock Vanikak, Jock Ackerman, then Michael Latoy, Matty Vanikak, Paul Medell, Jamie Hall, Andre Kruger, Jan Fourie, Brad Bodsworth, Wayne Ahrens, right down towards the back end of the field. Don't know what happened to his start, but anyhow, as they lead out, yeah, JP Frederick looking up at the back end of Hilton Redlingays. Hilton diabolically late into quarry corner, leans it in. Pitches it right, almost got his elbow on the tires, he rolls it around, and Hilton is having an absolute blast at the front end of this field with 4 laps to go. JP Frederick, Malcolm Rapson down in 3, and Jacques Ackerman in 4. Michael Latoy in a very strong 5 there, knowing it's only a 5-lap dash for cash, as Byron puts it.
Yeah, no, he's ahead of Van Niekerk, bike number 92, and then the Panigale of the 600 class, I should rather say, of Paul Medell, and he is ahead of Jamie Hall at this time, bike number 65. Down the back straight as we go, he's on the inside again, is Malcolm Rapson over there as well. But now the thing is here, doesn't this afford JP Frederick to be a bit later on the brakes through that section, and that's why he can springboard ahead.
Yeah, JP Frederick very late on the brakes there, up behind Hilton Redlingays. Hilton still holding out. He crosses the line. We're going to have 3 laps to go. JP is hammering that R1 in there up alongside, and can he get around Hilton? He gets around Hilton, and JP goes to the front. Hilton second, and Malcolm Rapson down in third. Hilton Redlingays doing a 1:15.4, nothing to be sneezed at, but quicker there is JP Frederick on a 1:15.2. This weather is not too conducive to very high time. And Hilton runs a bit wide, and Malcolm slides up on the inside. Malcolm goes to second, Hilton in third. Jock Ackerman fourth. Michael Latoy fifth, ahead there of Matthew Vanikak. Michael Latoy in a favorable position out there now to be finding himself third in the Masters category. And he'll be second in the SPK Challenge behind Hilton Redlingays. Hilton Redlingays not too much down in the points. He's only entered this competition in the middle of the year. So Michael Latoy getting some good points there. But have a look at this. Malcolm Rapson slipstreaming JP Frederick down towards Patamina Fostron.
On the outside this time.
He's on the outside. Frederick's going to be late in the brakes. He'll just ease it into turn number 5, keel it over towards the right-hand side. He'll start getting on the throttle down. He'll pitch it over towards the left, and then he'll wind that crank handle wide open now as he tries to stay away from Rapson, but Rapson's coming for him. Here comes Rapson. Rapson up on the inside. Will he be late on the brakes? JP is very late on the brakes and holds out the attention of Rapson. Hilton Redlingays still there, and I can tell you something for nothing. Jock Ackerman in close.
Malcolm Rapson has now got the fastest lap of the race, only a tenth of a second faster than JP Frederick at this time. The gap between them, 7/100ths of a second or 70 thousandths of a second, whichever way you want to look at it. They go now into turn 2, and look how close it is between the two of them as they make their way through the kink now and towards interceptor corner. Malcolm Rapson is running out of time, but he goes for it, looks like it, onto the inside of JP Frederick in that particular section, and that's interceptor turn 3, and he takes the lead on the Tygerberg Straight.
Well, looking right up behind them there, Jacques Ackerman and Hilton Redlingays embroiled in their own little battle as they come out of Malmesbury. It's Rapson, it's Frederick, and then it's Redlingays and Ackerman comes flying down the back end of Redlingays. Is going to be looking up on the inside. Hilton is very late on the brakes. Well, Hilton just shows he's late. He just dives across the bow there of Jacques Ackerman, and Jacques like, what must I do? What must I do?
Yeah, no, so he's a little bit wary through that particular turn as well now. Michael de Toy, sorry, not Michael de Toy, rather Hilton Redlinghuyse. Yeah, they come across the line. One more lap left to go here, Francois. Malcolm Rapson, fastest lap of a 1:14.701. He switched it on down. He's a 10th of a second faster than JP Friedrich, 2/10 of a second overall between them as they cross the line. And then, of course, still Hilton Redlinghuyse coming up. Jacques Ackermann in that 4th position, and then du Toit in the 2nd or 3rd of the Masters class in 5th position.
Michael de Toy cranking the handle, getting the bike up on the back wheel, trying to stay out of the clutches there of Matthew van Niekerk. Matthew van Niekerk not too far behind. He's pressurizing him. So there's 3 sets of 2. The first set there is Rapson and Frederick. They're in their battle. Then it's Redlinghuyse and Ackermann. Then it's de Toy and van Niekerk. They're in their little battle. It's when someone goes slow, it looks like Redlinghuyse has just gone diabolically slow. Something has gone wrong with that bike. Hilton Redlinghuyse has just slowed down. Rapson down the back straight. Frederick down the back straight. There goes Ackermann. So Redlinghuyse is out of it. And this could possibly bring de Toy into 4th position. And Michael de Toy down the back straight there with Matty van Niekerk pushing right up behind him now. And they're going to have to be very late on the brakes, going down now into Patamina Fastron. Van Niekerk looks up at the inside. De Toy crosses his bow. But it's checkered flag time. Checkered flag time is going to be Malcolm Rapson, JP Frederick. 3rd place is going to be Jacques Ackermann. He'll be pretty stoked with that one. And then in P4 is going to be Mike de Toy, followed there by Matty van Niekerk. And Michael de Toy will be very pleased with that result. Up behind them, Hilton Redlinghuyse, while he pulled off the circuit, something went bang. I don't know what. Here's Paul Medal over the line. Paul Medal is followed there by Andre Kruger. So Hilton out of the race right at the end. What went on that bike, I don't know, but he just went totally slow. So I think it's something mechanical. They'll have to go and look at that in the pits. But anyhow, that is basically it. That was the Superbike race, the South Superbikes SPK Challenge, the Masters, and the 600 Challenge. So leading out in the Masters, Rapson first overall. The SPK, JP Frederick first in class there. Jacques Ackermann second in the Masters. Michael de Toy 3rd in the Masters. Matty van Niekerk 2nd in the SPK Challenge. Paul Medal 1st in the 600 Challenge. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant results.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny from Wingfield Motors here. After 33 years of service to you, we make everything about cars even better. We buy your car, we sell your car, we finance your car, we service your car. Through our best price from our car app, we sell your car while you are driving it and return you much more money. And we can even rent you a car while we clear your credit score. Wingfield Motors and best price from our car will keep you driving no matter what. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP. Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve. Interceptor, great comfort, better safety.
The Porsche Club in Cape Town has its home right here at Killarney. In fact, it's the only Porsche club in the world to have a clubhouse at an international racetrack. We are proud sponsors of Killarney and the Porsche Club Straight. Our passionate club members and their families regularly attend our race meetings. If you own a Porsche, come and visit us at the Porsche Club and we will let you know what fantastic events we have on offer. The Porsche Club, the best car club in Cape Town.
Well, well, we got one of the best fields, if you ask me, on the race day, as we have the Lauda Classic cars and the Bijou Trustees fine cars. Let me tell you one thing. Sometimes I get so excited about the cars, I forget who's driving them. But I can tell you that much is Trevor Hutchings. That's in that orange Type 1 Sirocco. I see there's a Datsun 140Y.
Well, that's Byron Bedin.
I think he's in the Triple S, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the Triple S. And up ahead of him there, Eric Baton in the Chevy DeVille. Frank and Donadio leading out Class A in the Pinto-driven Escort. Eric Baton, Michael Hitchcock's in third place. Eric van der Merwe in the Porsche in fourth. Dave Aladef, he's in the 325i BMW. Andrew Honeywell's out there in the other Porsche. Jared Thompson in the beautiful Ford 3-litre S, the red one. Byron Bedin in the Datsun Triple S, 160 Triple S. Trevor Momberg in the 3-litre Capri. Ferry Maton in the 5-litre Mustang. Lane Hutchings in the Golf, the old Golf 2 GTI. Jeff Beal in the Porsche, Dion Conradi in the Conquest, Trevor Hutchings in the Sirocco, then Devin Pillay, Aaron Svalloon in the Alpha. So a beautiful field, and we've also got the fine cars that are out there. It's an immense list. I'm just going to scroll down that list quickly.
Now, good to Appelgrein is in that section as well, in the BMW.
We've got Devin Pillay in there, Aaron Svalloon in the Alpha, Anton Rolino in that little Morris, Neil Maton in the Alpha, Wynand Nel, John Hurst is out there, Gunther Appelgrein, Kunrad Mattia, Natasha Tischendorf is out there, Joanne Faris out there, and Roger Lewis.
Yeah, Roger Lewis in the MGA. It's actually John Hurst who's in the 140Y Datsun, and the Triple S is Brian Bedin as Lane Hutchings in the Mark II Golf. Golf comes into position, of course, the son of Trevor Hutchings, an all VW battle over there, and then a number of Porsches in here as well, a number of Mustangs, and Jared Thompson. I was just actually thinking, Francois, the other day I was looking on YouTube, and there was a video of a guy talking about very proudly about his XR6 Interceptor, of course the Cortina, one of the very few remaining. My
late father had a silver XR6 Interceptor. I think it was 072 was the number on it. I remember it fondly. Very nice car. Had a set of Ross-style rims on it, chromed. It was absolutely a beast to drive in that day. Today it's the GTIs are quick, but nonetheless. So they roll off the line up behind the pace car. They're led out by Franco Donadio, and Franco's got Eric Baton and the likes, Michael Hitchcock and the likes up behind.
Yeah, DeVille, the Chevy DeVille, alongside the Mark I Escort. You actually are not seeing a lot of Mark II Escorts on the main circuit nowadays, but I remember in Rallycross we have a green Mark II. So it would be great to see some of the Mark IIs also joining, but mostly Mark Is that you'll see over here. There's the Mustang as well of Michael Hitchcock, then the Eric van der Merwe Porsche 944, Dave Aladef, dancing Dave Aladef. I got to know him in an Alpha GTA. He's now in the BMW 325i S. And what happens is we also have there the Golf Porsche colors of Andrew Honeywell, and then Brian Bedin alongside Jaron Thompson, Datsun versus Ford. It is also then as well going to be Momberg that is in the V6 Capri. And Yeah, no, we also got the fine cars joining them as well. A number of great ones there. The 928 of Mattia Koenraad. Mattia, you'll be sharing it there with the BMW 325. The E36 of Appelgrein, Gunther Appelgrein. Natasha Tischendorf, usually out in a Jetta. And then the 72 of Fourie in there as well. So always a good collection of cars out on the circuit. Dr. Jeff Bill in the Porsche 944. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, they all come. There's Ernst Viljoen in the GT Junior Alfa Romeo that he's been campaigning for a short while.
Well, not too many cars there in the fine car category, but nonetheless, I think all the focus is going to be on the classic cars. Nice to see Eric Mouton getting that DeVille up onto the front row. He's been working on it quite feverishly of late. I saw him on Facebook. But that motor really barking properly and sounding very good. Let's hope, Eric, that his tyres will last on that one, because he's going to give it stick. Michael Hitchcock will be right in there. Eric van der Merwe had a chat to Eric earlier on in the pit lane. Eric says that Porsche hasn't touched it for 2 years. He just gets in, turns the key and drives just tyres, etc. Dave Aladef, Malcolm sorts that one out for Dave. Andrew Honeywell in that golf-coloured Porsche. Jared Thompson, him and his dad put that Ford together. What a beautiful car. Byron Medin. Right, they're coming towards the line. They're over the first line. We wait for the lights to go out. The lights go out, and Franklin Donadio gets on the pedal, and Eric Mouton's up alongside him. Mouton gets a good drive down towards turn number 1. Is Mouton going to get the whole shot, or is Donadio up on the inside? That shorter wheelbase coming to the favour there of Franklin Donadio as they make their way up the Uber straight up towards. But look at Mouton getting the muscle of that big DeVille. It's like a block of flats, and now he's going to stop it. And Michael Hitchcock looking up on the inside, but it's Eric closes that door on him. And Eric van der Merwe sitting there in P4, Ed Honeywell, and then it's Dave Aladef, Jared Thompson, and Trevor Momberg, and Byron Medin all making their way down towards Interceptor Corner.
Oh, it's lovely to see small nippy cars versus very grunty cars of longer wheelbase, and it just shows you now where the benefits, where the advantages are for each of them as well. They come onto the Tygerberg straight now, and they will go through turn 4. Now the back straight. Here is where the V8 will have the legs now over the Escort, but don't underestimate. Here they come now in the slipstream. Will then run towards the Fastron turn. They'll be side by side, but watch now, under braking, and of course it'll be Donadio. They'll be later under braking over there on the outside. He will then run very close though to the back there of the Mouton DeVille, and Hitchcock will be holding it in at the back there as well, just right behind them. He's losing a bit of ground and falling into the clutches of that 944 Porsche of Eric van der Merwe.
Well, Eric Mouton is using the muscle as he goes down towards holes. That big Chef DeVille throwing flames, the fire-breathing machine makes its way into the left-hand holes hook, works its way around. Michael Hitchcock gets a bit closer to the back end of Frank Donadio. The front three now getting away from the rest of the field there. Eric van der Merwe trying to hang on there to be part and parcel of that race. Now Frank Donadio up on the inside of the DeVille. Oh, they almost touched going into Quarry Corner. But Eric Mouton being gentleman-like lets Frank go through and says, don't worry, back straight's coming, I'll see you there.
Well, Dave Aladef is having a lovely battle over there with Trevor Momberg now, BMW versus Ford, and that could allow Jared Thompson to close up the gap to them as well. He's got quite a gap between himself and the Mustang of Fanny Mouton right behind him. Of course, Brian Burdine was in that particular section now as well with the Datsun Triple S. Remember, that's Class B that is all being run there at this particular moment, with Jared Thompson leading that particular class.
Byron, if I can interject, your namesake Byron Bedin is going very slow in that Triple S Datsun. He's going out of Interceptor Corner. I think he's got a problem, possibly a gearing issue, because it looks like he's not finding gears and he's just putting along.
No, he's unfortunate over there. He crossed the line in 8th position ahead of the Mustang of Ferdy Mouton, and looks like his race is run. Thanks for pointing that out there, Francois. And well, Datsun smoking has been confirmed by Tiny alongside us over here. Meanwhile, the leaders coming through. It is still the Chevy DeVille, that the body roll on that DeVille coming around, and he goes off the circuit briefly onto the dust and losing out 2 positions in turn 1.
Frank Donadio just weaving his way through there. Michael Hitchcock says to Ferdy, thank you very much. Not to Ferdy, to Eric Mouton, sorry. And Eric now, I think the rubber is maybe wearing off a bit in the back. It's a block of flats that he's driving around. I mean, let's face it. He's got to try and keep that one on the circuit. He might use the back straight to try and reel them in. There's a lot of muscle under hood there. Michael Hitchcock sits in second place. He's up behind Frank Denadio. Denadio up into the double right-hander. He goes right and works his way around. And, keeping off the tensions there of Michael Hitchcock. Eric Baton gets down onto the floorboard, and here comes Michael Hitchcock on the side there of Frank Denadio. Denadio dives on the inside, but Hitchcock's right there with him. Hitchcock. And coming through. So now there's a bit of a slow driver up ahead, but
Roger Lewis.
Yeah, Roger Lewis trying to stay out the way, but here we go. It's Frank Denadio. Michael Hitchcock looks to draft him going down towards holes. Eric Baton brings in Eric van der Merwe as they make their way down towards holes. And holding in a defensive line there is Frank Denadio up on the inside. And saying there to Michael Hitchcock, you want to get past me, you're going to have to work for it.
Yeah, no, they come right past the now. So Dave comes across the line then. It is, of course, very close. Only a tenth of a second between himself and Andrew Honeywell. Jared Thompson still leading Class B from Fanny McDonald. Lane Hutchings leading Class C at the moment. Ahead there of Doc Jeff Bill. It is 944. Remember, Lane Hutchings in the Type 2 Golf. Dion Conradi, the third place man in the Conquest, is ahead of that turbocharged machine of Devon Pillay, the Porsche 944. Addis Viljoen in 14th position, but 4th in class in the Alfa Romeo GT Junior. Trevor Hutchings now finding himself in car number 71 in 15th position in the Sirocco.
Right, so we basically changing up the commentary part here. Next to me, Dexter Bruce. Dexter, you watching this? What do you think?
I'm quite intrigued by how nimble the French was, the Franco Denadio Escort is compared to the Eric Bouton V8. It's unbelievable. Every single corner that he goes into, Franco has him on the brakes. He has him on the power. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, Franco, that 2-litre Pinto really been driven hard there. He's got Michael Hitchcock right up there behind him now with the V8 Mustang. Oh, my Hitchcock gets on the layout pedal and works his way down towards holes and gets past Franco. But through the twisty bits, Franco tends to come up, like you said, up on the inside.
Franco's got that nimbleness of an Escort, and I think he's been campaigning that car for quite some time, and he's got that car pretty much sorted out now.
Yeah, definitely. Byron, how's things your side, brother?
Well, just taking a look now down to turn 1, it looks like the Capri of Trevor Momberger side by side with Dancing Dave Valadef, and he will poke the nose right ahead. They've got Andrew Honeywell right ahead of them, and they're going to get onto the Joubert straight now. Now he'll be going in pursuit of the Golf Porsche as they break now for turn 2. Then, of course, Dancing Dave Valadef, as I said, in the BMW. Lane Hutchings blocking up into turn 1 and might go wide as he loses out 2 places over there to the Bruce Avon Taplin Toyota, and then I think right there with him is Dr. Jet Bill coming right through there as well. That would be up for 11th and 12th positions. Lane Hutchings dropping into the 13th position ahead there, or 12th position ahead of Devon Pillay, Addis Viljoen and Trevor Hutchings.
Well, now, so the front runners of the classic cars now mixing it up with the fine cars down the back straight into Patamina Fastron corner. And it's going to be still Frank Denadio who now comes out front. Like Dex was saying, Denadio now using the nimbleness. He will come out lights ablaze. He's got Michael Hitchcock now who gets on the loud pedal and closes up on the back of Denadio. But Denadio goes defensive. He'll go towards the inside, hold back line, and take it down into hole.
Yeah, Michael Hitchcock holding him down the back straight, but unfortunately, when they get onto the brakes, that Franco Denadio Escort is on it. When he gets on back onto the power, he can deliver that power so much more quicker and so much more earlier that the big V8 cannot catch him running into turn 2 as they go around and chasing the Porsche 944. And again, it's Franco Denadio up front and Michael Hitchcock with that big V8, a Mustang notchback just behind that, looking very, very sweet. And they'll catch him through interceptor corner for sure. There we go, got it. Absolutely.
No, that's obviously a small mark they're getting across. Hitchcock, they're going to try and pedal him down the back straight because that's where you're going to roll in the V8 power. Probably got about, what, 540 horses under the hood there, you know. Pull your average Volkswagen to Joburg in a couple of hours.
And some, and some, absolutely.
Right, so they make the way. Denadio still leads out. Hitchcock trying to reel him in, but that Pinto working overtime, going down towards the Patamina Fastron. Good double frames in the fine car class, gets that blue light flashed at him to say there's some quick cars coming up behind you, stay out the way. He manages to make his way through turn 5, Patamina Fastron. Denadio is absolutely murdering that Escort, Byron.
Yeah, no, indeed he is. It's 5 laps left to go. Just a quick one over here as well about the Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings. I was just informed now, suffering from a bad misfire over there. So unfortunately, dropping down the order as we speak. Of course, we don't have Dex with us over here as well. We have, of course, Ernest Page alongside us over here now. Thanks for joining us, Ernest.
Yeah, and I've thought about that Sirocco many times over. I don't know what he's doing driving that corner circuit. I would wrap with him, bubble wrap, put it in the garage somewhere and leave it in a corner. But this is what the historic racing is all about. That we see that little Morris mine over there, that's Rolina over there in the Morris mine. On the outside, they've got Alfa Romeo in the mix of Mustang. And that's what we love about historic racing, isn't it? It's the cars aren't evenly matched and you get that seesaw all the way through the circuit.
Yeah, that's some lovely stuff out there. And, well, like you say, the mix is always good. And it makes for interesting racing. It also gets difficult for some of the fine cars or the slower classic cars when the likes of the Denardias and the Hitchcocks come flying through. You've got to hold your pace because you don't want to create a bit of a calamity there. Watching down the back straight, lights ablaze there on Denardia's car. Hitchcock up behind him. There's the DeVille of Maton coming through. And Eric van der Merwe in the Porsche 944 sitting right up there behind him now as they make their way down towards them.
I didn't check who was in an Anglia, as a matter of fact, because they're coming up to lap an Anglia. They're also coming up to lap Roger Lewis as well.
Oh, that's Van Nel who's just purchased that Anglia.
Oh, right, there we go. So it's great to see another angle box back in the field over here as well. And side by side, coming out of turn 5 and past the bus stop between second and third positions. At the moment, between the cars they are lapping. The DeVille will make it ahead there of the Porsche 944 as they run down into turn 1 over there as well.
Well, Michael Hitchcock's just got ahead there of Franco Donadio.
Yep.
I think we've got about a lap and a bit to go. Look at Franco come up alongside him and he puts it in there. Those tyres are absolutely biting chunks out of the tire as he works his way around. Hitchcock says, I've got power here. You're going to have to deliver on the tyres.
The gloves are off, boys. The gloves are off. These two are going at it. Hammer and tongs, 4-cylinder versus the big 8-cylinder. Absolutely fantastic to see this.
And it's also a bit of power to weight ratio there, you see. So you've got to drive the 2.5 ton Mustang.
You're making me feel really guilty from having it burger now because that's power to weight ratio.
Just quickly there, Francois. Appelgren is currently leading the flying cars class at the moment. I see there's a bit of a timing error over here. I see Lewis is up ahead. Appelgren in the E36 BMW ahead of Koenraad Mathieu in the number 17 Porsche 928. Tischendorf in the Jetta is in 22nd position with third in the fine cars class.
I see Trevor Momberg's fallen way back, so he must have a bit of an issue. Coming up over the line now, it's Dion Conradi with Devin Pillay ahead of him, and they work their way over the line. So still Hitchcock leading out. They cross the line. Hitchcock leads. I've got about a second and a half over Franco Donadio. They're on their final lap. Here comes Eric Maton ahead of Eric van der Merwe. So that's your front four, and they've absolutely blown away from the rest of the circuit.
Oh, well, sorry, that was my fault, guys. I saw the Ford Escort getting very sideways over there in the second place, man. I got a little bit excited. I might have forgotten that I'm on the mic with you guys, but the Escort getting very sideways there. The Mustang now starting to eke out a little bit of a gap. Will it be enough till the end of the race? We're going to find out in a lap or so.
Right, so yeah, they come down into the Deceptor corner. There's a couple of the fine cars in there, and then the leaders rolling in. Now, this is going to play into the hands of Franco Donadio because it will slow up Michael Hitchcock a little bit, and Hitchcock going up on the inside of the cars there, trying to work his way through. Franco Donadio caught up there behind Trevor Hutchins, who was sounding a bit bubbly and squeaky. Now he slips out there, he slings the car around. They're going to come hurtling down the back straight. Dion Conradi takes a bit of an offline there, and Donadio's got to weave his way through to stay in touch there with Michael Hitchcock, but I think Michael has maybe done enough.
Yeah, they're going to have you just slalom through the back markers here, though, Francois, and that's playing in here into the hands so far of the Mustang of Hitchcock. Here down to the line, though. Look at them run. Now it is now V8 versus straight 4 as they come now towards the line, and it is going to be Michael Hitchcock that looks like he takes the victory over there ahead of Franco Donadio.
Yeah. I was watching on his page there when Donadio put that Escort sideways. You sort of like did a little cheeky twist there because you know it's going to step up.
Yeah, this is what you get with this type of racing. The modern cars often stick a little bit too much to the circuit, but these guys, there's no sticking to the circuit here. They're trying to hold it together, trying to go as fast as possible, slipping and sliding. The weather's not helping, but there is the threat of rain, and I'm beginning to wonder what these guys are going to do in race 2 if the rain does come down later. plate on.
I don't think we may have rain. I'm looking at my telltale signs ahead of me. Blowback Hill's open. That's open. Cape Town looks a little bit moggy, but I think that's more just a bit of, Cape Town is moggy.
Yeah.
But great. Fanny Maton crosses the line in his Mustang. Head there of Anton Relina. Relina campaigning that Morris Minor. Man.
Fantastic.
Beautiful.
Fantastic.
You've got to open that hood, eh?
Yeah.
Feat of engineering, eh?
The attention to detail in that car. Of course, that's the car that was driven by Andrea Bate a couple of seasons ago, and now Rolino loves it. I mean, he's from a very fast car background. He's driven some very fast cars over the years, and he says he enjoys driving that car.
Remember that Can-Am that he, Chevy Can-Am that he, Forenza, that he ran a number of years ago. I remember him in that car, and then coming here in this almost 1300 Morris Minor. It's something to see.
But it's a real feat of engineering. I mean, everything on that thing's been clinically, prepared.
Yeah.
And it's faultless. It just doesn't break.
Yeah.
I mean, that pays tribute to the mechanic behind that whole system.
Yeah, of course, the owner of that vehicle spending a lot of time getting that car exactly the way it should be, and Rolino, the lucky recipient behind the wheel.
True. So, folks, you've been hearing two new voices here, Dexter Bruce and my fine friend here, Ernest Page, alongside me. I can see you got your name on here. I can see performance
So you can't miss it.
A performance with Page.
Yeah. Page 1, 2, 3, and 4.
So they'll be walking around the circuit. They're doing some interviews.
We've got the lunchtime show coming up soon as well.
You take the mic. Give us a bit of background there, buddy.
So basically what we're also doing is testing our comm system here. We've got headphones on at the moment. We want to be able to work with you guys as the day goes on. And we've got the last race before lunchtime, obviously. And then after that, we're going to be chatting to all the drivers in the paddock, all the drivers that have completed the first heats for the day. We want to find out from them how the day went, give people the update. Don't get so hectic in the commentary tower. So for that little period, we'll be taking over the mics. But at the same time, we want to communicate with you guys as the day goes on. So if something happens like that bike incident over there, we can get down there, make sure the rider's okay, make sure the bike is, find out if he's going to start again, get you that info, and at the same time, the two of us communicate with each other, get the info.
It's all about giving people a better, different experience. Obviously, we are your hands and your feet, we're on the ground. You guys are up here. We don't expect you guys to be on the ground. But that's
they call these guys the voice of God. Eh? they're up there. They are just up there.
So you're going to hear them, but you don't know they're there.
Yeah. So of course we've got the live show happening. We've got one more race. I think we've got Sports Cars and GTs. And then we're going to be doing a live show downstairs. So I mean, if you guys can hear our voice, come down, come say hi, come pop in. We really want to encourage everybody.
And we want to get the storylines, and you mentioned that earlier on, Dex, the stories. We want to get the storylines from the drivers in the pits, because oftentimes as commentators, all we see is what's happening on track. But as you said with the Sirocco earlier on, there's a carburetor problem here. We don't get to know a lot of those things. We want the drivers and the riders to come to us, give us that info, and between us and yourselves and the rest of the teams here, we're going to be able to put together a more detailed show, if possible, with their input, of course.
Well, there you go, folks, around the circuit. You get that now, that Ernest Page and Dexter Bruce will be doing a lunchtime show, interviews with riders and drivers alike. They will also be in between races, giving us a little bit of flow and damage reports, as they say, to let us know what's going on. To the viewers at home, you will also be hearing these new voices. We will post their ugly mugs on Facebook at some stage, so we know who's behind them.
That's me.
Dexter sporting a new haircut and a fine shave, so he's already...
You made a mistake, this guy. I don't know what's wrong with you.
Well, not just that. Sorry, guys, I jump in here. Dex, you're going to be doing Rallycross.
I am.
And Ernest?
Yeah, now I'm missing the next one. I'm back then. I might drive Dexter's car at the next event.
Really?
Yeah, that's
I don't know about
this. Hold on. I'm so busy drafting the letter.
Yeah, no, definitely. You had the last Rallycross. I mean, was it amazing or not?
Geez, whole day of Rallycross. I just have I'll have a chat to you off here about thought that I've got there. But yeah, sure. Terry got hold of me in the week and said, I'll put your name down for this coming Saturday. Okay, sure, cool. No problem. Let's do this.
No, it's an absolute ding-dong battle. I mean, the guys really take it to the long live wire and then knock each other out. So for myself and Mike, we went at it hammer and tongs from the practice sessions, really, right up until the last race, up until unfortunately I knocked Mike and I broke a radiator hose and he won. Fair play to him, but the car has been resprayed and it's ready to go for the next one.
Well, I'll tell you what, Rallycross, okay, let me start this way. motorsport is a non-contact sport, except for rallycross. even the guys who were down here in the World Championship, they said it's full-on contact, and you and Mike and geez, what's that guy with the Volvo? Yes, and Mike, sure.
Amazing.
I tell you what, they were climbing over each other, and that's what rallycross is supposed to be about.
I think that's what people come to see. For me, it's the rugby of motorsport. It's a contact sport, but it's a non-contact sport.
Okay, so if I may jump in, if I may jump in. I was there taking part at the said event.
Yes.
And Dexter always warned me, he says, rallycross is like rugby. But I'm used to playing touch rugby. I don't know about these guys. They come, I catch the ball, I'm running with the ball, all of a sudden I get tackled, I'm expecting not to get tackled. So the sport as a spectator, it is just fantastic to watch. I gotta say, I'm a little bit sour grapes because my car got a little bit of damage, but everybody else was high-fiving. So I'm the odd one out. For the spectators though, I've gotta say, it's a fantastic show.
It is. I mean, Dexter and I had a little bit of a rumble not too far back. And Dex saw the car going sideways. He thought, okay, I'll just hang back. I'll stay back.
Nobody told you to bring a tank to rallycross.
Okay, Dex, if I can jump in here.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure if it keeps on heading in this direction, I think next year we could look at club championships maybe.
Sure.
Okay, I thought so. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, someone that's on the circuit at the moment, you've got Steve Humble in second place at the moment. He's one of the guys that's pushing the rallycross, chairman of the rallycross.
Yeah.
And clearly he does well on tar and on dirt.
And I asked him, what do you prefer? And he said rallycross.
you come out of the Joker lap, and I'm coming back on the track, and Steve Humble comes past when I see this. The door handle. He doesn't hold back. He'll take it.
Listen, boys, we're going to get ready for the live show. So please, everybody, if you guys are here, come pop on, come say hi to us at the live show. We're at the bottom, the base of the tower.
There we go.
And that will be the fan walk, and that's at lunchtime. And the Pay Bar VW Challenge guys and our guys from Cape Town will be out there. And you fans can meet the Dex and Ernest out there on.
So much to talk about. That Pay Bar race was also incredible.
Wow.
Flipping hell, what a day!
Wow.
What a day!
Wow.
Great stuff.
All right, boys.
Right.
Thanks, guys.
There we go.
Dex, Ernest, see you guys later. Right, so here we go with the Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GT cars, and that will be run over 10 laps. You see them weaving the way down the Killarney Straight.
I'll just bring the folks to a bit of attention here that we've got a Maserati on the circuit, been driven by a very fine karting driver, Mr. Tristan de Nobrega.
Yeah.
He's out there in Class D, and he will be starting from the third row of the grid in sixth position alongside Divan Luzmo in the 350Z Nissan. Francis Carruthers is leading out in the pull beam, Steve Humble in the Mallock, Gary Kieswetter in the Porsche GT3, then Davy Hubert has also got a GT3 now, who's sitting up behind him, then Divan Luzmo, Tristan Nobrega, Eric Salomon, Ray Farnham, Henny Bosman, Mr. Karateka in South Africa, he's out there in the rotary driven car, and then Gavin Erasmus in B10.
Right, so that is the entries that we got for the Spitfire Furniture, Sports and GTs. The last time we saw them out here, they were doing the Onsa AC 100, which is 100 Ks of Killarney, 31 laps. Today it's back to the standard racing of 2 10-lappers.
Somebody we haven't seen of late is Mr. Spitfire himself, Josh Broom, who has not been around for a while.
He hasn't been around for a while, yes, you're quite right. We'd like to see him back out there on track again. So, they are making their way around. This is their second out lap, and then they'll come and stop down here on the grid.
I doubt they'll stop. I think it's a rolling start, Frankie.
Yes, I know it's a rolling start, but don't they normally just, well, okay, all right.
Oh, wait, nonetheless, it happened to the best of us. Anyhow, here we go. So down the back straight, the pace car.
Yeah, they won't stop. They're behind the pace car.
Yeah. The Renault Duster is making its way there, and right up there behind them is Francis Carruthers. Up behind him is the Mallock of Steve Humble, Gary Kieswetter, that beautiful Bottini Porsche, and alongside him in the Wild Rose Porsche there is Mr. Davy Hubert.
Well, down the back line they go. Behind the pace car, it will be supposed to be 10 laps. Yes, it is 10 laps of racing action, and this is the last race before the lunch interval. Right, just a call there to Dexter and to Ernest. You need to put your things off if you're talking to other people. It's going out live.
Right, so the pace car pulls off to the right-hand inside part of the circuit, and Francis Carruthers sets the tone for this race. And alongside him in the Mallock, Steve Humble sits there on the front row. Right, they make their way up towards us. Frankie, take them off the line.
Right, here we go. This is the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GTs. The lights are on and off they go as they drop the hammers and work their way down into turn number 1. So as they make their way down into turn number 2, it is Humble that sits out there in P1. Then it is Carruthers in second. Gary Kieswetter is out there in that third position. They're trying to drop the hammers and disappear from the rest of the field, Francois, as they work their way through the kink and into turn 3 interceptor corner.
Oh, Steve Humble setting the tone as he makes his way up the Tigerberg straight away. Francis Carruthers in there. Gary Kieswetter up behind him. Davy Hubert, Divan Lismore, and Tristan Denobriger through the double right-hander. Make their way down the back straight. The Mallock just lights up the track as it makes its way down towards Patamina Fostrom corner. Keep an eye on the Porsche of Gary Kieswetter pulling up behind Francis Carruthers. The Maserati there of Tristan Denobriger trying to close down on the back of there. Oh, and a massive lockup there from, it looks like Davy Hubert, but he manages to collect it and bring it back onto the circuit, but possibly a small flat spot.
Well, it could be a small flat spot, could be a big flat spot, I don't know, but he's sitting out there in that fourth position is Davy Hubert. They're coming down towards us now is the Nissan 350Z, and that's coming through there, and that is Divan Lismore. That's in that 350Z. But the 3 front runners, make it your 4 front runners, are making the way out of turn number 2. Steve Humble out there in P1. Francis Carruthers in that second position, being chased down there by Gary Kieswetter, and then Davy Hubert. That's his first 4 cars that are working their way now through turn 3 interceptor.
Right, so still Steve Humble, loud and proud, leads out. Francis Carruthers there, Gary Kieswetter right up behind him. Davy Hubert, Divan Lismore, Tristan Denobriger, Erika Salomon, Ray Farnham, Henny Bosman, and Gavin Erasmus in that Lotus 6 Siege, bringing up the rear. But the Mallock leading down the back straight down towards turn number 5, and that is Steve Humble. So see how things are going there as they make their way now out of Patamina Fostron corner. So wait for them to come up towards us. The Mallock over the line. Francis Carruthers has been chased down there by Gary Kieswetter. Right up there behind him, Davy Hubert. Steve Humble with the quickest time of a 1 minute 15.4. It's an acceptable time for Steve Humble, but we know he's gone and scratched down in the 1 minute 10s already. So I think he's just keeping the measure of that car now as he works into Quarry corner. Francis Carruthers takes the full beam around, then's Gary Kieswetter and Davy Hubert up behind him. Divan Lismore a little way further back, coming up your bare straight there with Tristan Denobriger. Denobriger in that Maserati, I reckon there's a lot of power under that hood. Possibly just getting used to the car. They want to do something untoward. You don't want to throw that one down the road because it's a lot of money. It's a Maserati, although it might be a couple of years old, it's still a lot of money, and to repair it will cost you quite a packet. But Divan Lismore up the Tigerberg straight there now with Tristan and Denobriger now into Malmesbury corner. Your leaders already coming out of turn 5.
Yeah, coming out of turn 5. That's your first, second, third and fourth, and it is Steve Humble that is making his way to us in the Opel Mallock. Then Carruthers is out there with the full beam. Then it's Gary Kieswetter with the Porsche, and then the other Porsche there behind him, the Wild Rose Gym Porsche of Davy Hubert. Then Divan Lismore, he's making his way towards us, and he's got Tristan Denobriger right in there behind him in that lovely Maserati GT Coupe, sitting in there just behind the Nissan 50Z as they head down into turn number 1. Then coming down towards us now, another group of cars, and that is the 90 car coming through there, and we'll pick him up now, and that is Any Bosman right behind him is Eric Salomon as they work their way out of turn number 1.
Well, it looks like we've lost that Lotus of Gavin Erasmus. He's not on the circuit. Oh, he is. He's actually quite far back, though. Maybe getting used to the car. Could be a new acquisition on his behalf. Steve Humble making his way down now into turn number 5. That Lotus looks like it could be coming into pit lane. It does. So the Lotus there of Gavin Erasmus comes in. Steve Humble working his way now out of Patavina Fostron towards the right-hand side. He'll hang a left and make his way onto the main straight under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Down the Porsche straighter and down into holes with Francis Carruthers in tow. Then Gary Kiswetter and Davie Bear cross the line almost simultaneously. They're all down the 115, 116s. Kiswetter down in the 116, but has been in the 115s. That's why you'll see now in picture Davie Bear getting a little bit close to the back of Gary Kiswetter. Make the way up the Bear straight now towards Quarry Corner. There's Humble, followed by Carruthers. And then Kiswetter there with Davie Bear right up behind him. Davie Bear, an exponent of the Nisley Hill climb. He only likes fast cars.
Oh, that's his first 4 cars that are making their way through the kink and heading down into Interceptor Corner. And through Interceptor they go now, working their way up the Tiger Brook Straight towards turn number 4. That is 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Heading down into turn 4 as they work their way out of 4. Down the back man they go. It is Humble that sits out there in P1, Carruthers in 2nd, Kiswetter in 3rd, and Davie Hubert in 4th position. Down the back man they go. Then there's a massive gap between 3rd and 4th before we wait for the rest of the cars to come into view as they are now busy making their way. That 5th place man is all on his own, heading towards turn 4 now, and that's Devon Lismore in 350Z. As he works his way out of turn number 4, we watch the leaders making their way through turn number 1.
Well, I see Devon Lismore and right up behind him Tristan the Nobriger are still in the Maserati. The Maserati sounding very sweet, Frankie. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, it's a lovely looking motor car, and it's nice to see Tristan out there. He is, of course, the son of the famous Mark de Nobriger. They used to do karting and single-seaters back in the day, Formula Ford and the old Volkswagen Formula GTI single-seaters. And it's lovely to see that young man out there with that Maserati GT Coupe.
Right, so they just made their way over the line. The leaders already making their way up towards the back straight. Still Steve Humble leading out over Francis Carruthers. Carruthers trying to creep a bit closer to the back of Humble. I don't know if Steve Humble is waiting for him or not, because the times of the Carruthers are a bit quicker, and he's pulled away there from Gary Kiswetter. Oh, and Humble goes a little bit deep into turn 5, manages to correct himself. Carruthers, sorry. Corrects himself and brings himself back. He's got lights ablaze. He sits up behind Steve Humble. And here comes Carruthers. Gets on the gas and just blows past Steve Humble. Well.
Oh, that's a turnout for the car. All of a sudden, Humble gets demoted to that 2nd position. He might be in the mood for chasing somebody, then always being chased. So we'll have a look and see. Right now, that Mallock is still on pace as it sits in there behind the pull beam as they work their way out of turn number 2. So we'll have a look, see from this point of view. It doesn't look as if there's any problems with the pull beam at all. Not far behind them. It's a battle of the 2 Porsches, 3rd and 4th into Interceptor Corner now. Gary Kiswetter, and right behind him is Davie Hubert as they work their way down into turn number 4. Now Davie Hubert, Francois is part of that famous Hubert racing family. A lot of them do real time, a lot of them are iRacers. It's Davie Hubert, it's Francois Hubert, it's Rainier Hubert, and it's Swayze Huberts. They either do real time or they're involved in sim racing.
Yeah, no, that's it is a racing family. I know Swayze Hubert was also at the Nisley Hill climb at one stage, also in one of the latest exchanges. So, very popular racing family. And yeah, they're also involved in some very good things. So, the financing is coming from. A good trade to be in if it's successful. Having a look there now, Gary Kiswetter into turn number 1 holes there with Hubert up behind him. Now they make their way up the Hubert straight. There's the pull beam ahead of the Mallock there. So Carruthers ahead of Humble. And then it's Gary Kiswetter and Davie Hubert. They've got 3 laps left in this one. It's a 10 lapper. It's a short field, only 10 cars in it. But nonetheless, the couple of scraps here and there. Henny Bosman and Eric Salomon and Ray Farnham at the back of the track are having their back of the pack are having their own little squabble, and I'm sure Henny Bosman is enjoying it.
Right, so they're picking up some of the back markers now. Are the first 4 drivers making their way now through turn number 4, heading down the Killarney back straight, known as the Killarney straight, down towards turn 5, and they just busy lapping one of the back markers as they make their way out of Pertamina Fostron. So out of Fostron they come. When they cross the line, they will start their penultimate lap, and it is Carruthers that starts his second last lap, and with Humble in there behind him at second place, but that dice for P3 and 4 heading into turn 1 now. Those 2 Porsches, Francois, are a lot closer. Should I say Hubert is now a lot closer to Kieswetter.
Yeah, and Gary Kieswetter is trying to reel in the back there of Steve Humble. Francis Carruthers has put his head down and is pushing that pull beam rather hard. He's at a 1:14.4, which is not something to be sneezed at around Killarney. The car obviously capable of a little bit quicker times, but the weather conditions, the track conditions, not conducive to some high-speed racing at this moment in time. So they're just riding within their own means as the leading cars make their way up through Malmesbury Sweep, down the back straight, and well, they're about to start their final lap.
Well, they're going to catch the 90 car of Henny Bosman as they work their way down the lane. That is your leader, Carruthers. He's gone past Eric Salomon, and now he's going to have a look up on the inside of the 9-0 car of Henny Bosman as they exit Fostron corner, turn number 5, to come around and start their last lap.
Francis Carruthers, lights ablaze, makes his way up towards the start-finish line. Over the line he goes. Steve Humble making his way past Eric Salomon as they cross the line. Then it's getting and Darwin Bear. Those are your front 4 cars now. They're pretty much quite a long way ahead of 5th place band Devon Lismore and Tristan Nobriga. Henny Bosman up ahead has been lapped. Eric Salomon himself of Ray Farnham. So the leaders now on their last lap. There's your leader going into Quarry Corner. Francis Carruthers and the pull beam. Francis followed there by the Mallock of Steve Humble. There the 2 Porsches are Gary Kieswetter and Davy Hubert with Eric Salomon in front of him. They just need to squeeze past him. Going down into turn 3. Eric will get the blue flag. He'll stay out the way, and the 2 Porsches slide up on the inside. They say, thank you, Eric, very kind of you to let us through. Take the right hand up the Tygerberg straight up towards Malmesbury Sweep, and your leader now makes his way down towards Pertamina Fostron.
Yeah, in the third and final sector of Killarney International, down the back main he goes. Francis Carruthers in the pull beam, right in there behind him in second place is the Opel Mallock of Steve Humble as the 2 front runners make their way out. Oh, and that's a dice of the Porsches for 3 and 4, but the leader's heading towards a checkered flag, and it is Carruthers that comes home in P1. Humble finishes in that second position, and side by side to the line, it's going to be Davy Hubert that gets to the line just ahead there of Gary Kieswetter.
Well, Davy Hubert getting the measure there of Gary on the line. I'm sure Gary's not going to be too happy about that one, but Davy's sitting there knowing that he's got the pace to take over on Gary Kieswetter. Devon Lismore still on circuit, so too Tristan Nobriga, Henny Bosman, Eric Salomon and Ray Farnham.
It was about 100ths of a second or thereabout between Hubert and Kieswetter. So those first 4 cars have taken the checkered flag. The man that's in P5, Devon Lismore, is working his way into turn 5, into Fostron corner now, and there's only 6 cars that will finish this race on the lead lap. Devon Lismore and then Tristan de Nobriga. 7, 8, 9 and 10 has been lapped. As the checkered flag comes out for Devon Lismore, he crosses the line, and then it is the Maserati GT Coupe in that 6th position that finishes his race as well, part of Race Driver SA, and that is Tristan de Nobriga. Right, so we have done our thing. I can hear our ground commentators are busy talking in the background there, and we're going to hand over now. It's lunchtime, and for the fan walk, we will hand over to Ernest Page and to Dexter Bruce. Guys, it's yours.
Yeah. 1, 2. Just let us know. You can count us in.
Right, Dex and Bruce, if you can hear us. Over
Ladies
to you.
and
I can
gentlemen,
see you
welcome
guys on the
to
screen.
the lunchtime show. You just heard all the action from on top. Frankie and the guys in the tower, but now it's time to relax. In our case, we're going to relax and zip up all the way. It's very chilly out there. The cars seem to like it though.
Look, if I was a turbo car, I would love this weather, but I'm not. I'm a carburetor guy, so I'm getting very cold.
What's it? That stuff that you...
My jets.
Yes, the jets need to be tuned a little. My points and condensers are freezing over here a little bit. But other than that, it's a great day at the track.
Racing has been great. It's been super close. I think it's been amazing. The challenge race, oh my goodness.
Challenge race was good. Stian Kriel took it to Umpi, but in the end, Umpi managed to get the win. I spoke to one of the drivers, one of the lady drivers in that pack. She was running fourth at one stage, got some contact there at the start. They were rubbing. There was some close racing, close action.
I look at the cars. Every car that came past me had a bit of tire damage and a light out and a wing mirror off. So I think usually with VW Challenge, race 2, the gloves go off. And the guys, and you know, it's north versus south.
It's north versus south.
No matter what sport you speak about, when you say north versus south and Joburg versus Cape Town, you know it's going to be
you know we want to win.
Rugby, racing, it's all the same thing.
Exactly. Well, in this case now, we've got a couple of our guys speckled in between the VW Challenge guys, and a warm welcome once again to them and to everybody that's joining us now. This is the Power Series here at Killarney Raceway, round 5. And my name is Otis Page, joined by Dexter Bruce here for the lunchtime show. And we'll be handing over later on back to the guys in the tower to walk us through the races live and in person. But right now we're recapping what happened earlier on, and so far the highlights for us have been the VW Challenge race, but also we just watched the fine cars and classics now. And as the commentators were pointing out earlier on, I was wincing a little bit, pulling my leg up as the Ford Escort got it a bit sideways.
For me, it's about tire management. When you have a big car with a lot of power, it's easy to slide the car around, obviously. But the way Franco Donadio did his tire management, I think that's what kind of got him up there. Unfortunately, he came second, first place man, took the race. But tire management on a big car, I think, is very difficult.
Yeah,
the big V8 on a Deville, I mean, after lap 2 or lap 3, he was sliding the car all over the place. And it's difficult to keep the car in a straight line.
Well, someone we saw having big tire problems early on was our man Zak Groenewald in the BMW E30.
Absolutely.
And that car, 350 kilowatts from the back of the grid all the way through in the Clubman's race, making his way to the front, eventually had some brake and tire management issues.
Black flag, he got black flag, unfortunately. He was sliding a little bit,
too much. A little bit too much.
Keep the car under control, but I mean, if anybody can drive a rear-wheel drive car, that guy.
It was entertaining to watch it. As someone that loves drifting myself, I was enjoying it. But somebody forgot to send Zach the memo that this wasn't a drift event. So he was unfortunately had to pull into the.
But how good did it look?
It looked very good.
Very cool. The car is fast. You know, Jesse Hager unfortunately struggling again. I think he's going to pack up because something wrong with the engine. Last round 4 Power Series, unfortunately, he suffered gearbox issues. And second race, he suffered clutch issues. And they managed to sort the clutch out last race meeting. They came here this morning thinking that everything is all ironed out. But as is with racing, you know, unfortunately, after the race 1, he said he heard something in the motor.
Yeah,
and I assume that if they might have hurt the motor.
That's the thing about brandy and coke. You can either be at the bar at the end of the day. Sorry, that's the thing about racing, not brandy and coke. You can either be at the bar at the end of the day having a brandy and coke, or like in Jesse's case at home making a braai already.
In his case, tea.
Sorry, Uncle Jesse. But it's true though. The motorsport is such a fickle thing. You don't know what's going to happen once you put that helmet on. And these guys, and we saw that earlier on with that massive bike crash, the number 67 earlier on, hitting the tire wall. Hitting the wall as he came out of the ever so slight corner here out of turn 5.
Absolutely, but he survived. Everything is okay. There's nothing wrong with him. Unfortunately, the bike's going to have to be rebuilt though, but I'm sure he'll be back. It's not his first crash. I believe that he has been off the bike a few times and he's had a bit of unlucky here, but I think that's what it takes, getting in the leathers. When you get in the drum pursuit, you know, you kind of put it on and you know it's going to be quite difficult. And especially with a day like today, it's a little bit gloomy, it's cold, it's difficult to get heat into the tires. And the boys are all running tire warmers behind us at the moment and they're really struggling to put the heat into the tires. By the time they get to the starting line, those tires would have cooled down significantly.
Yeah, exactly, and that's exactly what Umpi said earlier on as well, is that with these cars, it's all about tire management. So if you warm up the tires too much on the start line or on the warm-up lap, if you spin the front tires up too much, they go off first. So what he did was he didn't warm it up as much and then got a terrible start. So it's this balancing act now, especially with these guys. It's so competitive here today that these guys have to get and grab every advantage that they can, and that's what we're seeing.
It's a game of chess at the moment with the VW Challenge guys. I think between the tire management, cooling down, and obviously having your car tuned for Cape Town weather, I mean, that's obviously a big thing. And then, of course, you have that knowing the track kind of a thing.
Yes.
Ian Creel, he's a Joburg boy, but he's a Cape Town boy.
Yeah, he's been there for 6 or 7 years now, but he's definitely a Cape Town boy.
He knows his way around.
He cut his teeth here at Killarney Raceway many, many years ago. And what's his nickname again? He's got a Kamikaze Kid. The Kamikaze Kid.
He'll just go in there.
Yeah, the stock car nickname's coming out. And he's back now in Cape Town. But I think the setup definitely helps a lot if you've been here before and you know the circuit well, because it's a very specific setup here at Killarney Raceway. Yeah. Clearly, some of the Cape Town guys have that advantage.
Marco Boussy's also in the mix. I think he finished 4th in the last race. I think he'll be back a couple of tweaks here and there.
Yeah.
Guys will be fine-tuning their cars, getting it ready for race 2. So I guess to say that race 2 is going to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm going to get the results out here. I'm not checking my WhatsApp, people. I'm actually just getting the results out here. And 100% race 2 is going to be closer. We saw so many cars out there today. I just heard that there's a guy named Kasha Naidu in the number 72 car to watch out for. He's one of the 80K guys driving for 80K today. So watch out for him. And the guys have sent us all the results. So we'll be going through those results shortly to try and get to the bottom of what's going on here. V8 Masters is another one that we can watch out for, because as we saw early on, those guys they're not scared to rub a little bit.
Well, this is the thing about the V8 Masters, that they've got no data with regards to the new tire setup that they have currently running in the car. So they've got absolutely no data. So it's very difficult for them to be able to actually know what tire pressures to use and what tire temperatures to use. So it's completely new to them. So this is kind of obviously very, very cold, so they don't know what to use. So I think we saw the big lockup.
Yes, we saw plenty lockups
with the Pirelli guys. It was kind of crazy.
Well, we're fighting with the marshals here, looks like, and I'm not quite sure. Hopefully we're not going to get red flagged or black flagged here by the marshals.
Were you sliding? Were you sliding? Were you speeding in the pits, sir?
I wasn't speeding in the pits, please join us. We've got our first interview here. Trying to see, this is Nick from... Let's see, Nick from HSC Racing. Nick, how's it going out there today? Give us an update on what's happening.
One of the Hutchins boys.
Today was really good. Pity for the weather, you know.
Yeah, it's a bit chilly out there.
Yeah, really cold.
So this is the very good question. What is it like out there? Because I can barely sit still over here.
It's super cold. The track's not as good as we expect it to be.
Keep the mic a bit closer. There you go.
But I feel like race 2 will be a lot better than race 1. I think quicker times, and just good luck to all the riders out there today. Be safe, stay strong. Yeah.
Obviously, it's very different from your father and your brother in the car. You on a bike, it's completely...
So it's my cousin that rides.
Lane?
Lane, yeah.
Lane is your cousin?
Lane, and Trevor's my uncle, and myself and Ben ride the 300s.
Right. So it's very, very different in terms of, obviously, they've got a car around him. How is it like out there on the bike at the moment? It must be super cold.
It's cold, it's windy, it's... But you're in your element at the time. I mean, you're not really worried about
it. Put the fan on, put the heater on. I mean, it's lekker. You know,
no,
like real close, Evan.
No, we don't need no heaters because the adrenaline's already running through.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's so weird. Once the lights go out, then it's all good, eh?
Then it's go.
Yeah,
well, once you're on the line, your legs start shaking a little bit.
Exactly. So how did your first race go today?
It went really well. I qualified second, unfortunately. Didn't have a good qualifying, but...
How's second not a good qualifying? Are you used to qualifying on first then?
But I think race 2 will be a lot better.
Okay, cool. Great. So looking forward to race 2. And how's the bike feeling?
It's feeling okay. I mean, there was a little work we needed to be done. Change tires because the tire was pretty finished. Didn't realize that. But yeah, I think
it's so good.
Be a good
well,
race.
Looking forward to race 2. When are you on? What time is your race?
3:30.
3:30. So be sure to check him out at 3:30. We've got quite a few people lined up for interviews.
Okay.
Good luck with race number 2.
Thank you.
And I hope you're going to get first place.
100%. Thank you.
All the best.
All right, cheers, guys.
Well, we've got everybody lined up. We've got paramedics lined up. We've got marshals lined up.
I'm a bit scared because
I feel like when I see them, I feel like I did something wrong.
I'm in trouble. Especially Paul Lehman. You know, he's got that
exactly.
stone cold.
So we can get Paul in here.
Paul, bring him in.
Let's have a chat. For
the first time, I feel like I'm higher than you now. Mr. Paul Lehman, one of the faces of Killarney when it comes to the marshal.
He's literally got the tag to prove it. I said, Paul, but you raced yourself. You raced single-seaters back in the day. You did some karts as well.
I didn't race single-seaters. I raced supercarts on the short circuit.
We've got the marshals pulling in here behind us. How's it, guys? How's it? Welcome. Let me make some space here. So what's it like being on the other side? It's clearly a different experience. And yeah, you guys are the first responders, the first people there when things go wrong, like we saw with that bike early on.
Correct, yes. Well, we are the unsung heroes of motorsport, because when anything goes wrong, we are the first ones there to sort out the issue, pick up the pieces, clean up the oil spills, pick up all the bits and pieces, and that's the way it goes.
Can you give us a quick introduction to your team here, just to just quickly go through the names we got?
Firstly over here we've got Debbie, who's our medic. She's actually a member of the Marshals. And then Alan and Aristo with the red overalls, they're also paramedics. And we've got Francis, one of our senior Marshals, Fonny, who's Chief Flag, and Alan, who runs Chief vehicle, in the Chief Marshal's vehicle. So that's just some of the crew.
Yeah, of course. And on a day like today, I mean, you guys have the best day when nothing goes wrong. But with that bike thing over there, I mean, what is the procedure when something like that happens? We had a big, just for those that missed it, there was a massive bike accident on the main straight. Kind of worst case scenario for a bike accident. You don't normally see it on the fast bits over here. So from your guys' perspective, what's the protocol?
Well, basically, we first go to the competitor themselves to make sure they're all right. They all have a look at what we need to do to clear up the incident.
Okay. And in this case, the competitor was fine. The bike was a little bit worse for wear, though.
A little bit?
Yeah.
I don't think he'll race that bike again.
Yeah, no. So you reckon that bike is done?
That's done.
Oh, my goodness me. But other than that, you guys had a good day so far. Other than that, we're continuing to have a good day. And from our side here, I mean, from everybody here, we just want to thank you guys for your support and what you guys do. Because as you said, none of this would happen without the Marshals. People often don't know that this is what's happening.
Correct.
Behind the scenes, even on a practice day, the guys are here.
Yes. Yesterday. Yeah. Overseeing the practice. So, yeah.
Yeah, definitely the unsung hero. So for those that are listening out there, how do they actually get involved with the Marshals?
I'm glad you asked that.
How do we get more people here, you know?
Waiting for that question.
Yeah, that's exactly why we wanted to do this interview, because we want people out there to know we are not specially trained, or we are now, but people who join us do not need to be specially trained. They do not need the special sort of abilities. We do all that for you. We give you that training.
Yeah, I've been for the fire training. FYI.
It doesn't make you a fire marshal. You didn't get an orange jacket, okay.
Yeah, a lot of people think the fire marshals, that's where they're going to go, but it takes years and years to actually get into the fire section. It takes a lot of experience.
So what would be the first point of call if I want to be a marshal? Where do I go? Do I go to the website? Is there a Facebook page? What do I need to do?
There is a Facebook page. Otherwise, if you're here on a race day, come down to Turn 6, which is the Marshals facility. Come and have a chat to us. But yeah, we do have a Facebook page.
The facility is actually Marshall's bar.
When the first time I ever heard the word turn 6, I walked this whole place bound looking for turn 6. I thought it was an actual turn, but it's not. It's actually like their own little place where they've got a little bar and it's a little hideout.
Yeah, I like that name.
It's beautiful.
Yeah,
I normally go there to pick up my parts after Rallycross. Thank you.
So that's where I must go. Okay, now I know. Well, guys, thanks so much for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. The Marshals of Killarney, represented by their finest here. And as mentioned, if you want to join the guys, you can pull into the track, go to the Facebook page, or just come chat to one of the Marshals here and let us know if you're keen to join us at the circuit.
Thank you, guys.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that was very interesting. I mean, that's definitely one of the unsung heroes, or a lot of the unsung heroes, is the guys that put in so much of time just behind the scenes, cleaning up after every accident. They're here early in the morning, they leave last. I mean, that takes a little bit of effort, you know?
Yeah, that does take a lot of effort. We got
Steve Humble.
Eyes on the road, please. Eyes on the road.
Only second place.
This is the problem. This is the problem here with these guys.
You know, it's good though. It's music to our ears. You got second place.
Oh, I see the Motorflex guys are here. Motorflex guys are here. They're going to join us. Did you know, and I'm working with the guys at Motorflex, so full disclosure, I am working with them on this project. Meneer, gaan het? Come on, like as Ruan over there from Motorflex. And full disclosure, as I mentioned, I'm working with you guys on this project as well, but I thought I'd need to bring you in here and have a chat with Dex as well, because you guys are giving away a motorbike and you're giving it away today.
Yes, that's correct. So we're giving away a Aprilia RSV. Sorry, a Aprilia RSV4. It's a 2013 model. It's only got 10,500 Ks on, and it's beautiful.
It is. It's a legitimately good-looking bike.
You're actually giving a motorbike away.
Yes, that's correct.
This is amazing.
When I told him about it earlier, and I thought everybody knew, he's like, they're giving a bike away
What do I
today.
need to
That's the reaction we usually get when we tell them that we're
This
giving
is
a
amazing.
bike away.
Yeah. So could you, how if Dexter wanted to enter today, how does he do it? Can he still enter? What's the deal?
Yes, so the competition ends at 5 p.m. today. So all you need to do is go onto the website, motorflex.com. You can order online, and for every 500 rand that you spend, you get 1 entry to win the bike.
Yeah,
And then by 6 p.m. we'll have a live draw.
Okay, nice. I'm actually reaching into my bag here because I bought one of your Motorflex. This is what you can get at the store. You can get one of these, you can get a cap, you can get a whole bunch, like a hoodie, a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, I've been using this wallet for ages. I love it.
Yes, and then we also work together with Detail Ease, the cleaning products. Ceramic coats, so you can also get that from our website.
Okay, lekker. And so far, I mean, how are the entries looking? How's the interest looking? I mean, this is the first time something like this has been done that I know of in recent times.
Yeah.
It's and you guys are doing this by the book. I mean, this is a fully transparent competition.
Yes,
and how's the reception been so far?
Actually very good, and we actually noticed since yesterday the sales picked up.
Nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, because it's now crunch time now.
I mean, who wouldn't want to win a bike, right?
Correct.
Who would want, and it's brilliant.
Yeah. And the thing is, they obviously see now that it's real and it's going to happen today.
Absolutely. So where will the winner be announced? On the website? Would you guys have any?
Yeah, so we're going to have a live draw on Facebook that you can tune in, but it's going to be in the clubhouse after the race today.
So the winner will be announced today.
Today.
This is amazing.
Yeah,
So,
I think this is the first. I've never been part of it.
So they don't have to necessarily come here to enter. They can enter online. Okay, but if you want to see the bike, come pull in here today. Come check it out. The Bikers Park over there by the clubhouse in all its glory. I revved it the other day. It sounded so lekker. So nice. Well, there you go, folks. There you have it. An Aprilia to win, if you can believe it. Speak to the guys from Motorflex. Go check out the website, Facebook page. And they're also here at the circuit by the clubhouse. Yeah, I know. I didn't believe it either, but it turns out it's happening.
It's true. You guys got some riders, obviously, on the track as well.
Correct, yeah.
What's it been like for them? How's it been?
Yeah, so obviously...
You're not riding today?
No, not today.
Yeah.
I'm still a rookie.
Okay.
Still learning to get there. But Jan from our team is racing today.
I saw that,
A technical issue with his bike, but he's getting it sorted, and hopefully he'll be ready for race 2, so watch out for him. And then also Rob Craig is in our team.
Okay, nice.
Together
That's
with
a good guy to have in your team, eh?
Correct, yeah.
That's a good guy to have. Very fast. Lots of championships behind his name, Mr. Craig.
Yes, so he's also with us,
Okay, lekker. Well, thanks so much for joining us, Ruan.
Thanks for having me.
I'm so glad that somebody's doing something like this, giving people opportunity to win a motorbike. I look forward to chatting to you again, and let's find out later on after 5, 6 o'clock side in that live draw who's going to win the bike.
Who's going to win the bike.
I'm sure you'll see me on the bike, guys. Just hand it over, okay?
I might have to escort him off the bike, but that's another story.
But yeah, come check it out or go on the website, motorflex.com.
Motorflex.com.
Awesome.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks so much for coming.
Well, there you go. Ruan from Motorflex. That bike is available in this competition to win. And we got more people coming through. HSC, wearing the HSC cap over there. Please pull in. How's it?
Introduce yourself. How are you?
Oh, not too bad, you guys.
Very good,
Like, just keep the mic nice and close. There
nice
you
and
go.
close. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to shout there.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm Braden Hutchings, and I'm 74. I ride the KTM 390 in the power sport alongside Nicholas Hutchings.
So this is what I need to... I'm not that au fait with the bikers, but I know the surname. What is
if you see that HSC,
okay,
you know everything is sorted. Okay, just get it right. Understand.
So tell me a bit about the family, the history, the biking history, etc.
Okay, well, it's a bit of both. It's bikes, cars, anything with wheels, really. I mean, you guys know Rallycross side as well.
Yeah, exactly.
We're everywhere.
Exactly.
I'm not really sure how it happened. It just kind of out of the blue. Next morning, suddenly half the family's racing. So, but the other half is here supporting as well. I can't really tell you where it started. It just kind of just all of a sudden it happened really fast.
Do you go from cars to bikes, bikes to cars, or do you only do bikes?
No, at the moment, I'm only bikes.
Okay, cool.
At the moment.
And you main circuit or you short circuit as well?
We are both.
You got
Yeah.
Well, I mean, obviously.
But now the family is together. Obviously now the biker guys will say, why are you guys riding so slow?
This is a good question. When you guys get to a family bride, you guys only talk about this sort of thing, or is it other stuff as well?
Yeah, it's just racing. It's just racing. That's all that we talk about, really.
So tell me, Jared is on the 500. I think he was on the course in the 500. He was mentioning this morning that you obviously are one of his competitors up there with the 390. What was it like, race 1, you and him?
It was actually a lot of fun. I finally got my own bike, all my own bits back together and working actually properly. So today was the first day that I actually got to really run it in again.
Yep.
Feeling a lot more comfortable, but obviously making a lot of mistakes. But yeah, I'm not gonna lie, that was a good dice.
Yeah,
Today,
so,
that race one was good.
With the wind picking up with this, there might be a tailwind or there might be a headwind.
Yeah, look, for us on the power sports class, obviously the wind plays a huge factor, especially down the back straight. If it's blowing that direction, in headwind, the drafting on a normal day is amazing. So now,
Okay,
you'll fly past.
So it's not so much the wind affecting you guys while you're riding; it's the drafting effect is amplified.
Yeah, look, on the power sport class, horsepower, it makes a little difference, but the biggest difference is drafting.
Wow.
Down the back straight, if you could pass two guys in one go, he could pass you back. It just depends where you are.
And the wind obviously moves you side to side as well, so you.
Oh yeah, look, if the wind gets strong, you can feel it in the mid corner definitely. It can throw you offline a little bit, but I mean, you're ready for it.
So your race 2 is coming up. What is your ambition for race 2? What is it like? You guys have any game plan?
Basically, just finish strong, have a good race, and end with a smile. That's basically how I want to end.
Look, as a biker, you always want to end with a smile.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
So that's true. Well, HSC Racing once again joins us here in the paddock area. Thanks so much for coming through. Good luck to you and the entire family, 4 or 2 wheels.
Thank you.
I'm sure we'll see you on the podium later on, at the very least at the finish line.
Maybe, we'll see. But we'll see you guys next weekend in Rallycross anyway.
Absolutely.
Cool, thanks
guys.
guys.
Bye-bye. Oh, another familiar face pulls through. Please come on in. We are ready.
The guys are lining up thick and fast.
There we go. And we see you every race. And now we're waiting for our monthly update as to how today's going.
Today was an interesting one. A rider went down in turn 5, as I'm sure we're well aware of. It was a racing incident per se between myself and that rider.
Oh, so you were involved with that incident?
Unfortunately.
Is that the one, the exit of turn 5?
Yeah, through the kinks on the left-hand side onto the front straight.
So you can give us a first-hand account of exactly what happened there.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's not nice. I mean, it's never nice to see a bike go down, a rider go down. We're friends, actually, Jonathan and myself. And yeah, it's unfortunate, and I feel bad for it. But at the same time, we are out there racing, and there's a certain level of, hey, something's going to happen.
For sure.
So can you walk us through what exactly, from your perspective, if you can, what went down?
Yeah, look, I mean, I came out slightly a jar behind him. Out of turn 5, I was carrying more speed. I had better run, I had better acceleration. I stuck on the racing line, took through the racing line. He was slightly out wide to the right-hand side, if you want to call it that. And when I looked, obviously, he was cutting back onto the racing line, and there I was. And I was already over it, slightly an angle to the left.
So back to front wheel then, kind of thing?
No, shoulder to shoulder.
Oh, shoulder to shoulder, okay.
I think handlebar, actually.
Oh, go on, then that's racing. It's just one of those things. And sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you're the nail, Flippin' hell, man.
Unfortunately,
yeah.
So, I mean,
and you saw it play out. I mean, we've all been in those situations. Was it one of those slow motion situations where you saw the whole thing happening sort of in front of you?
Yeah, I mean, it happens in slow-mo, but when we compute in our head slow-mo, that slow-mo is about 30 split seconds. So, there's not really... You kind of, when you have a thought about it, it's afterwards that you go, oh, maybe I could have done this, or maybe I could have done that.
Of course.
And not necessarily about that incident, but other things as well. Like when you break into turn 5 and you go, okay, I've nailed it, and then you go, well, hang on, I haven't nailed it.
But that's the sport, though, isn't it? That's why we get to do another lap.
Yeah.
And another lap, and another lap, and another lap. And in this case, it was red flag, and now you've got to get your head right for the restart again.
This is the thing. What does it do to you after that incident? I mean,
going
into the next corner, does it break up your rhythm a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like a collision. It's not like we T-boned each other. So it was a shoulder-to-shoulder rubbing is racing kind of incident. And then when I got down to, I think it was turn 2 when I came around, or turn 3, I saw the red flag out. And I thought to myself, please don't tell me that this is Jono. And I turned around to look behind me, and there was no one behind me.
Oh, so you thought he was still there?
I still thought he was there.
Okay.
Because also when I got knocked, I sort of throttled off a little bit because I thought, and then I realized, hang on, if I throttle off, the bike's going to turn easier now. So I'm going to go onto the grass on the left-hand side. So let me keep on the throttle. And I thought, okay, well, I got it, the place. But then when I saw the red flag, then I thought, I was hoping, you never want to hope, but I was hoping that it was something in front of me that I was going to come across, not something that had occurred from
And
turn
then the
5.
restart, as Dexter mentioned, getting your head right for the restart, I mean, that would have been tricky.
Yeah, so I took a step, like a big step, putting a really, really, really grippy tire on the rear of my bike that requires a lot of temperature to work. So they kept us on the straight with the cold breeze blowing through. They gave us one formation lap.
Right now? Oh,
Jeez, that formation lap, I could not get that tire fired up again. So I took 2 or 3 laps into the second restart to get the tire going again. But I was laughing at myself. Every turn I was going, no, there we go. Okay, next one, or maybe, no, there we go. Still not warm yet, keep going.
So going into the next race, what's the mentality now? What's the plan going to the second half of the day? You guys have a big gap between your first race and your second race.
I'm going to go to like a plastic shop now. I'm going to go buy a whole bunch of bubble wrap and I'm going to put it around myself.
Yeah, good idea. Good idea.
Because in turn 2, one of my teammates nearly took me out, but luckily I heard something. And I turned and I looked behind me and I saw him not able to stop in the bike, squirming and everything. Yeah. And so I actually ran wide on turn 2 on purpose to give him space because he was busy losing control. So I was like, no, hang on. This isn't going according to plan today.
But that is the nature of what we do.
The nature of the business, And obviously the cold temperature doesn't help you at all. You know,
definitely
getting
not.
that tire taking extra long for your tire to get home.
Yeah.
You know, you busy chattering, your teeth is going, you know, you're a little bit nervous. So obviously the cold temperature doesn't help at all. But your strategy going into race 2, what are you going to lay back a little bit, or are you still going to go ham and
I'm always the
tongs?
chilled guy. I don't mind, like.
That's what they all say up until they put that thing on the
I
head.
don't know what that helmet does that.
With the horns.
The horns come out.
You know what I mean?
Once it goes down, the horns go out.
No, when I start, I'm not the oak that worries about getting the perfect launch and you're cutting down into turn 1. I just get into the back. I'm happy there. I do this for the fun of it, and then from there I'll start working my way through. I mean, if I take huge risks and everything, I'll go from 13th to 10th or 9th or 8th. And still not competing in the first 3, so it makes no sense to be risking it for something I do for fun.
Very good.
Very good strategy, and as always, a pleasure to have you here with us. We look forward to race by race updates. So if you are here in the area and we are available, please pop in and come chat with us.
Thank you guys.
Absolutely.
Have a good one.
All the best.
Awesome. Appreciate it.
Thanks for your time. Well, there you go, folks. Bikers do it one way, that's for sure.
Yo, the risks,
are you out of your mind, bro?
The risks on a bike is so much higher, though, you know?
Yeah.
So, but I mean, that is kind of what they love. I mean, each to his own. We all, as I say, we all like our own poison.
Yeah, I always often chat to bikers about why they ride. They say it's the freedom. I was like, why don't you just run naked on a field or something, bro? What freedom do you need to have on a bike? But it's cool. Here we go. We got another biker over here. We're just talking about the freedom of riding on a bike. Is it what they said? We got some applause there in the background. Ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Could you introduce yourself, please?
My name's Matthew van Niekerk.
Matthew van Niekerk, okay.
And I'm from Strand, Somerset West.
Somerset West, okay.
Yes,
Cool.
sir.
Cool.
All the way from there. So.
And what bike you on?
I'm on a ZX10 Kawasaki.
Nice.
The one just behind us. 1000
Okay,
cc,
cool.
yeah.
So you're the first 1000cc biker we got today. What is it like on the big bike?
Hey.
Obviously, the weight and the power.
So
give us the rundown. What is it like?
The level of gears is high on 1000. That's a given.
He's like, this gears over here. It's like this.
It makes the wrist get a good arm pump. You know, it's good arm pump. It's slippery out there.
Yes.
It's not very warm and there's a bit of a breeze, just making the track quite cold. But it makes the race exciting. And yeah, I don't know.
And obviously the wind, obviously with a big bike, the wind that plays a little bit of a different role. The headwind.
So luckily
obviously
today
into
the
your
wind seems to be coming from the side. So usually if it's a tailwind going into turn 1 or into turn 5, you've got to adjust your brake markers a bit. But for today the wind not playing a very big role on the bike. Just making it quite cold.
Yeah, it's freezing cold.
But we're lucky that it's not raining.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
So
There's been some speckles, there's been some hint of rain coming at some stage, but so far so good. I would imagine you guys are watching the weather the closest out of everybody.
Yeah, just trying to stay warm.
Yeah,
keep the hands moving.
You in the romper suit, we in clothes.
Yeah, I'm not getting out of this.
Yeah, that is a good idea at this stage. I think very good.
And you're on the Diablo tire at the back. What are you on?
No, so I'm on the Bridgestone.
The Bridgestone. 295.
The 255 profile.
255 profile. Okay, cool.
And they're very sticky out there.
Are you able to put the power down from the green light, or are you going to sort of?
With a little bit of sliding. I got to work on my starts. They've been really bad today. We had 2 because we had the red flag. But yeah,
and the results so far, the results looking for today so far?
I don't know, to be honest. Okay. In the race, I think I finished 5th.
Oh, nice.
Okay,
nice,
cool.
nice.
So race 2 coming up. You think you're going to go
Race
up
2.
from the podium? You're going to get there?
Oh, I don't know about the podium, but I'll watch the guys go get the podium. I'll just follow behind them.
This is modesty right here. This is the guy that ends up winning the race.
I hope so.
Well, that is fun. Nick, all the way from Somerset West on the 1000cc. Watch out for him. What time is your next race?
Sure. 4 o'clock, I think.
4 o'clock,
Around
okay.
there.
So hopefully by that time the sun has come out. I think it's by Cam's Bay, so we're trying to pull it this way.
Yeah, I can see it. At least it doesn't look like it's about to rain.
No, not at all. All the best for the second race.
Thank you guys.
4 o'clock, the 1000cc's will be back. Panik over here, one of the riders on those bikes. Expect some serious pace from these guys.
Yeah.
I mean, flipping out 1000cc out there in this weather, these conditions. But as he said, at least it's not raining out there. And we've got another rider pulling in here, someone that I've met before back in the past. He is running Diablo tires by the looks of things over there. Pirelli's definitely Pirelli. And could you introduce yourself and just let us know? I mean, you've been at the circuit for years. You've raced multiple classes. Last time we tried to run a GSXR, if I wasn't mistaken.
I had that old Yamaha R1.
Oh, Yamaha, yes,
you and me had that special little production that we tried to arrange. That was quite a lot of fun.
Yeah, good fun.
We still speak about it between the car races and the bike races. It's like the ultimate thing, you know, a bike racer getting into a race car and a car driver on the bike.
It's
like
Lewis Hamilton versus Valentino Rossi. It's kind of what it is, Lewis Hamilton versus Valentino Rossi when they swap cars.
Something like that, but local.
Definitely as far as physicality goes, the bike riding is way more physical, isn't it?
The bike riding is more physical. You tend to not actually sit on the seat. I've had spectators ask before, why is there only a small layer of foam on your bike seat? And I go, well, I don't sit on it.
Yeah.
It's your seat. You basically sit. All your weight is on your foot pegs, and you shift from side to side.
So the core strength that you need to be able to move from side to side must be, obviously, you know.
Yeah, core strength fitness is directly equivalent to.
This is actually very good. This is actually very good in terms of off the race stuff. What do you do to get race fit?
Yeah. So a lot of the guys cycle, but that's another big expense.
Yeah.
So I do the easiest form, which is actually just running.
Okay.
So I do easily about 40 Ks, 30 to 40 Ks in a week.
Yeah.
And then short distances and then long distances, and then I would pace myself.
Yeah, because the fitness comes in as well, not just the physicality of able to do it, but to do it over and over, and then not to have any sort of drop off until the flag goes. Because if you're on lap 8 or 9, and all of a sudden your arms are going T-Rex, then you got problems.
That's where the fitness, you are strong right until the end.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and when you kind of get into the sport, you don't know these kind of things. You don't understand, like, how are the guys so fast towards the end of the race?
Yeah.
It's just
It's
fitness.
an endurance. It's really an endurance.
But ever since I've known you, you've been trim, the neck has been thick. I've never seen you have an off day.
But listen, some folks are born this way. Not us.
I think I'd actually love to see Ernest on a bike sometime.
Oh, yeah,
we know that he can drive a car.
Listen, this man's got brittle bones. Okay, we cannot afford it.
I've spoken to the guys at Motorflex, and we're looking at putting me on a bike at some stage, but we're still busy trying to figure out how the training wheels work.
A BMX?
Yeah, how do you put the training wheels on? I don't know. I don't understand. But it would be so lekker. It looks so much fun. But
just to get a feel for it.
Yeah, but that's exactly it. I don't want to break records. I just want to get a feel for it because you've ridden bikes.
I've never raced. I've ridden a bike, and the freedom, I get the freedom part of it.
Okay.
It definitely has that moment. But it's also, you know, if you have a family, there's that.
You're not going to take the risks to that level.
Yes.
I mean, if you're in your full leathers, I mean, you've got a back protector, you've got a good helmet and gloves. As long as you don't do anything completely foolish, you know.
But at the same time, we're at the circuit, and if there's going to be any place to do it, it would be here, because if you go on the road, you can hit the pavement. I mean, that's more dangerous than anything else. Whereas
anything stationary.
Anything stationary. Whereas here, the marshals have made sure there's all soft areas wherever.
It's a good landing. It's a good landing. Well, listen, we're about to part with the second part of our race meeting, and you got race 2.
Yep, I'm going to go get ready for race 2.
Oh,
it was nice to chat to you guys.
Yeah, man. So what's the plan going to race 2? We didn't ask you, what are you racing today?
The ZX-10R,
nice.
Kawasaki Ninja. It's a 2015 model. So slightly outdated, but she still goes well.
Yeah, I'm sure.
So it's just a little bit tricky with a colder temperature, a little bit of wind now. Do we change tire pressures? Do we leave it as it is?
Send it, bro.
Yeah,
just send it. Send it.
That's the idea.
And then you've got the situation like earlier with the red flags and stuff happening. All of these things play a part.
The tires cool down astronomically when you stand still literally for a couple of seconds.
But you guys aren't allowed to have tire warmers on the restart.
So we literally stand outside there and you can almost see them cooling down and smell it cooling down. But you've got that antsy feeling. You just want to get on the bike and get them rolling again.
It takes about a lap or so to switch on?
Well, it's generally about 2 brisk laps for them to be on proper temperature. So the scary thing is when you're going to turn 1 after the start.
First lap.
Always scared that someone goes into the back of you.
I mean, that's 10 corners of risks. That's 10 corners, you know, before you can actually put the power down.
Put the power down,
Well, good luck with your second race.
Thank you, guys.
ZX10 is the best weapon of choice. Let me tell you that much. I don't know.
Thanks, guys.
Awesome. We'll see you on track. Cheers, man. Well, ZX10, the bike of choice here. And we've just heard now we're going to send it up to our commentary team upstairs. It looks like we're done here. Yep. That went surprisingly quick, Dex. It's surprisingly quick. Lots more action to come, folks. This is the Power Series at Killarney Raceway. My name is Ernest Page, joined by Dexter Bruce. And we're going back upstairs to the commentary team to continue to watch the rest of the action. So, stay tuned.
Hey.
Yeah, man. Nice. Come on, and just like crack.
You guys.
Oh, yes.
Just switch your mics on, so on like it. Byron Mitchell, we're going to be going down course after lunch.
I had eloquent deficiencies, they said. Eloquent deficiency, depending how you look at it. Byron Mitchell out there with DJ Boyson. I saw them in the pits. They're looking ready to rumble. As you can see, Joy Dolanchik with the 2 Formula 4s up there behind them. Hayden Elwood, Elroy Weiss, Donovan Ramsey, Zayna Munson, young lady Kelly Fletcher, Nick van der Westhuizen, and Rainer Pence and Reinhard de Ridder. Castle coming out of pit lane as Byron Mitchell pulls up onto the pole position there alongside DJ Boyson.
This is going to be quite interesting, Francois. These cars have not had a sighting lap, I would think. I see now that number 95 of Donovan Ramsey will be pulling into position.
I think we're trying to score a little bit of time here, Byron. You know, we had a couple of hold-ups, so as we know, the sun sets here relatively early. So I think they're just trying to buy us a little bit of time,
Zayna Munson, he's got to get into position now. He's holding his hands up over there, something he's not particularly happy about in that Repsol Lantis. And, well, Donovan Ramsey, number 95V in position. And then we have the Elroy Weiss to find his way in somewhere over there. And the one I'm actually speaking about is Hayden Elwood, Class C. But, well, we're going to have ourselves now a start of a...
P6 Elroy Weiss is open. Elroy not out there. He was in pit lane, but I don't see him out there, so I don't know what the story is behind that one.
Well, we're going to be waiting now. Lights will be out and away we go. Quite a bit of wheel spin off the line there from Byron Mitchell, and DJ Boyson will stick the nose ahead, but now the corner advantage will go to Byron Mitchell, and will he take the whole shot? Yes, he will. He pokes the nose ahead, but look behind them there, Francois, as those 2 Formula Ford Mygales that are really pursuing and pushing it hard over there as well. Kutsia and Dolanchik.
Well, Jason Kutsia getting a good start of it now. DJ Boyson up on the inside there. Jason Kutsia tries to stay out the way. They're alongside Troy Dolanchik under the wing there of DJ Boyson. They make their way through the King down towards the interceptor corner now. And Byron Mitchell half a second ahead there. Now will start planting their car, working its way up to Tigerberg straight up towards Malmesbury Sweep. But those 2 little Margales sitting right there with the Formula VW as they make their way now through the double right-hander.
It's going to be a fascinating battle between those 2 Libra A class runners. But now we watch as Kelly Fletcher leads the Class V section. At the moment, I see Zayna Munson is in second at this time as Byron Mitchell comes around per Tamina faster on turn 5, and he will come to complete lap 1 of the 10 racing laps, excuse me, not 8 racing laps as I originally thought. But down the back straight, I'll watch there for those Formula Libras as well. It is in fact Kelly Fletcher that leads it out of per Tamina Fastron, and then I would think actually that is Ramsey that will find himself up a position there. We'll watch them as they come around now. Actually, sorry, it's Hayden Elwood. Hayden Elwood comes along sorry, Hayden Elwood. Then it's Reno Pence. Excuse me, the number 65. Then Kelly Fletcher. Then Zayna Munson in third position. Nick van der Westhuizen in fourth place in class. Of course, there's no Elroy Weiser. Only 11 of them starting this race.
Byron Mitchell leading out. DJ Boyson under attack there from Jason Gutierrez with Troy Dolenchek in close attendance. A little further back, Hayden Elwood. Then Reno Pence, and followed by Kelly Fletcher, who leads out the likes of Zayna Munson, Van der Westhuizen, Donovan Ramsey, De Ridder, and Weiss not on circuit. So lots happening out there, but there's a lovely scuffle here between DJ Boyson, Jason Gutierrez, and Troy Dolenchek. So I don't think DJ Boyson's been used to challenge at this time of the day.
Well, going to the battle for the front of Class A. It's a ding-dong battle indeed as Byron Mitchell crosses the line. There we go, side by side, two Margale Formula Fords. On our right-hand side, it is going to be Dolenchek. On the left-hand side, it's going to be Jason Gutierrez. Jason Gutierrez will edge the nose ahead, but the corner advantage into turn one goes to Troy Dolenchek. Troy Dolenchek will take the lead back in this particular section, but look now, as they come through turn one onto the Joubert Straight, will now Gutierrez make another move on the outside into turn two? He looks like he wants to, but he's going to have to hold it there right for now as they start losing touch there with DJ Boyson in that Class S Formula VW Reynard.
Yeah, so Byron Mitchell leading out. He's got a 1 minute 13 under the belt. Boyson on 1:16. The two Margales both on 1:17.10, so they're both exactly the same pace, having a lovely tussle of it. A little bit further back, fifth place, Hayden Elwood. He's in the number 76 car. He's doing a 1:28, so he's far down on the pace. Rainer Pence a 1 minute 30. Kelly Fletcher 1:29.4, best coming out of Kelly. So Kelly looking pretty good, closing down on the back of Rainer. Oh, a little bit of a going off there, almost in Quarry Corner, but still managing to bring it together. There was Zayna Munson or Rainer Pence. Yeah.
That's actually the class, the V class third place battle at the moment. Munson has currently got that, but Ramsey is right there. Van der Westhuizen, don't count him out either as well. Byron Mitchell crossed the line earlier on. Well, he just crossed the line earlier on. A 1:12.406. His fastest lap time. He just did it right now. And while we look now as Gutierrez in turn two is on the inside of Dolenchek and will take the lead of the class away, and also third place in this particular race. But now look there, coming right back at him, it is going to be Dolenchek. They'll make it through the kink and then into Interceptor Corner now. It's going to be an amazing battle as they come onto the Tygerberg Straight now. They are nose to tail. You could cover them with a postage stamp, I can tell you that much.
Oh, for sure, definitely. Gutierrez leading out on Dolenchek. Dolenchek weaving his way around, looking for a way through. He'll possibly draft him now, going down towards Batamina Fostron Corner. DJ Boyson ahead of them. But 10 seconds up front there is Byron Mitchell, who's basically a country mile ahead. Mitchell crosses the line now, and he will cross it doing a 1:11.5, which is more than respectable in terms of times. DJ Boyson, he's coming up towards the line, followed there by Jason Gutierrez and Troy Dolenchek. Dolenchek sitting there in the draft of Gutierrez. Will he go look up on the inside of the circuit? He dives towards the inside. I think Gutierrez is going to be a bit late on the brakes. No, Dolenchek just dives in. Oh, what a beautiful maneuver going in there. Clean, swift maneuver. And he takes the lead away there from Jason Gutierrez now in that Formula Libra A Class A.
Oh yeah, they go into turn two now once again as well. Going quite a little bit wider over there is Jason Gutierrez in turn two, and they'll fire their way out. Now there's a little bit of daylight between Dolenchek and Gutierrez, and well, they've broken up the gap from a long way from Hayden Elwood. He's the only man in Class C at this time. Of course, there's the 76 car, and then we have Libra V that is currently being led by Kelly Fletcher. Kelly Fletcher, Reno Pence, Zayna Munson, Ramsey in the number 95 V in 9th position. Van der Westhuizen and De Ridder will be rounding off the entrants that have made the start of this race. Unfortunately, Elroy Weiss not making the start of this race.
Kelly Fletcher diving into turn one. Rainer Pence goes around her outside. He's looking like he's going to have the advantage going into the Bear Straight. which means he'll have the upper hand going into Quarry Corner. But look at Kelly Fletcher fight back. She gets on the loud pedal and just blows past Raina Pence. Kelly Fletcher is in the house and she's here to stay, that's for sure. She makes her way around Quarry Corner. She leads over Raina Pence. Then it's going to be Zayna Munson and Donovan Ramsey a little bit further back up behind them, Nick van der Westhuizen. But Kelly Fletcher, wow. Gets Raina Pence going around outside and then she just drops the hammer. Troy Dolenchek leads Joseph Gutierrez into Quarry Corner, turn number 2. They work their way out down. They're pretty much nose to tail as they go through the kink down towards Interceptor Corner.
Yeah, half distance now. It is 5 laps left to go as they go through Interceptor. Look there, as I say, nose to tail once again. Onto the Tigerberg straight they'll run. Into the double apex right-hander at turn 4. Now we watch them down the straight. And then they'll be coming up as well to lap a few cars. That's what Byron Mitchell is currently doing at the moment. And DJ Boyson will be getting past those back markers shortly as well. Troy Dolenchek, Jason Kutsia, they of course in Libra Class A. Elwood on his own in Libra Class C. And then Fletcher still leading that battle against Pence. And then a Munson a little bit further back over there as well. But watch these 2 Formula Fords come right towards the bridge, the City of Cape Town and Wingfield Motors Bridge. Going defensive is going to be Dolenchek. He'll get back onto the racing line. No, he doesn't actually. And on the outside will be Jason Kutsia. And look at how they actually have. That looks like it's going to be Van der Westhuizen they'll be coming up to make their way past. So that's now being throwing a bit of a spanner in the works there.
Well, DJ Boyson gets past Kelly Fletcher. She's unfazed, but she holds on. Zayna Munson up the inside there of Raina Pence. Raina Pence comes back at Zayna Munson as they work their way through the kink. So Zane wanting to get his way through there. Kelly Fletcher leading out. Zane goes back ahead there of Raina. Derogates Raina down to 3rd place. And then so there's a couple of quick cars coming through there. Troy Dolenchek, Jason Kutsia working their way through the traffic there. You can see him picture. They make their way through the double right-hander. Kelly Fletcher in that blue and white Formula V. She's leading out. The quicker cars get past her. She makes her way down towards Tamina Fostron Corner. Troy Dolenchek through there, and Jason Kutsia. And well, Kelly using those lines just to stay ahead as they go down into Tamina Fostron Corner.
Well, a 1:10.543 for Byron Mitchell, his fastest lap of the race so far, and he finds himself then 25.2 seconds ahead of DJ Boyson. Then we wait for the 2 Formula Fords, comes across the line right now. Dolenchek still heads that battle, and now a bit more daylight between the two of them, him and Jason Kutsia, 1.1 seconds. For Hayden Elwood comes along. Okay, most of the V's have all been lapped, including, it looks like, just going to check, Kelly Fletcher and co. They'll be coming out now onto the straight, and looks like Zayna Munson is the man leading the V class at the moment, but keeping close call over there from Kelly Fletcher, Raino Pence, and then Ramsey, who is running a little bit further up, but has now the tail end of that top 4 in that group.
Right behind him there's Nick van der Westhuizen, but I'm sure Kelly would want to come back at Zane. She's got the measure of him. He leads out there. You see them going into Interceptor Corner, and Kelly Fletcher trying to stay in touch with Zayna Munson. He suddenly found a little bit of pace. Will she find him going down the back straight down towards Tamina Fostron Corner? We've got 2 laps left in it.
Yeah, when Byron Mitchell crosses that line, only 1 more lap to go. He's currently having completed 8 racing laps here down the back straight, though. It is Zayna Munson in the Repsol Lantis that fires it down to Tamina Fastron. They'll make their way through there, watching closely. It is Kelly Fletcher. Then we have Raino Pence. He's fighting it out with Ramsey at the moment. And of course, that will be Donovan Ramsey. They've left Nick van der Westhuizen a little bit behind over there as well, as they come towards the line now to complete what will be the second last lap in their race.
Well, great tussle there between Zayna Munson, Kelly Fletcher, Donovan Ramsey, and Raino Pence. That's the Formula V. Out front, Byron Mitchell still leading out the Libra S, best time of a 1:10.5. That is brilliant stuff coming out of Byron Mitchell. DJ Boyson 1:14, followed by Troy Dolenchek on a 1:15.565, and Jason Kutsia on a 1:15.154. They're still embroiled in their little battle as they make their way towards the finish line.
Yep, on the last lap we are now. The last lap for Byron Mitchell was a 1:11.313. Which is 7/10 of a second well, actually 0.8 of a second slower than his best time that he's put him a 1:10.543. And well, there comes DJ Boyson across the line now to start his final lap of the race. 31 odd seconds back of Byron Mitchell. Then we have Dolenchek come through on us over here. Dolenchek was 1.1 seconds. He's now 1.4 seconds with Jason Coetzee trailing him. So I think Jason Coetzee is going to have to basically be content with a 4th position in this particular race.
I think he's driving a very good race and very much on his own as young Hayden Elwood in the Libra Class C. He lies in 5th and a best time of a 1:24.9, which is absolutely nothing to be sneezed at. And he's not too far behind the likes of Jason Coetzee as that big Formula V. Dice goes and going to the front once again is Kelly Fletcher. She gets ahead of Zaina Munson. This is their final lap, if I'm not mistaken. So if she can hold out, she can take the Formula V class. Kelly Fletcher, well, lady, keep an eye on this lady. She's doing well.
It's Byron Mitchell that actually has taken the victory, though. That he takes the overall victory and Class S. The DJ Boyson will be coming around now to complete his final lap of the race and take 2nd in the standings. And then now there come our 2 MyGale Formula Fords. That will be first Dolenchek in 3rd overall, but winner of Class A, and then Coetzee will take the 2nd place in class and 4th overall.
Well, not too far back. We see Hayden Elwood coming towards the line. I think a sterling drive from Hayden. But on screen at the moment, going on the back straight, Kelly Fletcher, Zaina Munson, they're side by side. In there too is Donovan Ramsey, then Reino Pence. They come down into Patamina Foster. Looks like Zaina Munson's gone to the lead ahead of Kelly Fletcher on a late braking maneuver. And I think he's going to be able to take it towards the line. I don't think Kelly's going to be able to reel him in. Zaina Munson is going to lead out on the Formula V. Yeah, they come towards the line. Kelly goes alongside, but Zayn takes it from Kelly, who takes it from Donovan Ramsey. And, well, Reino Pence going very slowly down the backside of the circuit, so possibly he was not under the flag. Great racing.
Yeah, no, it's Ramsey that takes 3rd place in class. Pence in the Formula Forza, the Dolphin Engineering machine, having to be content with the 9th position ahead of Van der Westhuizen. And both of them will be finishing, looks like 2 laps down, yes, as both will be entering the pits now, Pence and Van der Westhuizen. De Ridder, unfortunately, not getting very far in this race. It says plus 8 laps. Broken clutch, so I've heard now, unfortunately for De Ridder. So only 10, you could say, finishers in this race, with De Ridder, broken clutch, and then Weiss not starting at all. He didn't even come out onto the circuit. All right, so I'm going to just read something out to you here. So we have a set of VW keys that was found in the area of Gasoline Alley, and should anyone be looking for it, you can go to the VIP lounge, which is right underneath a last four, Ronette, sorry, excuse me, Ronette. So if you are missing some VW keys, you can come and get it from Ronette down here. Otherwise, I'm driving away in a sparkling new VW something. Oh, please let it be the 2023 Amarok.
Hi Cape Town, Johnny from Wingfield Motors here. After 33 years of service to you, we make everything about cars even better. We buy your car, we sell your car, we finance your car, we service your car. Through our best price for my car app, we sell your car while you are driving it and return you much more money. And we can even rent you a car while we clear your credit score. Wingfield Motors and best price for my car will keep you driving no matter what. Wingfield Motors is an authorized FSP. Here's to the hard workers, the steady, the strong, and the bold. For the brave, the courageous, and the dedicated, the honorable ones. For the builders, the fixers, and the makers, who go beyond measure, so the ones they love have all they deserve.
Right, it's almost time, folks, for the Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars race number 2 to come out onto the circuit. Just have a look at the replay of what happened in race number 1. And that was Didrix that put that car away very heavily. That's a replay of the incident in the Clubman's in race number 1. And we're waiting for them to come out now for their second race. Another replay of that situation happening there, and then just a replay of a few things that happened in the racing before the lunch interval. That's a situation happening with a Formula V there in Pertamina Fostron corner. But the Clubman's regional saloon cars are out on track, and we'll be having them lined up soon for their second race. Quick reminder that next weekend here at the Western Province Motor Club is another round of the short circuit racing on the half main, and that will lead into another round of Rallycross testing, and that will be here at Western Province Motor Club next week Saturday. And then on the 30th we'll have another round of the Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car Power Series. That's exactly what you are seeing out here today. So as the Clubman's cars make their way to the line, Neanderthal in the NDT Racing Nissan Skyline puts that 2-0 car in pole position. The Industrial Abrasives 217 BMW of Joshua Dolacek is there on that second row of the grid. Mansour Parker busy coming through, and here comes Charles Visser. Sadly DNF for Charles Visser in race number 1, but he's got that Sassel 350Z Nissan back out there on circuit once again. Mansour Parker in the Parker's Part Center, and the Jive Cool Drink and Armin Levy Racing Boxy BM is there as well, and he says, no Neon, you're not in pole position. Remember, they do invert for the second race, which means that Mansour Parker will be out there in P1. Paul Minnick also busy lining up there, and then the 84 Polo of Bruce Meyer busy making his way through into his grid position with the Cape Industrial Flooring sponsored Polo. That is the business, of course, of Bruce Meyer. Then a bit further down, that blue Polo Classic, that's Noel Stander, and then that Class D BMW of JP Share. I see Francois van Toorne is out there on the grid. Didn't quite go his way out there in the opening race as the rest of the cars begin to line up. So joining me on Mike's side with this one, race 1, it was Byron Height, and race 2, Francois Butler on the mic with me for Thermofires Clubman's Regional Saloon Cars.
Well, Frankie, I noticed that we don't have any Zak Grunewald on the grid. He unfortunately got himself black flagged in heat number 1. Not sure why, but so he's not out there for race number 2. Mansour Parker, Josh Dolanchek, 2 BMWs on the front row. The R32 Nissan Skyline of Neanderthal is there. Paul Minnick, Charles Visser, Bruce Meyer, Noel Stander, JP Shea, Trappis van Toorne, Cedric Berger all make their way across the line down towards holes, and this is their formation lap. When they come around, we'll basically start racing. It'll be 8 laps of absolute mayhem.
Right, so the safety car is leading them into turn number 2, and then the rest of the Thermofires Clubman's regional saloon cars work their way into turn 2. Remember, it's only the Superbikes and that class and Clubman's that run for regional championships. All the other classes here is club classes. So it is Mansur Parker in the boxy BM, and in there behind him is Joshua Dolacek. Then we have got Neander Toy as they work their way through turn 3 interceptor corner, and then coming through as well there, where is there's Nean, then we've got Paul Minnick, we've got Charles Visser, the whole field going through there, Bruce Meyer, and of course Noel Stander.
Right, so the pace car making their way down the back straight. Mansur Parker and Josh Dolenchek sit there on the front row. Up behind them, Leander Toy, Paul Minnick, Charles Visser, Noel Stander, Bruce Meyer, JP Shea, Francois van Tonder, Cedric Berger, Chiara van Niekerk. The whole array of different manufacturers sitting line astern, side by side. And when they make their way around here past the start-finish line, we get the race underway. 24 cars in it. Much less than that. I think it's probably about 16 or 17 cars out there.
Yeah, there are a few of them that we lost between race 1 and race 2. I know Zakrunewald is one of them that's not out here for the second race. So, here we go. Thermofires, Clubman, saloon cars heading out of turn 5, out of Fostron corner towards the city of Cape Town Bridge. As they come down towards us, they're about to drop the hammers as the lights go off, and away they go. And a lovely start here, dissecting them, going down through the middle and into the lead goes Neander Toy, but watch out for Joshua Dolacek. Dolacek sits on the outside, and Dolacek gets the whole shot out of turn number 1. Then it's Charles Visser that's coming through there in that second position. Visser in second, then it's the Toy in third. Mansur Parker behind him. It is a Paul Minnick and Bruce Meyer. Noel Stander sits there on the inside of JP Shea. Behind them is Trappis van Tonder. Cedric Berger coming through as well. Chiara van Niekerk. Stephen Gous has got Eugene Gasbury right there on his inside as well, as this whole group make their way through the kink, Francois, and out of turn 3 interceptor corner.
Well, they were squeezing Neon like a bit of meat in a sandwich. He sits up now behind Mansur Parker. Mansur Parker is sitting up behind. I think it would be Josh Dolenchek who leads out with Charles Visser, but they are actually cracking the whip as they pull away down the back straight. Mansur Parker and Neander Toy lighting up those turbocharged cars there. Paul Minnick sits up there behind him. Bruce Meyer of the one of the new era polos working his way down there into turn number 5. Patamina Fostron, much line astern, but Josh Dolenchek has got his hands full there as he comes out with Charles Visser. Visser's going to make that 350Z work overtime in his draft, and going very defensive is Josh Dolenchek. Will Visser try and go around the outside? He goes to the side. Whether he can go around the outside or not, it'll be quite a brave move from him. But Dolenchek very quick now into holes.
Right, coming out of Holzhoek, out of turn number 1, making their way up the Joubert Straight towards turn 2. Nothing between these two front runners, and they've been hunted down there by Parker. That's in that third position. Then it's a bit of a gap before we see the Nissan Skyline locking up brakes there. Going into turn 2, his race mates, Neander Toy. He went into turn 2 a touch deep there, and he's been hounded down by 6, 7, 8, 9 cars coming out of turn 2. They've been led there by Paul Minnick. Behind him it's Bruce Meyer, JP Shea, Trappis van Tonder. Then a bit of a gap when Cedric Berger leads another pack into turn 3. And right behind Cedric Berger is Eugene Gasbury, Chiara van Niekerk, Stephen Gous, Graham van Rooyen, and Jean Farrell as they head towards turn 4.
Yeah, the field getting a bit spread out now as the leaders make their way down into turn number 5. Right up alongside Josh Dolenchek is Charles Visser. He sits there, trying to work his way through. Dolenchek is giving him a little bit of measure here as he tries to keep him at bay. They make their way under the Cape Town City Bridge and work their way up towards the start-finish line. Dolenchek very defensive, also an ex-carter, very aware of the skills of Visser. Breaks late, going down into holes, and keeps Visser at bay. Mansur Parker trying to close them down. Neander Toy down in 4th, Paul Minnick and Bruce Meyer having a right roll scrap going down into holes. Minnick has the upper hand, and right up behind them there, JP Shea, Trappis van Tonder, Eugene Gasbury, and it looks like Cedric Berger working their way there. Chiara van Niekerk locking up the brakes.
Well, there's a car that's standing there on the outside of turn 1, and that is the Polar Classic of Noel Stander. That car's been standing there for about a lap. Bob picked up there by Tiny Emil Brunt of Tiny's pit box. But the leaders are heading into turn 4. Into turn 4, the two leaders go, working their way down the back straight. Down the back lane they go, and Dollar Check is being crowded here by Charles Visser. Down the back lane, your leaders go. Visser's all over the back of Dollar Check. And then here comes Mansour Parker. That boxy BMW in that third position is closing the gap there on the two leaders as they work their way out of turn 5, Fostron. Out of Fostron, the three of them come now, working their way through the kink and under the Wingfield Motors and City of Cape Town Bridge. Working their way now into turn number 1, and they're next to each other. They are side by side. Visser's going to try and go past him on the outside of turn 1. The only left-hander at Killarney. You will not have the racing line for turn 1, but if you can stay there, you'll have the line for turn 2, and well done, Charles Visser. Does the overtaking move there on a Dollar Check in turn 1, and now leads overall heading into turn 2, but Dollar Check fights right back.
Oh, Dollar Check sticks his nose in there. Mansour Parker a little bit late on the brakes going into turn 2. But Joshua Dolenchik, using the muscle of that BMW, squeezes it in on the inside of Charles Visser. All Charles Visser's hard work put to pay in turn 1 gets undone in turn 2. But now the leaders make their way up towards Malmesbury Sweep, the double right-hander. Visser having a look up on the inside. It's a crazy place to overtake as Josh Dolenchik keeps him at bay. Through the double right-hander, down the back straight. You can bet your bottom dollar that Visser's going to draft him going down towards Patamina Fostron.
Wow, that's a lovely fight down there, and Parker's getting closer and closer. These two are bogging each other down, and that's bringing the Jive-sponsored BMW of Mansour Parker into play as they head into turn number 5. Working out of Fostron corner, there's another battle heading towards turn 5, and that's the one between Bruce Meyer and Paul Minnick. We're going to keep an eye on that one going down into 5, and right behind them is JP Share and Trappis van Tonda. So that's another dice, and that's the one that's behind that dice for the lead. And now look at this, out of turn 1, the cameraman must certainly go to turn number 1 because Mansour Parker, Francois, is all over the back end there of Dollar Check, and who is in turn right in there behind Charles Visser, and visually it seems as if Mansour Parker is the quickest one out there as they exit turn 2.
Oh, Mansour Parker pushing hard up behind Dolenchik. Dolenchik is not too phased by that. He's trying to race there with your leader Charles Visser. So it's up to Mansour Parker to try and work his way through, but the two of them pull away from Parker a little bit. He was very quick down the back straight. He's still got 4 laps to go, so he's still got time to do a bit of work. Slow marker's coming up. They've got to get a pass around the slow marker, and the slow marker's all over the show, but that brings Parker closer up to the back end of Dolenchik. And Mansour Parker lights up the back straight, pulls up alongside Dolenchik and passes him. Wow. It's a one foul move. A little bit of turbocharge there of a normal aspirated car came into play. Mansour Parker braking a little bit late, going a bit deep in there, manages to bring it back. So he's up behind Charles Visser. Parker now, will he attack Visser? Visser comes out there, here comes Mansour Parker. I think he's got to use that turbo to his advantage, gets on the gas, goes around the outside of Visser. Visser must think, what the heck did you have for lunch? But it's definitely working. But I'll try and come back to you in the twisty bits.
Well, I want to focus on this dice going down the back, mate. And the 3 Golfs are side by side, down the back straight. Have a look at that one on your screens at home. Chiara van Niekerk is in that dice, and right there with the Chiara van Niekerk, when they come out there, I think Van Rooyen is also involved in that one, and Jean Farrell. It's a 3-way dice coming out of turn number 5. And these Golfs are right in there with each other. Under the City of Cape Town Bridge they go now. That's Graham van Rooyen. On his inside is Jean Farrell. And right in there behind them is the Wingfield Motors Golf of Chiara van Niekerk.
Jean Farrell working his way through there now. Goes to the lead of that pack. You see him picture there. He goes to the front in that black and blue Golf. And makes his way up the Uber straight up towards Quarry Corner. He's not looking to back Chiara, trying to come back there at Van Rooyen. Van Rooyen now lying second. That Farrell got through. Can Chiara get through? We'll have to wait and see. But still leading out front now. Mansour Parker leads out over Charles Visser. And Josh Dolenchik The three of them are embroiled in their own little battle now. Charles Visser comes out of turn number 5, leading out over Manso Parker. Manso Parker comes around, Josh Dolenchik and Charles Visser, and goes to the lead. And Josh Dolenchik, oh, they're 3 abreast going into turn 1. It's not going to work. Someone's got to back out, which they do.
Well, I tell you what, they're not going to want to back out of this one. And all of a sudden, Parker, that was in a distant 3rd position, finds himself now in P1 as they head up the Jabez Straight towards Quarry Corner, turn 2. Into turn 2 they go now, and now look at Dolenchik. He has a look up now on the inside of Charles Visser. Visser gets muscled out the way by Dolenchik. Dolenchik goes up to 2nd. Dolenchik is going to have a run through the kink on Manso Parker for that lead. Parker squeezes him. That car walks around underneath him as they exit Interceptor Corner, and it's Dolenchik that heads that group now into turn 4. That is the fight for 1st, 2nd and 3rd overall.
Well, Frankie, a lovely scrap going on in the sharp end of the field there between Josh Dolenchik, Manso Parker and Charles Visser. The upper hand coming out of Dolenchik now. Manso Parker puts his foot down on the loud pedal and works his way down towards Petamina Fastron, but Josh Dolenchik in that M2 shaped body leads out. And he's got Manso up behind him, and Charles Visser, well, he's not lying down for any measure. It means he's in it for the fight, and they're going to take it down to the wire.
Right, when they cross the line, they will start their final lap. There is one more lap to go for the 3 of them as they head down into turn number 1. They've got a back marker that they're going to pick up, one of those Golfs coming out of turn number 1. This is the last lap as they headed up the Jabez Straight. That back marker just keeps right out the way. He's not going to get involved in this one. He knows it's the dice for 1st, 2nd and 3rd, the overall positions as they exit turn number 2. Out of Quarry Corner they go now through the kink, and Dolenchik has a go at Manso Parker, back in the lead again, and Charles Visser wants to have a go at both of them. They are side by side, or they were virtually side by side, Francois, out of the Interceptor Corner, up the Tigerberg Straight into turn 4 with just under a half a lap to go.
Let's watch as they go down the back straight now, down towards Petamina Fastron Corner. It's going to be Josh Dolenchik that leads out there over Charles Visser. Manso Parker backs out ever so slightly. Dolenchik late on the brakes, up on the inside, very defensive driving position. Keeps Charles Visser behind him. Visser closes right up there on the tailgate. They work their way now out of the Fastron Corner.
Cameraman should focus to the flag.
Yeah, and here we go. Coming up towards the flag now. It's going to be Josh Dolenchik. Manso Parker up on the inside, and Parker gets 2nd, right up against the wall. You've got to have nerves of steel to drive like that. You couldn't even put a piece of paper between him and the wall as you try to come up on the inside. Unbelievable stuff here. 1,000th of a second off Josh Dolenchik was Manso Parker. Brilliant, brilliant.
Unbelievable stuff. Right, coming towards a checkered flag now is the Cape Industrial Flooring Polo of Bruce Meyer, and he will come home 1st in Class B across the line. Then 2nd in that class will be Paul Minnick, and Trappis van Tonda comes home in P1 in Class C across the line. Here comes the Silver Dream Racing Machine of Eugene Gaspery. Right behind him it's Cedric Berger. John Farrell crosses the line, followed there by the Thermofires Jetta of Stephen Goos. And then Graham van Rooyen coming to the line as well. So what happened to Chiara van Niekerk? I think she's still out there. She might have had a moment. I do see Chiara van Niekerk working her way out of turn 5, out of Fastron. Almost certain this is Chiara van Niekerk coming down towards us. It is Chiara van Niekerk. And she gets to the checkered flag just ahead there of Lee Fielding. Well, brilliant, brilliant stuff out there. Obviously, Noel Stander did not finish. He had a problem there in turn number 1. So, great stuff out there. Race number 2 for the Thermofires Clubman Saloon Cars. Right, so here we go with the Pirelli V8 Masters and the Killarney Formula Supercars for their second race of the day as they roll out onto the circuit. It's approaching 10 to 3 local time as the V8s and the supercars will make their way out onto the track for their second race of the day. And after this, Byron, well, it's back to the north-south Volkswagen Challenge.
For north, south, east, west, you name it, it's all there.
I don't know about east and west, though. It's just north and south.
Yeah, no, it's Gautengers and upcountry boys and girls versus our local lads and lasses, and well, that's what it's all about here. It's also good to see some old Cape Townians coming back, you know, just to kind of remember how it looks around here, take a look around, you know, how we love it here.
Yeah, sure, the uncle would love to come back home again, but yeah, it is what it is, eh? But for now, it is the V8 Masters that are out on the circuit, and they'll be joined by the Formula Supercars, now sponsored by Keltron. That is Ryan Cat of Keltron that is sponsoring the supercars. I see 4 of them. I see 5, 6, 7. Am I seeing more of them out on track? There's about 7 of them out there on circuit. I think 9 entered, 7 came out for race 1. So yeah, you probably find that hopefully all 7 of them are out there, and they just behind the V8s. I always refer to them, Byron, when they race with the V8s as the little guys, because it's a 2-litre 8-valve motor versus V8, and from that point of view I call them the little guys, but I call them the little guys with the greatest of respect.
Yes.
Because they don't stand back for these big V8s. They give it all they possibly can.
And also as well, Frankie, they're not very easy cars to drive on top of it as well.
No, Jesse Huggett will tell you, it's a real thoroughbred little race car, and it gives you about 2 seconds to rectify. If you can't, Jess Huggett said to me many years ago, then you take your hands off the steering wheel because you're heading towards the accident scene and you just become a passenger in that car. So it's a very nervous race car. Is a Formula Supercar, but according to those that drive them, they are lovely race cars to drive.
No, we've had many through the years. You know, I remember when I started commentating here, we had the likes of Neil Hawkins, the late Neil Hawkins, that was super successful. Of course, Owen Ashley had so much to do with the Formula Supercars as well, the late Owen Ashley. And
well, it was his brainchild.
Yes, it was. And the names that have come through over the years, through both V8 Masters and the Opel Supercars, is amazing. It's great to see them still running here at Killarney all these years later, and that also makes the field about 19 strong if you count the V8s and the Supercars together. But it looks like the number 22 of Barry Ingle will be the man on pole position with Roy Campos in that orange number 29 V8 alongside him.
Yeah, then it's Marcel Angel, Mark Ridgway, Sean Moore and Carl Nell. That's your first 6 cars, and Jason Ibbotson on his outside is Menno Parsons, and then we've got the number 9 up there, that's Dennis Gedik, and then on his outside we've got the 16 out there, and that is Mike Brooks. Gary Thompson is also in the house, Stuart Spooner, that had problems out there in race number 1, and then we should have the 21 out there if I'm not mistaken. Let me just check. No, that is Craig Human. He will be in the supercars.
Yeah, they'll be.
So those supercars, Byron, right there on the back end of the V8s.
Yeah, they'll be going around now for their warm-up lap, and a number of V8s spinning the wheels off the line over there as well, off the line onto the warm-up lap, of course trying to get the tyre temperatures up, because it has been a relatively cool day today. It's not as cold as earlier on, but still, yeah, it's going to get a bit colder again. We are in the heart of winter over here, and let me tell you one thing, as far as tyre temperatures are concerned, that's always going to be a major concern for most of the entrants.
Right, so behind the safety car They make their way down into turn number 4. From our side, hello and welcome to everybody around Killarney. For those of you watching the IMUSAT live production at home, lovely to join us here from the Western Province Motor Club. Want to say a big thanks to IMUSAT, and then as usual a big thanks to our cameraman. Aubrey the brain of Cloud number 9 Photography will be out there. Frankie of Frankie's Funky Photos, Patrick for Mark, Uncle Colin Brown, just to name a few of them that take photos here at Killarney International. Desmond Butler, that also takes photos. He normally sits on the outside taking photos. Desmond Butler. So I want to say a big thanks to all of those guys that play their part here at the WPMC at Killarney International.
Well, they'll make their way down the back straight now into the Per Tamina Fastron. It's a Renault Pace or safety car, whichever way you want to put it, pulls off the side of the circuit towards the pit lane. Well, we are going to be ready to go now for what will be an 8-lap race.
Right, here they come out of turn 5 to the kink under the City of Cape Town Bridge. Big thanks to Pirelli and to Keltron. We're about to go green shortly. Listen to that sound of V8 power as the drivers drop the hammers and off they go. As they work their way down into turn number 1, watch out, Marcel Angel. He wants to go straight through the middle. There's a couple of lockups as they exit turn number 1, but it's all about that man up front. And it is Barry Ingle that leads him out at turn number 1. Ingle sitting out there in P1 with Marcel Angel in second. Then it's Carl Nell in third, followed there by Sean Moore, and Roy Campos is trying to muscle his way through, and Campos is all over the place. Campos almost lost the position here, and here comes Menno Parsons. Parsons coming through as well, and there's trouble out there. One of them was Gary Thompson, and I'm not sure the other one was. It might be Mark Ridgway that's in trouble there. I think it is Mark Ridgway, Byron.
For as far as the Formula Supercars are concerned, it is Racemace Neon de Toy that took the whole shot into turn 1. Glenn Phillips in second position. They'll be making their way past that APV that is going very slowly. 5 supercars in all out there, and they'll be making their way now through the double apex right-hander at turn 4, which we used to call Malmesbury many times over there as well, and they'll be going down the back straight right now, Frankie.
So the leaders of the V8s are working their way out of turn 5, out of Fastron corner. They're using the whole of Killarney International track and more, as lap number 1 is in the bag, as they race up the main straight, the Porsche straight, into turn number 1, and Marcel Angel sits there on the outside of Barry Ingle. He does the out in there on Ingle, but Ingle holds coming out at turn number 1. Sean Moore is in that third position, followed there by Carl Nell, and then it's the Campos transport outfit of Roy Campos. Right behind him is Menno Parsons. Parsons needs a silver class. Oh, there's a big lockup. This is not going to work. This is not going to work. A trouble out there. 2 cars going off there in turn number 2, and you knew Byron, that was going to happen.
Well, yellow flags will be waving down there. Now they're going to have to wait their turn to get back out on the circuit, the V8 Masters. And while going right past them is the Formula Supercars. It is still Neon de Toy that leads by quite a distance over there. But then Glenn Phillips will be having his mirrors through of Rico Barlow at this time now. The gap between the two of them, only 6/10 of a second. Then Damon will be a little bit down. Yassine Damon and Craig Hume will the 15th and 16th places, 5th and 6th in class, or 5th and 6th in class. And then we had, of course, the 39 of Moffat and Pence. But yes, we'll catch up with them fairly shortly as the V8s come to complete another lap. There's 6 laps left to go.
Well, I'll tell you what, have a look at these guys. Nobody told them that this is V8s. They race these things like GTI Challenge Class C cars, that's for sure. As they make the, oh, and somebody's gone. Sean Moore's gone. He done a complete 360 between turn 1 and turn 2. Somehow, someway, he saved that car, and he has not he's lost a couple of positions, but he's right on the back end of that leading group of cars that's now making their way through turn number 3 out of Interceptor corner. And it's Barry Ingle that sits out there in P1, being chased down there by Marcel Angel. Angel sits there in that second place. Then it's Carl Nell. Behind them, it's Roy Campos. Down the back main they go. Behind Nell is Campos. That's the first 4 cars. Then it is Menno Parsons. He's got Jason Ibbotson right there with him. And then a recovering Sean Moore.
Just looking at the second place battle in the Formula Supercars, it is Glenn Phillips, Rico Barlow and Yassine Damon that are all together sharing a piece of tarmac. And well, they go through Interceptor Corner now, and it's still Phillips that's holding that second place for now, but looking behind him, Rico Barlow there as well, not close enough, but watch out for Yassine Damon. Damon is hanging on for dear life over there onto the back of Rico Barlow, and they'll be going onto the back straight right now. Meanwhile, up the road, it is Neon de Toy, and I'll try and get the gaps for you over there as well. Already, Neon de Toy, wow, it's going to be quite a bit of time between the two of them. I'm not actually picking up those particular numbers at this time. 5 laps left to go as the V8s are going through turn 2 section.
Well, I was pointing at something that I knew was going to happen. You just read it, and that is Jason Ibbotson that is completely gone. They had a go at Menno Parsons, and that's just a bit of a flame out there. Excess fuel that burnt off that exhaust system of the Ibbotson number 46. He's okay. He's back up and running again, Byron, but he will rejoin just ahead there of that Formula Supercar dice.
Well, just going to third place in the Formula Supercars, Yassine Damon. I've heard now his bonnet clips are coming off, and as he says, as we say that, he's going to go onto the inside there of Glenn Phillips. They'll be side by side with each other.
Oh, that's
Glenn
coming out of turn 3.
Yeah, they'll turn 4.
Turn 2, sorry.
Turn 2 coming out of turn 2, and then they'll go towards Interceptor Corner turn 3 now. Heading that little battle will be Rico Barlow at the moment, but it's the bonnet clips coming off of that particular car of the Yassine Damon.
Well, back to turn number 1. Have a look at these thundering V8s. They run up now towards turn number 2. That's Barry Ingle, and he's been hunted down there by the Waterhouse Angel car, number 14 of Marcel Angel. Out of turn 2 they come now. Then Roy Campos sits in third. Right behind him is Carl Nell. Then behind Nell is a Sean Moore, and he has got Menno Parsons right in there behind him as they head down into Interceptor Corner and working their way down into Interceptor as well. There's another 3-way fight that is Mike Brooks, Gary Thompson, and then the 55 of Stuart Spooner.
Unfortunately, Frankie, on the main straight, Craig Hume has had to pull out of the race. He's now on the grass, and that means that there will only be 4 Formula Supercars left in this race. And now I'm just going to pick up on the Joubert straight towards turn 2. Here comes Yassine Damon again. He's going to go on the outside. He's not close enough, though, to Glenn Phillips at this time. He'll be touching almost the rear bumper over there, but unfortunately he's going to have another go at it a little bit later on as they close up the gap there and keep in touch with Rico Barlow. And up the road it is still Dutoy that leads the way comfortably with 3 laps left to go, including the one they are currently on.
Right, so here comes our V8s heading into turn number 2. They're going to put a lap there on the 11. That's DJ Boyson that just keeps out the way there. Oh, look at Roy Campos going in very deep into turn number 2. The 2 leaders are heading now in the V8s through turn number 3. That's Barry Ingle, Interceptor Corner. Barry Ingle, and right behind him is Marcel Angel working the way up the Tigerberg Straight towards turn number 4. They've been chased down here by Roy Campos. Campos has got Carl Nell and Sean Moore right there with them, as they are now firmly in between some of those supercars. And then right behind that lot you'll see the leader of Class B. That's a 69 of Menno Parsons. That's also working his way through as the leaders work their way out of Pertamina Fostron turn 5.
Well, going into turn 1, out of turn 1 as a matter of fact, onto the Joubert Straight, and then challenging it up now towards turn 2. It is now under pressure. Rico Barlow from Glenn Phillips. Glenn Phillips looks on the outside. Yassine Damon has started to fall back of the pairing ahead of him. Of course, remember we talked about loose bonnet clips on that particular motor car, and he was going wide through turn 2. They're going to Interceptor right now, but remember, the more they battle with each other, of course, Neandertoy, he's checked out basically. He's already quite a bit ahead. They go onto the Tigerberg Straight now, and then they'll make their way through there. So this this race is not over yet. Maybe about another lap or so, you'll see another challenge there from Glenn Phillips.
Right, back to the V8s. They're now making their way up the Tiger Book Straight. The 2 leaders into turn number 4. Into Malmesbury they go. Out of 4, down the back main. It is Barry Ingle. And right behind him is Marcel Angel. As you see them there on your screen. Down the Killarney Straight they go towards turn number 5. Fast Run Corner. Right in there behind them is another 3-way dice heading into Fast Run Corner. And Roy Campos is right in there, and right behind Campos is Sean Moore and Carl Nell. With I think it's about a lap still to go, if I'm not mistaken. Across the line now. 1 more lap to go, correct.
Well, there was a challenge now from Glenn Phillips. We go towards now the Joubert Straight and turn 2 for the Rico Barlow entrant, of course, entry of the Formula Supercars. Here comes Yassine Damon.
Wow, that's a big one there. We just missed that one. Sorry, Roy Campos was involved in a situation there coming out at turn number 1. I didn't quite see it, but Campos has now dropped all the way down and he sits there behind Menno Parsons.
Yeah, unfortunately, looks like that rear bumper as well, Frankie, has been affected over there, unfortunately. So that could happen so quickly as we now are on the last lap of the race here as well. It looks like Neon de Toy, as far as the Formula Supercars are concerned, well, he can just go coast it home now on the tarmac, on the black stuff, and get the victory.
Well, they've got the 2 leaders going down the back main. Those front-running supercars on the last lap heading into turn 5. Has been overtaken there by our 2 leaders. And look at Marcel Angel. He is right on the back bumper there of Barry Ingle. Okay. As they work their way, the checkered flag is waiting for them as they come down to the line. That's going to be Barry Ingle. Barry Ingle comes home in P1. Marcel Angel will finish there in that 2nd position. 3rd will go to Sean Moore. 4th will go to Carl Nell. 6 will go to Menno Parsons, and 7th behind him will be Roy Campos. Where are the supercars, Byron? I think they might have just gone a lap down.
Yes, I think they might have. Let me just check actually now. They are plus 1 lap, so it looked like then it would be the win for Neon de Toy. There they are now, coming around. Neon de Toy takes the victory ahead there of Rico Barlow. Rico Barlow, car number 81, gets 2nd position, 14th overall. And then Glenn Phillips in 15th overall, 3rd in class. And then Yassine Damon getting the 16th overall and 4th in class. Then, of course, Reino Pence doing double duty today. Not only in the Formula V, but also now in a Formula Supercar. And he will take the remaining position in that class. Unfortunately, Moffat was not involved in this race. He did not go out there. And then we had Craig Hume pull out of the race due to technical troubles.
And also trouble out there for Mark Ridgway as well. In the very, very early stages, Mark Ridgway on the exit of turn 2 was squeezed there. And that was sadly the end there of the 53. Mark Ridgway, the man who's the chairman of the V8 Master section. Right, here we go. North versus South. Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. Right, folks, here we go. Just waiting for a few cars to be collected off the circuit. And then we will have a go at that. I want to just hand over to our roaming reporters quickly. Find out where they are, to Ernest and to Dex. Dex, over to you guys. Tell us exactly where you are.
Frankie, I am standing in the pit lane and anxious waiting for the VW Polo Challenge. I'm joined here by Ernest. I can actually feel the tension in the air. These guys are super excited.
Now we saw Marco Busi's car in the pit lane early on, ready for action. The guys queuing up one behind the other, and this is where they're going to try and prove that the results from early on was not a fluke. Stian Kriel's going to try and prove that he can get into first place, and the rest of the guys are going to try and one-up each other. This is why the second race of the day is usually so exciting.
It's usually more important and more excited. You've obviously made changes to your car. The track has changed a little bit. There's a bit of a change in the atmosphere, and obviously it's the last race of the day, so you're going to give it the full beans.
So the full beans, I think that's all we can expect at this stage. The car's still on the track here. We've got Hume here, one of the Gold Cup cars. The left wheel of the car looked to have come loose, or something's not right, so they can't tow the car. They got to get it off of the flatbed. So that's the delay at the moment that we're seeing here, guys. But at the moment they should be done in the next 2 to 3 minutes. We've got the ABR towing guys here pulling them off, and hopefully they'll be done any moment now, and we will start and get back to racing.
And of course, Marco Busi there in P4, the last race. He finished P4. Hopefully, he's going to be up there only now with at least the front guys with P1 and P2, Stian Kriel and the likes of Yuri Swart as well. So I think this race is going to be a telltale race. This is what we all came to see. North versus South. Cape Town versus Johannesburg.
Cape Town represent Wayne Masters, Colin Meader, Kai van Zyl, Dylan Joubert, Mike Barglia, better get the name right, Sam Dale, Derek Smallberger, all in the mix, waiting in the wings, in the pit lane. This is that part where the nerves start to set in, the drivers start to basically pace themselves, get ready for action. But once the visors go down, the lights go out, it's all over for the games, and it's time to get serious.
It's a different story. The guys are anxiously revving their cars, just cleaning off the plugs, getting rid of the last few black cop on the plugs as they make their way towards the start line. They're about to just pull off Craig Hume's car at the beginning of the race, the last race. I think he had something issue with the left back wheel of his car.
Left rear. There was left rear. We saw him earlier, and we were watching from the Joubert lounge over there, and as he came past to complete another lap, he pulled over frantically because the left wheel was starting to smoke. It looked like it was completely loose. But Dex, I've got those results here from race 1. Yuri Swart taking first position early on, Stian Kriel in second. Marco Busi, another Capetonian, got third place, and Rory Atkinson just behind him, followed by Wayne Masters, Colin Meader, Kai van Zyl, whose father Aldrin van Zyl was one of the faster guys in Class C GTI Challenge back in the day, so he's flying the flag, and another Capetonian, Dylan Joubert. But we can't forget all of these Joburg guys, and they don't have the setup advantage that we have. Some of them have come to the circuit for the first time, so they don't have the ability to spend time here and set the car up. And Cape Town is a notoriously difficult place.
It's not easy
to set up a car.
It's not easy. Just chatting to Ian Long a little bit earlier as well. Just we playing kind of by their rules now in terms of the challenge.
Correct.
So it's very different for our boys either. So I think it's kind of a level playing field in terms of.
I don't necessarily agree. I think the Joburg guys might disagree with you on that one.
I'm not from Joburg, so I'm going to say it like a Cape Town boy. You know what I mean?
Because I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I think that the times speak for themselves. The times definitely very close. 25-1 for Yuri Swart, and with the changes they've had to make to the Cape Town cars, has dropped the RPM limit down by 500 RPM. So the Cape Town cars aren't as fast, our Class A guys, but Yuri Swart, one of our best exports, certainly has proved to be fast enough.
And what about that weight advantage or that weight disadvantage? Normally that's obviously a thing that really hampers the guys handling of the car. They got to put weights in the car to kind of balance the car out. Now that's no longer
a thing, and it makes a massive difference in these cars. I remember when I was in challenge, 20 kilograms made a difference. 40 kilograms makes a difference in these cars because the brakes start going off at the end of the race. But at the moment, it's everything to play for between the front running guys. And let's not forget the guys further down in VW Challenge. There's a whole other class going on there. We've got Ethan Kutsia, Karshan Naidu in that ATK car, Gavin Ross, Bevan Williams, Stelio, and a whole bunch of other names as well. So watch out for them. There'll be 2 classes running here today, and they start a staggered setup where the first class goes and then the next one follows. But there's a lot to watch. It's very confusing because when they come past, there's always action everywhere.
And these cars look so good as well. They look so good. They just about pulling Craig Hume's car, the driver of the truck's getting in now, and I see the doors are being closed of the VW Polo, the Power VW Polo Challenge cars.
Correct. Payball VW Challenge race 1 already complete as we now head into race number 2, and all the way from Johannesburg, the upcountry boys have come a long way, and they are not here for fun and games. They might be having fun.
Can you feel it?
Yeah, I can feel it. But this has always been the case, though, as Alton and the rest of the towing team make their way off the circuit. It's always been the case, though. They were here up in 2019, and every now and then the South African or Cape Town guys would make a way trip to one of the away circuits, but because of the inland championship, they come down to Cape Town for one of their championship rounds, and this is
and obviously
that round.
they come to give us, to show us how it's supposed to be done.
It's supposed to be done.
But you know Cape Town guys, we never let our guard down.
Oh, here we go.
And nobody can do Cape Town Killarney like Cape Town boys can do Cape Town.
Cape Town, South Africa. Here we go.
Here we go.
Marco Busi out in front there. We got Wayne Masters behind him. Rudy Swart, Bevan Masters, Colin. We got Dylan Joubert, Kai van Sail. All line is stern at the moment. Rory Atkinson follows Mike. After that, Mankies, followed by Dale, followed by Razik, followed by Krill as Hayes makes his way out. Ross follows on to Ron and the rest of the team. But as they make their way to the start line, we're going to hand it back over now to the guys in the tower for the racing and what seems like the main event of the day. And Frankie, if you guys can hear us, we're going to hand this over to you guys. And Frankie and the boys will take it away in true Killarney commentator style.
Right, thanks to our roaming team down there. I love the fact that they got a cameraman there with them. We need the cameraman up here to come and film us also screaming and shouting up here. But yeah, maybe after this one, so we can have a look and see, because we have got guests up in the commentary box. So obviously we can only do that when the guests are not in the commentary box. So here we go for the second Paybar VW GTI Challenge. Shouldn't call it GTI Challenge, it's the VW Challenge. I'm saying GTI because our guys are in here, but it's just Francois, the Paybar VW Challenge. And this is going to be magic stuff.
Yeah, we got a lot of our Cape Town boys lining up at the front there. Yuri Swart, then with alongside him be a local lad, but now a Joburg boy, Stian Kriel, Marco Busi, Colin Meade on the second row, Wayne Masters and Rory Atkinson's from up north. Then Cape Town boys, Kai van Sail and Dylan Joubert. Then Bevan Masters and Razzie Harris. Valdi Makis, Derek Smallberger, Sam Dale, Mike Barbaglia, Christopher Dale, and Mododana Mfana, who's riding there for Squadra Course. So nice to see Squadra Course there. We see them a lot in karting and also out in the Polo Cup. So Mfana, they're out there in the Squadra Course cars. The VWs make their way down towards Patamina Fastron. They will come up onto the line, they'll have a static start, and then all the mayhem will begin. So it's their second heat of the day. Frankie, I think it's not going to be the same as race one. I think things could change a bit.
Well, from Yuri Swart's point of view, he would not want it to chase it or change it all, but there was about 7, 8, 9 of them fighting it out for that third position, just a few meters behind that fight for first and second. And oh my word, we've got a car that's crashed into the wall already.
Oh, I think that's a Squadra Course car from Mfana. I can't see quite properly.
I just saw it on the television screen. The people at home would have seen it. The folks around the track would not have seen it. But that car is destroyed. The driver's trying to get out. He's trying to get the door open. And I can tell you the driver is okay. He's climbing out the car, so no problems with the driver. He's fine. He's walking away from the car. Thank goodness for that. But what happened, I just saw that car just spinning around and smashing into everything. I think they were trying to warm up the tires, and all of a sudden he just lost it. And he stuck himself away. But my word, he destroyed that entire Polo, that's for sure.
Frankie, in the old sporting style, this is strafdop.
Definitely, yeah.
It's a strafdop. Yeah, you don't do that on your warm-up lap. But I've. Right, so that Polo, it's the bucket list Polo. It's the number B70 car that went into the wall there.
That would then be Anthony Pretorius.
Yeah,
but he's a 7-0. Yeah, he's a 7-0 car. Yeah, it's Anthony Pretorius.
That car's a total write-off in the front.
Frankie, if I can just get in here, I'm on the crash scene at the moment on the back straight. Anthony Pretorius, he is fine. The driver is okay. I think it was just a bit of a freak accident. Wobbing and weaving down the back straight, hit the hole and swung the car right around. There's one car involved, it's just him but unfortunately he is definitely out for this race. Sorry guys, I'm out of breath. I had to run to this accident scene, but driver is okay. Car unfortunately.
Ernest, can't you fix that with a bit of duct tape and a screwdriver?
My friend, this is not Rallycross. This is not Rallycross.
Ernest, it might just buff out.
Yeah, that Polo looking rather worse for wear, unfortunately, folks.
Unfortunately.
And, that's going to just stall things a little bit. We're just going to wait for the recovery team to clean that one up. There's a bit of sand on the circuit, and that car will have to be picked up by the low bed.
Well, it says a bucket list on the side of that car. I don't think what happened there was on his bucket list for sure.
No, I'm afraid that's going to bend the checkbook a little bit.
Yeah, jokes aside, that was just one of those unfortunate things. All the guys were weaving from side to side to pick up some heat in the tires. And it is very cold outside. Track temperature is way down.
Well, Frankie, if you look at the front of the tire, look at that burn mark on that tire, the way he braked it.
Either he just lost it underneath him, or something went wrong while he was weaving from side to side. Of course, that we're just guessing. We don't know from up here in the commentary booth. But as we saw ourselves, and as Ernest was telling us from downstairs, that Anthony Pretorius is fine, he's okay. We saw him climb out the car. Okay, Ernest, any more news about what's going on down there?
Well, from our side, lots happening at the moment. At the moment, it does look like things are delayed right now. And these guys, unfortunately, on the warm-up lap, I've been guilty of spinning out of the warm-up lap once before, but not quite like this. As we take a look at the replay here, and not a good way to start the race. I'm thinking
Ernest is still downstairs. Meantime, he's standing next to me.
It's not ideal, and Bucket List Racing actually rents out their cars. So we're hoping that this is not one of those situations where that is a hired car. Oh my goodness, that's a hard one, man. That is so hard into the wall. Oh, what a pity, what a shame.
Yeah, that was a bit ugly though. Like I said, we're not exactly sure what went down there. But yeah, the rescue services are on the scene cleaning up the circuit, and they will take that car of Anthony Pretorius away. So what do we see out the window, Francois? Yuri Swart is the man that's there in pole position for Team Summit Racing, with Stian Krill there on his outside. Then we've got Marco Busi, and on his outside Colin Meader. Then it's Wayne Masters and Rory Atkinson, and then behind them we've got Kai van Sale and Dylan Jabé, and then it's the other Masters, the number 9.
Well, that's Bevan Masters and
Bevan,
Razik
that's
Harris.
right, and Razik Harris, and Valdi Mankis is also in there with the 88, and he's just there behind Bevan Masters.
Frankie, just watching the replay over here again, I mean, that's just one of those things where a little bit of brain fade, you might not even paying 100% attention. It's not race time yet, so he's not 100% zoned in, and the mistake happens.
The mistake is a costly one, unfortunately. Yeah. But let's not harp on it too much. I mean, the boy made a mistake. We all make mistakes.
Indeed.
There you see him, and he actually weaved the tire, and I think he got a bit of a drift.
Yeah.
And he couldn't correct it in time, and he banged it into the wall.
Oh man, what
it's a bit
pity.
unfortunate.
Yeah.
But these things happen to the best in families.
Indeed. I lost it on the warm-up lap, my first race, almost into the wall as well. I luckily walked away from it, but these things do happen.
I hadn't even started, and I spun out in turn 2.
But the rest of the guys are on the circuit and ready to go. Frankie, you feeling excited for this one? I know you love GTI Challenge. What's VW Challenge been like for you so far?
I'll tell you what, it's exactly what we expected and more. And it's going to be lovely stuff. Look at this field. It's all Polo products, as we've got our camera crew up here joining the guys with Ernest and Dex is joining Byron, Francois,
but they're here to film you guys though, so I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna ask the cameraman to point the camera to you, and then we can
but you can do the filming up here as well, something different.
That's a great angle,
for the viewers at home. It's a lovely angle.
Lovely angle.
Well, so as we get ready, Umpi Swart, Stian Krill. Behind them, it's Marco Busi, Colin Meader. Then we've got Wayne Masters, Rory Atkinson, Kai van Sale, Dylan Jabé, Bevan Masters, Razik Harris, Valdi Mankis, and Charles Smallberger is just there on his outside as well. That's the first, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 12 cars and those are all Class A cars. Lights are on most of these cars. It's only 3:25, but it's a pretty dark here at Killarney International.
The marshals just quickly doing a little blowing of the grit off the circuit. Once that's sorted out, I think we'll get racing underway. The wall just took a bit of a scuff on the paint, so there's not too much damage there, and they're just getting it all sorted out. So we're just having a look while they got the blowers on and get all the dirt off, and then I'm sure we'll get the racing underway within the next, say, 2 minutes.
Right, it's going to be interesting stuff. You can feel the tension in the air. This is the classic North versus South. The only thing, rugby and racing, they both begin with R, but this is not rugby, this is real racing. Make it double R.
Well, the one is rubbing and the other one is racing.
That as well, yes.
You see how that one pans out. Right, so getting them all sorted out. Check the marshals at the back of the circuit. I see they started to pack their tools into the back of the pickups. And we're going to have a warm-up lap quickly here for the Paybar VW Challenge, and when they come around then they'll get the race underway. Guys, when you warm up your cars, try and stay away from the wall, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I feel sorry for Anthony. That was really one of those things. It was not supposed to happen, and you'll think, man, how did that just happen? But it does. Strange things happen in motorsport. She can be a very, very cruel mistress at times, that's for sure.
Indeed she can, and all kinds of things can happen. So you have a nice camera shot there from the far side of the circuit. You look at the top of that blue tower, that blue roof on top. That's where we're all standing together with our production team. And on that data board, the Digitronic board, you see there's 8 laps, so it's a full race. And they'll get a warm-up lap there. They get told you can go and warm up your cars, off they go off the line. And there's a good 30-odd cars in this race, 30, 40 cars here that are taking part in this Paybar VW Challenge, the North versus South. I reckon we're going to be in for a real hunting of a race. So we'll let you know how this one goes along.
And they just keep on rolling past the commentary box. It's just a never-ending story of VW Polo products that is making its way into turn number 1. As a matter of fact, the leading car is heading into turn number 2 right now, and only the last car, that's Jan Sparmers, is busy making his way across the line. That is how many cars we have out there for Paybar Volkswagen Challenge race number 2.
Yeah, well, Frankie, we'll see what we saw in the first race. They'll be in about 5 laps when the front runners will start picking up some of the slow traffic. And that does change the dynamics of the race a little bit, and can create a little bit of an upset unless the lead driver has got basically a clear road ahead of him.
Have a look at that picture. If you can see it from my commentary box window, everybody at home, you'll see what a sight. The last car is going into turn number 2 and the leading car is going into turn 4. That is the amount of cars that we have out there for the Paybar Volkswagen Challenge. This is going to be a rumble in the jungle, that's for sure.
Oh, you can bet your bottom dollar on it that the Cape Town boys are going to want to bang it in hard, but I can assure you that the Joburg boys are going to be equal to the task. So we're going to keep our eyes peeled very much on the sharp end of the field in the Class A. There's also Class B cars out there, but I think there's about, 22 Class A cars in it, so
yeah, at least that, yeah.
So we're going to have to see how that one pans out. Right, so watch them on screen there for the viewers at home. We see them bobbing and weaving, this time at least staying away from the wall. Getting some heat in the tyres, feathering the brake just to get a bit of heat in the brakes. So they make their way down now into Patamina Fastron corner. There you see the boards on the outside of Patamina Fastron. Having a look there at the car of Bevan Masters as they bring their way up towards the start-finish line. And they will have a static start. It's going to be absolute war out there, I can assure you, in a pleasant way of speaking.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. But it's going to be hard. It's not meant to be easy, that's for sure. As otherwise everybody would be doing it if it was that easy. So here comes Summit Racing's Yuri Swart, also known as Umpi Swart, doing very well in the National Polo Championship. Also does extremely well in iRacing, especially in the 6 hour. And then we've got Stian Kriel, the Kamikaze Kid, sitting there on his outside. Marco Busi, Colin Meader, Wayne Masters just going backwards and forwards to make sure everything is fine there. The BHIT Bulk Logistics polo of Rory Atkinson. Then Kai van Sale, Dylan Jabert, they worked hard to replace. We thought was the gearbox, but not. It was entire clutch system that they had to replace there on that 44 polo. And then Bevan Masters, Razik Harris, Valdi Mainkies, Charles Smallberger. Woo! And what a list of names we just mentioned there. And that's only in Class A. Then there's about 3 other Class A cars before we get to the Class B and C cars, which are still out there behind them. So the 5-second board will be displayed shortly. First the 30-second board displayed. 30-second board will be taken out the way. All the marshals will be on high alert around this circuit for this one. All the race day officials as well. The lights are off and away we go as they race down. Oh, look at Marco Busi. You all in my way, says Marco Busi. And he hits the lead, and a horrible start there for Umpi Swart. He's dropped all the way down into that 4th position. But it's Marco Busi as the Class B and C cars get off the line. That leads them up the Jabert Straight towards turn number 2. Stian Kriel is in there in that 2nd position. It's Umpi Swart that sits on the outside. I think that's Colin Meader as they work their way through. Then we have got Rory Atkinson. He sits there in that 5th position. Right behind him, we've got Dylan Jabert. Then behind Dylan Jabert, as they work their way through, we'll have a look and see who that is as they go through there. That is, I'm not sure that one is. I'll get his name through now, but right behind him is is Wayne Masters as they head out of turn 4.
Well, Stian Kriel fighting his way to the front. He leads out now. Up behind him, Colin Meader. Then it's Marco Busi, Yuri Swart. Right behind him, Rory Atkinson. And then Dylan Jabert. They make their way down towards Batamina Fostron corner. That whole gaggle of cars in there. Sometimes 2 abreast, sometimes 3 abreast. And you don't go 3 cars into Fastron. Well, they lead out.
Sorry, Francois. There's a problem out in turn number 2. There's a car that's stuck there on the exit of turn 2, and Fire Bucky was attending to that one.
Right, so here they come now. Still Stian Kriel looking up. Look at Colin Meader looking up on the inside for a late braking maneuver, but Stian Kriel has got this one under control. Hard on the brakes. They're all up behind each other. The trust factor has to be at its absolute prime here. You cannot afford to make a mistake. Yuri Swart looking up on the inside of Meader. He sits on there. He rides on the gravel just to get ahead, and here comes Busi along with him. Oh, brilliant stuff. And the Cape Town boys trying to get in there. The Joburg boys been forced a little bit wide, but they do work their way around. And Swart finds himself back up into 2nd, but he's got about a half a second to make up on Stian Kriel.
Only got about 3 Joburg boys in that one. It's all GTI Challenge Class A Cape Town boys that are in there. You can bet your bottom dollar these youngsters are as focused can be. Look at that train going up the Tigerberg Straight. Into turn number 4 they go now. Out of turn 4. Now it's hammer time. Down the back main they go. And up front it is a Stian Kriel that leads, and up into 2nd position now. After having a horrible start is Yuri Umpi Swart. Working his way down the back main. Umpi was in pole. He came out of turn 1 in P4. He goes into turn 5 into Fostron corner, now in that 2nd position, as he's got the ex-Cape Townian Stian Kriel that is there in P1. Here they come down towards us now. It's Kriel that sits out there in P1. It is Umpi Swart in that 2nd position. Then we have got Marco Busi. Then Colin Meader coming through. Then it is Bevan Masters and Wayne Masters, and Rory Atkinson is all over the back there of Dylan Jabert as they exit turn 1.
Well, keep an eye here on Yuri Swart now. He's starting to tag Stian Kriel as he makes his way into Quarry Corner. Going in there now, Marco Busi looks to go around the outside, the 2 of them, but slots back in. Colin Meader hangs in there, and then ahead just behind Colin Meader there, Dylan Jabert, Rory Atkinson, Wayne Masters is in there as well. They're all trying to work their way through, and Umpi Swart looking up on the inside there of Stian Kriel. They're side by side coming out of turn number 3, and Marco Busi wants to go with for the ride up towards Malmesbury, and Busi they want to go 3 abreast into Malmesbury.
Oh, Swart the sideways Umpi Swart the sideways has held on to that one. Oh my goodness, Umpi Swart.
He goes
Yes,
third,
he has.
and someone went off. Looks like Masters went off. Was that Creel?
No, that's Wayne Masters.
Wayne
No, it's
Masters.
Creel. That's
Stian
right.
Creel.
Stian
Stian Creel went wide, so he's lost about 7 places. So 3 cars into Malmesbury don't work, not in the best of times.
But how the hell did Umpi Swart hold on to that one? He has lost no ground. He's still in that 3rd position. What a race driver this young man is. He literally had to drift that car, a front-wheel drive car, out of turn number 4 to hang in there, and he's still in that 3rd position. Right behind him is Dylan Jabir, Bevan Masters, Rory Atkinson, and Wayne Masters. What a fight as they race down into turn number 1. There's lots of fight going out there. The Class B and C guys have been led there by Skiepers, then Kasha Naidu, Williams, Kosani, and the rest of them out there in Class B and C. But we focus on this massive war raging on in Class A out of Quarry Corner, turn 2.
Yeah, Marco Bussi leading out there. It looks like he's got Colin Meader for good company. Yuri Swart, Dylan Hubert. Up behind him, Bevan Masters, Rory Atkinson, Wayne Masters, Stian Creel, Kai van Zyl. So the Cape Town boys out front, trying to keep the Northern boys behind them. They're all riding shotgun, I can assure you. But as much as I say they're riding shotgun, so as much they want to win the race. As they make their way out of the double right-hand sweep of Malmesbury, it's going to be Marco Bussi, Colin Meader, but here comes Yuri Swart. He's going to draft Meader down towards Patamina Fastron. And Dylan Hubert, after having that clutch repair, is looking pretty handy there in P4.
Well, down into turn number 5, they go now into Fastron corner as they work their way out of Fastron. Man, this is what it's all made of. There is nothing, I tell you this, nothing between these drivers. Lights are blazing as they come under the centre Cape Town Bridge. Coming down towards us now, and Marco Bussi leads. Colin Meader in 2nd, Umpi Swart in 3rd, Dylan Jabir in 4th. That's Western Province, 1, 2, 3, and 4. As they exited turn number 1. Out of turn number 1, they come down. You can bet your bottom dollar they mustn't work each other over, because the Province guys are sitting in the first 4 positions.
Yuri Swart makes up a position there over Colin Meader, moves up into 2nd. The back wheels lift up as they go into Quarry Corner. Yuri Swart goes to 2nd, Colin Meader relegated to 3rd there. Dylan Hubert, rock solid 4th. Up behind him, Rory Atkinson. Bevan Masters, Rory Atkinson, Wayne Masters, then Stian Creel down in 8th. Kai van Zyl was overtaken by Voldy Makings. So Makings moves up 1 on Kai van Zyl as they work their way afterwards. The Tigerberg straight up towards Malmesbury. The leaders punching in hard. Class B, Skiepers, Williams and Naidu. I've got the front 3 there. They're a little bit back, but all focus on the sharp end of the field.
And down the back straight they go now, and it is right up front, it is still Marco Bussi, but here comes Yuri Umpi Swart. Remember, Marco Bussi, ex-Polar Cup racer, Umpi Swart, current Polar Cup racer, and they're sitting there in 1st and 2nd, and they're picking up a couple of slower cars as they exit to turn number 5. These guys are Fastron corner, they will just keep right out the way, because it's one hell of a fast train that's coming down towards them. As a matter of fact, Sean Anderson just says, man, I'm going to keep right out the way of this one and let them go through. And who's gone up into 2nd position? Marco Bussi has... no, he's still in 2nd. That's a back marker that's there in front of them. It's still up front. Marco Bussi in P1. And now he's been hassled heavily there, Francois, by Umpi Swart. And joining them as well is Colin Meader and Dylan Jabir.
Well, there's a bit of touchy-feely going on. They're all rubbing each other as they go through the corner, but they manage to keep it together. I'd love to have a bit of onboard camera view on there. You feel the cars, you'll hear the thud and the rubbing as they go through. Now they make their way up the Tigerberg straight. Bussi leads out Swart. Swart ahead of Meader, then Dylan Hubert. Up behind Dylan Hubert is Bevan Masters. Then it's Rory Atkinson, Wayne Masters, Stian Creel, Voldy Makings and Kai van Zyl make it your top 10 as the leaders now work their way down the back straight. Keep an eye there on Umpi Swart. He's trying to draft up the inside there of Marco Bussi as they make their way down towards Patamina Fastron corner. And Colin Meader hangs in there. Dylan Hubert goes a little bit high and wide. And sitting there right up behind Dylan, ready to pounce is Bevan Masters, Rory Atkinson and Wayne Masters. Wayne Masters looks up on the inside of Atkinson. Did he get through? I couldn't see. But yeah, they come up towards us side by side.
Well, they're going to come around and start their penultimate lap. There's 2 more laps to go. They're going to try and go 3-4 abreast. Remember, there's no overtaking. There's a yellow flag. There's a car off in turn 1 a lap ago, so they may not overtake. They have to hold station. There's marshals running around on the track as well, going to that car, so they had to hold sway when they made their way out of turn number 1. But as you see them now, look at Dylan. Dylan Jabez sits on the outside of Killarney, but he's going to leave the door open for Bevan Masters. And Bevan Masters comes through. Oh, Dylan must be careful. Bevan Masters is going to come through. Wayne Masters is going to come through as well. They've now boxed Dylan towards the outside of the circuit. And Dylan Jabez has now lost 2 positions to Bevan and to Wayne Masters.
Yeah, not a very wise move on his side to go so wide and leave that door open. You leave the sliders of doors ajar, and these guys are going to take a handful of carpet to get their way through. Right, here we go. It's Marco Bussi, it's Yuri Swart, it's Colin Meader, it's Bevan Masters, Wayne Masters, it's Dylan Jabez.
Oh, there's a big accident somewhere in turn number 4. I can pick it up on my monitor. There's cars all over the place. Oh, this car's broken. Oh, my word. There's a lot of...
couple of farmers.
Yeah, Sam Dale, he's one of them. No, it's not Sam Dale. Yeah, Sam Dale is one of them. Sam Dale is one of them, but they're going to come around to start their final lap.
Well, they got their final lap. Those cars possibly off circuit, so still affording the race line as they work their way through. And now making their way down towards the start-finish line. And... it's a brilliant choice.
Look at this, Francois, coming out of turn number 1. Have you ever in your life seen anything like this? The back markers has to keep out the way of these hot shots that are heading down into turn number 2. But it looks like the red flag has been called for. A red flag has been called for, and this race has been stopped.
Right, so the leaders will pick up on the red flag. The red flag's we're waving now as they make their way around. They still seem to be at race pace, but they'll have to start slowing it down as they make their way up the Tigerberg Straight. And they will slow. They're still pretty hot shot going up in towards Malmesbury.
Yeah, well, the red flag has been showed there. They need to slow it right down. These guys are so focused. But it was a big accident. Now Umpi Swart's overtaken under red. These guys have not noticed the red flag. And they're still going now. Now they slow it down. Now they slow it down. Now they pick up the red flag. But who can blame them? They were so focused. But yeah, they got the red flag. Well, I'd love to see what happened. Emil, I'm going to hand the mic to you quickly. You picked up on the TV screen the drama that happened out there. What did you notice?
Frankie, there was just a lot of dust and everything what we saw. I see there's a little bit of moisture in the air, so I don't know if that was maybe part of what happened, but red flag came out and I'm just waiting for more confirmation on the radio to let you guys know what's going on.
Right, Ernest is standing up here with me, and so is Dex. Guys, what did you pick up out that back window? Dex, Ernest?
From my side, just the excitement of this race. We knew it would deliver, but flippin' hell, we didn't think it was going to deliver that. And we were just talking now, myself and Dexter, just getting confirmation from you guys that the classification will go back to the previous lap, because we watched Boosie cross the line and then Umpi get past him thanks to some back markers. Now it looks like Boosie took that win if they end the race at this stage.
Well, obviously that's for the stewards to decide what they're going to do. So if they do go a lap back, that's how the end results will be. But that's not for us to call. That's for the COC and the stewards to make up their decision and their minds on that one.
Yeah, but what pandemonium. I mean, we knew it was going to be exciting. I'd love to get a replay of what happened at turn 4. It's such a tricky corner, turn 4, because we heard when I hear you shouting someone's going sideways at turn 4, I kind of look over there to see what's happening, because that is one place you don't want to lose control of a car.
No, because you know yourself, you are an ex-main circuit racer. Turn 4 is a double right-hander, and the line you go in, you do not rectify and do that. You go in, and that's the line. The car will walk around, but it'll come back out on the line that it's supposed to.
Correct.
And turn 4 will tell you you must make a rectification. But turn 4 will lie to you.
Yes.
And you got to just go in on that one line.
100%, 100%, yeah.
Tex, you guys have raced around here many times.
Yeah, and the thing is, the change of surface going into turn 4 is an absolute undecider. If you got a little bit of gravel from the Class A guys that have put onto there and they just went off, and they did, and I suspect that is what happened with one of the Class B cars, that they went off because of change of surface and just brought more dirt on, and obviously somebody has gone off. We can't exactly see exactly what car, but we know a car's off. As soon as we get more information, bet your bottom dollar we can let you know, guys, what's going on. But I do see that the cars have pulled back into Park for May now.
Yeah.
The challenge guys are back into Park for May.
I suspect the race would have been called at this stage.
1 lap to go.
Yeah, one lap to go.
More than 77%.
Oh, there we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Oh, here we go. So, guys, look.
Rallycross. Okay.
Definitely Rallycross.
I think that's the Class A incident.
That was Stian
from earlier
Kriel,
on.
yeah, on the outside. Yep, he came back to that one. But holding it very well there.
Of course, Stian's very good. His car control is impeccable, and
that was the other
incident from earlier on in the warm-up. Oh, so many incidents here, and here's another one in turn 1. Hard on the brakes, locking up there.
So many lockups.
Oh, can he hold it? I think I saw this car parked on the side of the circuit, so clearly he didn't, and off he goes. And stuck, that's it. You're beached now.
Well, there's nothing nicer than a day at the beach, is there?
I don't think he'll be catching a tan there, though.
Yeah, I don't think the cameraman picked up on that. Well, they did. We just picked up that dust cloud. Maybe IMUSAT's camera crew have picked up that one. If they have, I'm sure they will show us the replay.
But going back to the Class A battle, guys, oh my goodness, Marco Busi, Umpi Swat, that two Cape Town boys, they didn't even pick up the red flag after it was given to them, Frank.
And you know what? These guys don't make mistakes like that. It shows you how focused they were. They know that these Wali's were sitting in there behind them, and they were going to do anything just to keep them behind.
Speaking of sitting, I'm catching a bit of a rest here, and the camera guy catch me off the job. Yes, I'm going to stand up.
And then you saw Ernest rise to the occasion.
Yes. Colin Meader in the mix there as well. Joubert, I think definitely the Cape Town guys, clearly there might be a little bit of extra pace in those Cape Town cars. We've got to be fair on the Joburg guys. Masters over there, eventually further down. I think our Cape Town guys might have had a slight edge on pace
and skill. Come on, give it to us.
What I'd like to see is a classic from now on. It should be a yearly thing in this class. Our guys and them. A North versus South challenge with a trophy and see which.
I think that's a great idea.
One year North might win it, the other year South. You never know.
But that means we have to go up there as well
that's
to that side.
But then we have to have a return race.
Yes, correct. So Swartkops Raceway. Let's. If Swartkops people are watching this, maybe you guys want to set this up. The VW Challenge, challenge, guys, make it happen.
But then you must have Class A, B, and C. All three
indeed.
Our classes must.
And our Class C guys, our Brad Pack, not yet today. I mean, that's what a pity. That's usually provides some of the best racing we see on the day.
Very close racing as well, But I think the Class A guys, I must hand it to them. The racing was phenomenal between the top 3, top 4, top 5 guys even. It was absolutely stoked. They were exchanging paintwork, they're exchanging positions all the time, Frankie. And I think
exchanging wing mirrors.
That's what the people come to see. Here we got a car going off. Killarney, Bucky just towing a car off.
Yeah, the Killarney tow crew, they're very busy at the moment. Normally, and you remember the day
we get 300 in a car like we normally do.
Exactly, and remember there used to be just one Bucky, Alton, cruising alone around the circuit. I don't think Alton's going to be able to cope with all this workload as we see another vehicle being loaded there on ABR towing. That's on the back straight over there just to get some perspective, and that's after turn 4 where that big incident happened.
But boys, with a field of plus 40 cars, what do you expect?
Yeah, it was going to happen. I mean, they're not going to back out for us, and we're not going to back out for them. And this is what it's all about.
This is what it's all about. This is what we come to see. And that going into turn 1 there, that was just incredible. Lap after lap after lap. These guys side by side, back markers in the mix. Even the fact that the back markers, Frankie, I think that made a cool difference. I kind of like it. It's like endurance racing where you get that mix.
But the back markers always play a role because everyone wants to go through, and now you can't. Now you're stuck behind him. So now there's a gap. Now you're going to work to close that gap up again, and somebody else all of a sudden on your 6 o'clock.
Exactly.
So,
and I think that is how that last overtook took place of Yuri Swan. He managed to sweep us. And how's the start, guys? Let's go back to the start of the race.
Yeah.
Marco Bussi on the gravel going around the outside.
I think we're gonna have to bring him over to RX.
I wonder if we can get
and a horrible start by Umpi. He had to really fight to come back.
I wonder if we can get a restart, replay of that restart, of that start, because that replay, Umpi fell back all the way there.
He had a lot of wheel spin there. I watched him when he pulled off the line. He had a lot of wheel spin.
Either that or was Tiny was saying a possible...
Mr. Gear?
Yeah, I think he missed the gear.
Okay.
From first to second. I think he might have missed the gear there.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
He did mention to us in the pre-race that he had some clutch issues. They've been nursing that clutch all day, and they're just glad that the clutch survived it at the end of the day, but could very well be a misshift first and second, because that's the difficult one, isn't it? When the clutch is going, once the car's going third, fourth, and fifth, not such a big problem.
Well, I think
There
we
we
wrap
go.
this
That's
up.
the issue. That's the issue.
1, 2, 3. Oh, yes.
the motor went.
That's the engine.
And then put a lot of oil down.
Yep.
And I would suspect somebody ended up coming through there.
Sideways.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Yeah, he
There's
goes into the
oil.
sand, yeah.
Oh my goodness me. And the marshal's saying, get off the circuit, get off the circuit. You are destroying the circuit
line,
with all that oil. Oh my goodness me, look at that.
That's a fire.
Look how quick that driver gets out of that car.
Get out, get out, get out.
I think he hit that middle pin while he was still coming out of turn 4.
Sure. And that's such a dangerous spot
It
as
is
well.
a dangerous spot.
I mean, yes, that is not ideal. A driver walking off all nonchalantly.
I mean, look at
there,
that Class
while
A
the
car
rest
so
of the
close.
guys are flying through. Not ideal at all.
Well, I called out on the mic.
You did.
Big accident.
You did.
Because I just saw
The plume of smoke.
dust. Yeah, and I thought guys were all over the place. So now that we actually see what happened, it wasn't the accident. It was just the motor.
I mean,
that
even the
blew,
people on the top are telling you to get off the circuit there. They know. Because that's where the regulars stand, eh? That's where the regulars stand.
That's their house. That's actually where they live.
You're not allowed to go stand there if you're us,
You can
eh?
see the gesticulating, what they're actually saying.
I'm hearing that in a Cape Town accent.
I think there was being Byron in here as well. He's been rather quiet. He was on the mic with me for the first time. Byron, some hectic stuff, eh?
Yeah, no, definitely some hectic stuff. I actually just want to say, I think that nonchalant walk that was done over there, it's always cool to walk away from an explosion.
Yes, yeah.
Slow motion way of doing things over there. But let me tell you one thing, that was a major blowout. And, you know, we had some exciting racing today. We had some exciting racing in race 1. For the Payball VW Challenge. It's great to have the guys here from upcountry.
I've got to say,
we'd love to have them from all over the country, actually, and even international. You know, you never know what can happen. And I think, this has been a wonderful racing day that we've been having.
I think the excitement delivered, the anticipation delivered, the VW Challenge guys delivered. You know, we had an incident before the race started. We had an incident on the first start of the race.
Warm-up lap.
We had an incident all the way through the race, and of course at the end of the
Hello guys, you're talking like the day's over. We still got a lot of
I
races.
know. Find my program here. What's happening next? We still got a lot of action to go. It's not over yet, folks. So stay tuned while the circuit gets tidied up. We've got 4 more races to go. I just got the confirmation from Frankie now, and we still got the bike races. We got Lauda Classic cars and the sports and GT cars. And what a way to end the
just
day!
made it easy for you. He put the whole program on the
IMUSAT,
screen.
eh?
Yeah, IMUSAT. His voice on the ball. I'm telling you.
IMUSAT on the ball, and that's the big one over there. The Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars and fine cars, Lauda Classic cars. I must say I enjoyed the classic cars early on. I don't often watch them, but this one was gripping stuff all the way to the end.
Well, I had a chat to Eric Maton at the luncheon break, and he just said, you know, it's rubber. I've got like 3.5 ton. I'm cruising around the circuit with the V8 underneath. The rubber just left me, but they're having a look at it, so they'll bring it back out.
You know, the laws of physics still apply to these cars.
Apparently so, yes. Oh, we got a couple of 2 wheels coming out now. The Bridgestone, the Super Twin Cup and the Super Sport 300s, and then we've got the Superbikes coming out with the SPK Challenge and the Masters, and then we'll have the classic cars and the fine cars, and then we'll close off the day with the Spitfire Furniture Sports and GT cars. Just on that point, having a look around the circuit, we've got a lot of different little things happening, activities, pop-ups and things around the circuit today. I saw Red Bull was here. I see they were auctioning off, or there's a
They were giving away, guys, a motorbike.
Yeah, it's not too late, eh? It's not too late. The competition closes at 5 o'clock.
Absolutely.
The Motorflex guys are still here, so motorflex.com, you can go check it out. You can pop into the Motorflex guys there by the clubhouse, and basically what it is, you got to buy something from them to enter.
Yeah.
And I've got a little wallet that I got from them that I still use. They've got caps, hoodies, all sorts of stuff. And if you get something to the value of 500 Rand, you then stand a chance at winning the bike. It's an Aprilia RSV4, and it looks sensational.
And it is stupidly expensive on the floor. Trust me. So that is for 500 bucks. I tell you what, your odds are quite good. And I hope they're probably going to sell about 5,000 tickets to cover their costs.
Look, for them, what they've done is they've partnered with TrackMac and Motorflex, and also now they've got Detail Ease with them as well. So they've made the competition, they haven't got that many tickets on sale for this competition. So that statistically, the chance of you winning is
quite
pretty
high.
good. It's better than buying a lotto ticket, let's put it that
And
way.
in the basket to pull a ticket, it could be yours.
Could be yours.
I'm having a look at the windows here, tiny showing me
Yeah.
the gold splits on the window.
boys.
And we've got 2 wheels going out.
Game changer.
Oh,
Game
my
changer.
goodness. Looks like I'm staying up here with you guys. I won't be talking, but I will be watching because this is the best seat in the house, folks. I shouldn't say it aloud because people are going to storm the tower here.
Well, the
but this
ticket's
really
only
is-
5 grand a pop.
But you guys are the best view, and I think we talk about motorsport as a spectacle, but certainly wet weather changes the game, especially for the bikes.
It just throws a whole, you just throw everything else out the door now, because what happens is what has happened before, what is, going to happen, it just mixes everything up, we have raindrops keep falling on my visor. So there we go.
And the bike guys were talking to us earlier on that the warmers on their tires, they work in the pits, but once they're out here,
They're
it
null
gets
and
cold.
void. Yeah, they were saying 2 laps. It takes 2 laps for them to warm up. But by the time they leave their pit box and they come stand on the start line, those tires are cold. They can actually smell it through their helmet. It's cold down.
Yeah.
So now the rain changes that even more, Byron.
Yeah, well, the thing is, most of them have tire warmers on, but the second they take those tire warmers off,
It starts
they
cooling
start
down.
plummeting. The tire pressure start dropping. So what happens is, yes, they go out there, they do the 2 warm-up laps. The big logic actually is maybe even bringing the cars back out and having the bikes last. But
Well, I don't know. We don't know what the weather's going to do. Look, we're going to
Well,
play our
Francois,
cards.
I don't want you to speak about weather because you tell me that it's not going to rain. So I don't know where you grew up, but
the coffee.
In the south, my bro, the deep south.
the rule is the copy. If the copy is clear, then it should be fine. Then this should be passing showers. Let's hope that's the
I
case.
think maybe there's just a little bit of a cloud heaviness that's just passing by. I don't think we're going to worry too much.
The problem is you can't see Table Mountain anymore. So,
Agree.
It's definitely raining out there in the CBD area. So yeah, I don't know.
But the
We'll
wind
have
is
to
blowing
see.
northeast, so that whatever you're seeing there is going towards Newlands. That's
Yeah.
Newlands' problem, as
Yes,
you know.
yeah.
Okay, so we can wet the grass for next
So,
Saturday.
yeah.
But what we look at is that the Blowbird copy coming
Yes.
towards us, and that looks pretty open. So I think what we've got is just something passing by. Look, it's not really raining per se. It was just
But
a few
the
drops.
bike guys, I mean, it's one thing I don't understand is how you ride a bike, and then the other thing is how you ride a bike in the rain. And these guys are going to have to deal with very slippery and cold conditions now, even with the little couple of speckles on the circuit.
Then how do you ride a bike in the rain with a tinted visor?
Yeah, I don't know how they do.
You can see.
I don't know how they do.
Don't ask me that because I do that.
So from your perspective, what do you think is going to be going through the minds here,
I
Frankie?
think the main thing with the bike, look, you can be courageous and say, I'll just put it in like I normally do, but you don't know where it's going to be a little bit green now. Just that little bit of moisture, a little bit of fluid from a previous car race or something. You don't know what's going in there.
Or a challenge car bursting
I
its
was
engine.
about to say.
So what you're going to do is you're going to have to, on your outlap, go and have a look at the circuit, check the lines, try and...
Yeah.
As they would say,
So that's a
play
different
game, try and
mindset.
cop it, you know?
That's a different mindset on the opening lap, because normal opening lap is just getting the car ready for the race. You're not necessarily inspecting the circuit like these guys would have to.
Now they go out and they have a look and they see, okay, yeah, I'm cool, yeah, this is where I can go. And then also, while he's on the outlap, he's going to see, well, hang on, it looks a little bit greasy here, so I can come flying in here, the bike's going to leave me, you know?
Yeah.
So, yeah. And you can't put on wet weather tires because it's not wet weather.
It's not wet enough.
So
Yeah.
now you've got to be, you understandably got to be correct. Now you come into a corner and you grab a handful in the front, you feel the front and you start feeling that front slide away from you. What do you do now?
Yeah, exactly. Go home.
You still got to turn it. A bit late, you're in it.
Well, someone that's still in it, unfortunately, that car stuck and beached out there in turn 2. The team, the cleanup crew over there, they got a whole bunch of tow vehicles there. So hopefully once that's off, the racing will continue very, very shortly. We are nervously waiting for the bikes to make their way out over here onto what looks like a greasy circuit. Let's hope it doesn't make too much of a difference, but there aren't any new raindrops on the window just yet.
Yeah, some wind out there at least, so that will be drying that up. So, like I think Francois was saying, nothing much to worry about. Just a little bit of a sprinkle here, a sprinkle there, and
Well,
a
look,
little bit of a break in the
I've
proceedings.
basically ridden a motorcycle on a circuit when you have this kind of weather. The track basically is dry.
Yeah.
You know, that spots are sort of, but you're coming to a point where, like I said, there was a drop of some other liquid. Or there's a bit of a smooth piece of tar or something. Just that's something that unsettles you, and that's where you...
Yeah, of course, because a lot of it's mental as well. A lot of it's trying to overcome, because we've all been there. Once you start seeing on a single-seater, you start seeing raindrops on the visor. I know I definitely slowed down.
Yes.
Even though it might not have been necessary to do so, the instinct is to slow down and not push.
Well, you don't want to be silly about it.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
But I think they'll be out there giving it their all. I'm looking around the circuit. It looks pretty okay. I think the bikes will just be lucky enough to race in time.
Nice. And they've cleared up turn 2 now, so now we wait.
That's a big shout out to the marshals over
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Killarney marshals always doing a mighty job, I think.
Internationally acclaimed Killarney marshals,
Well,
eh?
there's
That is
a rumour
correct,
that
yes.
the Killarney marshals are going to the proposed F1 at Killarney.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, can I go with though?
So, do they propose that the commentary team?
I say yes to that, sir. I say yes to that, sir.
All of us here.
I'll sign that.
With the ill-famed Francois Bundle.
Yeah. Crofty who?
Crafty Shark.
We need to get Toby Fenter to realise that he needs to get a lot of other people up there with Greg Maloney as well. He needs to get Gary and Francois and Byron and myself and of course Dex and Ernest, all of us to go up there. And,
it's looking a bit shaky out there, boys.
That one. But yeah, that's in 2023. It's on the provisional calendar. It could change, but
Guys, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's raining.
Well, the rain is coming down heavily now.
Yeah.
I know what I would do if I was the powers that be.
Oh man, you can see the bikers coming out.
Get the car races out the way, and hopefully the track dries, and then end the day off with the bikes. But yeah, that's only what I would do.
Yeah, but you can see the bikers nervously.
We're not the ones that make the decisions up here. We just go by what we see.
Indeed. But the bikes are nervously making their way out. We watched a couple of guys walk out to their paddock area there, Francois, and to have a bit of a sneak peek to see what's going on. But the bikes are heading out. The bikes are on their way out.
Yeah, look, the Super Twin Cup and the Power Sport 300s. There goes my son. But these guys have all ridden in this kind of weather, so they know what to expect.
So your son is racing in this very next race?
Very next race, yes.
Okay, there's Butler over there. Okay, so that's Jared. We spoke to Jared Butler earlier. I didn't know you guys were related. I thought there was a vague resemblance there.
Yeah, so like I said, most of them, they've actually come from short circuit, where you ride a 150 in the greasy stuff.
Yeah.
And that's not easy.
That's where you learn.
Smarty biscuits.
That's where you learn.
That's where they learn. So now it's just a question of more power, less grip, adjust.
But more responsibility.
I just think that this is a passing cloudburst. It's a bit clearer now again. But now, like I say, it's that little, you can look at the tarmac, it's the greasiness. Now what do you do? Where do you brake? What lines do you take?
Well, we're going to head out of the greasiness over here. Well, actually probably going to head into the greasiness and talk to some riders and drivers out there. Thanks for having us in the booth over here, team. We look forward to this race. I'll be listening in to try and get some insights as to what's happening, and let's hope the rain doesn't keep coming.
Yeah, well, thank you, Ernest. Great to have you guys up here, and we'll chat later.
Cheers.
Well, Francois, how things change. 4 seasons in one day. It's been a very cold season, I can tell you that much today. So
yeah,
no
look,
4 seasons today.
It's the rain is it's dropping, but I think it might abate. Yeah, it stopped. But now you're gonna have the wind. But like I say, if you look at it now, the surface is moist. Where do you brake? What do you do?
You think, Francois, in the greater scheme of things, it would just maybe be better if it's either dry or either wet, not these changeable conditions, because what happens is now you have parts of the circuit that, like you say, is a bit of smooth tarmac, maybe a little bit of oil or coolant has been spilled on the circuit, and one thing I always get and I always think about when it comes to wet weather, even if you have all your practice sessions in the wet, your qualifying sessions, everything in the wet, it's something you can't really get used to because it's so unpredictable. out there. You know, what happens is you can do all your sessions in the wet. It doesn't mean you've got the handle on it. And it's not like the dry when you lay the rubber down and you really get yourself into a rhythm and a groove. Now...
Well, we saw, just to go back to our previous meeting, you remember Slade Fanica going into turn 1 on cold tires. I said to you the track was greasier. What happened? He threw it away. Not that I'm pointing fingers at Slade, I'm just talking about the general example in terms of this.
So just to say again, that what happens is it doesn't matter how much wet running you've done, it's not something you can easily get a rhythm in, and it's going to be walking or riding on a knife's edge.
Right, so they're just getting their positions right.
Yeah, so the number 50 there of Tristan Pienaar, it is Quacker on pole position. Alongside will be Slade for Nickak, then the 93 of Jason Lineker.
Right, so we're waiting for the boards to come up. 30-second boards out. 5-second board goes up. We wait for the lights. Lights on, and away we go. Everybody gets off the line and makes their way down towards turn number 1 holes. Down they go. Now, this is what I'm saying. What are the conditions like going down into turn number 1? Everyone rolls in there, keeps it pretty gingerly, walking their way around there. You don't want to be a hero. Rather,
oh, there we go already, Francois. Somebody sliding off of the circuit. I have to take a look. It's one of the HRC bikes.
Yeah, looks like Jared Butler might have been involved in that one now, so he's got to get back into the swing of things, and I think it could have been Braden Hutchings, I'm not sure.
I wouldn't bet against that. It could have been Braden Hutchings, and well, we'll keep you posted on that one. But remember now it is ever so gentle on the throttle, short shifting. You know,
it's Raymond Alexander. It was Raymond Alexander that went down.
There we go.
Yeah.
So Raymond Alexander sliding off the circuit, but did he actually get back on and get it going again?
Yeah, he's back on. There he goes out of turn 2. So
that's the KTM.
Yeah, the KTM. Yeah.
So yeah, they come now onto the back straight, and now it looks like it's Lineker that leads the way. There are change of surface flags, slippery surface flags all around the circuit. Yeah, they come through per Tamina Fastron now. They'll complete their first of 9 laps as they come right through. It's nose to tail there between what is Pienaar and the number 93 of Lineker. Yeah, they come to the line right now to complete that very first lap, and Lineker will just, no, will he just edge? Yeah, he just edges Van Niekerk over the line, but that's going to be a ding-dong battle here in these changeable conditions. He's going to be Nicholas Hutchings that leads the 300 class.
Yeah, well, Jared making a bit of recovery, not because my son, but he was unsettled by Raymond Alexander, and he's worked his way back quite quickly. He sits up there behind the likes of Adrian Solomon and them, and well, it won't be too long and he'll be in the mix. So having a look out there, Jason Lineker leading out, or is it Tristan Pienaar? No, Tristan Pienaar goes to front of Jason Lineker. Slade Van Niekerk in third. I think what Slade's going to do, let Hamid get into those tyres and work his way back, and probably bring it to the 4. But the Super Twin Cups moving away. The Super Sport 300s, it's Nicholas Hutchings who's actually lying up in P5. He might get past now with the likes of Gerrit Visser and Andre Limburg, Calvert, etc. But not, he has been passed. So, but yeah, they go down the back, full tilt. And we were saying now to the guys, to the crew, that we'd be worried that these guys would hang back. But I'm telling you what, they're going 10-10s down towards turn number 5. And Tristan Pienaar is lying in hard there. So he's put a lot of trust in those tyres as he works his way down there.
Well, see them as they come to complete lap 2 of the 9 here as well. In the Super Twin Cup top 3, it is going to be Van Niekerk. Lineker going to make another challenge into turn 1 over here, and he'll go onto the inside and take the lead right back. That number 93 Kawasaki ahead of Van Niekerk. Lineker, Pienaar, sorry, I would rather say. Then Van Niekerk, Visser made his way past Nicholas Hutchings. Coetzee has done very much the same. Ryan Coetzee. Nicholas Hutchings leads the Power Sport class Of course, Andre Calvert is also one of the Super Twin Cup runners. Liebenberg, and then it is Braden Hutchings that is the number 74 bike. So both Hutchings are 1-2 in the 300 power sport or super sport.
Yeah, they're leading out. It's Nicholas leads out from Braden and Aiden, but they're not too far ahead there. Butler catching Mitch Robinson is looking at them. So that could possibly tighten up as a good fair contest as the day goes on. Adrian Solomon ahead there of Braden Hutchins, then Mitch Robinson, then Jared Butler. We still got 7 laps to go. So this is quite a long race. A lot can happen.
Well, Slade van Niekerk challenging for second position as they go down to turn 5 per Tamina Fostron. And it looks like he'll edge his way through. It looks like it. And no, they come around. It looks like it's still going to be Pienaar that holds it ahead of him. No, actually it is Slade van Niekerk, and Pienaar is now currently the man leading this race. The number 60 comes across the line from Van Niekerk, from Lineker, and then Visser. We wait to cross the line now. Here comes Visser now on the number 43 machine, and then Coetzee comes across the line, and then Hutchings will follow him. Of course, that will be Nicholas Hutchings.
Andre Calvert also involved in that. Here comes the 300 battle. Here's Adrian Solomon. There's Braden Hutchings, Mitch Robinson, Jared Butler there with him, and they're all ahead of Stavro Michel and Colin Wainwright, Peter Hill, and Raymond Alexander still behind them. So going there into turn number 1, Butler up on the inside of Robinson. Gets through there pretty quickly, works his way around, uses the whole track to his benefit, and he's now chasing the likes of Braden Hutchings. So from being right down at the back of the field, he's worked his way back and is feeling quite racy, and you can see the likes there of Braden and Adrian Solomon ahead of him. So we've still got 6 laps to go. Anything can happen.
Well, Slade van Niekerk is currently leading at the moment as they go towards Per Tamina Faster on turn 5, but he's being heavily challenged, and I think a change of position could have happened now. We'll watch them as they come through. I think it's still van Niekerk, Tristan Pienaar all over the back of him, and that's allowing the number 93 of Lineker to stay with them as they come over the line right now. Here comes over the line, and onto the inside. It's going to be 3 abreast. But it looks like it's going to be Slade van Niekerk who will keep the lead for now, ahead of, looks like Lineker actually slipped in there, with Pienaar dropping into 3rd place. That, of course, they're still getting away from Visser. Visser on his own there as well as he comes right through. And then we have this pairing coming right behind over here. Coetzee and Calvert, which are, well, they're about 2 and a bit seconds between each other. Hutchings ahead of Solomon. Solomon, of course, that's now the battle for the top in 300s. As Hutchings, of course, Braden Hutchings is now currently in 3rd in class, 10th overall.
Well, Butler's passing Hutchings, going now, so he'll go into 3rd, and he's got Adrian Solomon just ahead of him. So he can go and look for him. And we still got 5 laps to go. Much better race coming out of Jared Butler now, chasing the likes of Adrian Solomon. He's got Andrew Liebenberg on the 615 between them. They're going into Quarry Corner, turn number 2. The track is drying out. It's getting a little bit better out there. So the race is on there for the 300s. Slade van Niekerk, like I said to you, would warm up his tyres. He did. He now leads out over Tristan Pienaar and Jason Lineker. We'll keep our eyes out for them to try and pick him up on the circuit. And here they come up towards us, 3 abreast. Oh, wow, down into turn number 1. Who's going to give up? I think Slade will be very late on the brakes like he normally is. And Lineker goes up on the inside of Pienaar to take 2nd place.
Well, just looking where Visser is coming along now. Visser finds himself on the ER650. Here he comes across the line, the blue ER650 Kawasaki. And then he'll be followed here, surely by Andre Calvert will be the next man coming through, surely, number 99. We actually wait for him now. Here he comes. And then it's Ryan Coetzee, and of course the gap between them is about just under 3 seconds. Nicholas Hutchings leads the way, though, is still in the 300s. But ahead of Solomon. Let's see the gap between the 2 of them as they come across the line. It's now Andrew Liebenberg that has come up a position on the KTM, finds himself in 8th ahead of Adrian Solomon. Only a 10th of a second though, but 2 different classes.
Yeah, that dice is Adrian Solomon. Then It's going to be Liebenberg. Liebenberg gets ahead of Solomon, and this exposes Solomon to Butler, who comes up behind him here into quarry corner. Solomon now wants to go around the outside of Andrew Liebenberg. Butler right there with him. Liebenberg poses a small threat as Butler has to sit up, unfortunately. Oh, and Butler's bike going slow. Did he lose the front of it? Did he regain his composure? Liebenberg went in front of him there. Now Butler comes back at Mitch Robinson, goes back up on the inside. Didn't break his rhythm. He's come back at it. Possibly Liebenberg just crossing and Butler having to pull out of that one to protect himself. But a very astute maneuver there by the young lad.
No, he's doing a great job today, of course. He's young Jared over there. He finds himself ahead of Braden Hutchings at the moment. We haven't spoken much about Stavron Michelle, of course, just off of Robinson there as well. But looking at the front battle over here now with 3 laps left to go, including the one they're currently on the go-through interceptor turn 3 now. It is still Slate van Niekerk that leads the way. And, of course, he put in a 1:22.637, but faster than him the last time out was the 1:22.604 of Lineker and the 1:22.759 of Tristan Pienaar. Just shows you how close they are together in lap times. Here they come down the back straight. They are going to come up to lap a few bikes as well now, but they'll get under braking now into the Per-Tamina Faster on turn 5. Where they'll come towards the line. There goes a move now. I think that's Tristan Pienaar trying to go on the inside of Lineker there. And then they'll come across the line to do their last 2 racing laps.
Yeah, they come up towards the line, and well, it's Tristan Pienaar pushing Slate van Niekerk. They've got a slow rider in front of them. They go up on the inside. I think it's Raymond Alexander as they work their way through. And well, it's all happening out there. Looking on the far side in the scepter corner. Butler up inside. Braden Hutchings has a look there. Hutchings around his outside. Butler gets through and chases hard on the back of Adrian Solomon. Butler, after that little twitch, has worked his way back. And now they make their way down the back straight. We've got a lap and a bit to go.
Across the line then, the number 99 of Andre Calvert. And something, of course, happened on the last lap to Gerrit Visser, because now he's been overtaken by Andre Calvert and he finds himself in 5th position. And he's still got a bit of a gap between himself and Ryan Coetzee. Ryan Coetzee should be coming right now. If you look at that number 70, or the number 72, of course, Nicholas Hutchings comes through, still leading the 300s class. Ryan Coetzee comes across the line in 7th position, 0.3 of a second between the two of them. But remember, it is a Super Sport Nicholas Hutchings and a Super Twin Cup runner in Ryan Coetzee. Ahead there of Andrew Liebenberg, who comes across the line now on the KTM.
Yeah, no, great racing out there, and they're working their way now through the Holzhoek. Up, it's the SSP 300s. Great race out there. Adrian Solomon leading out Jared Butler, Braden Hutchins and Mitch Robinson going up towards Quarry Corner.
One more lap left to go, and well, we have the 3 leaders, the trio, have coming now through turn 1, Holzhoek onto the Joubert straight. We'll watch them as they go now towards turn 2. It's still Slate van Niekerk, the man who started 2nd in this race. He finds himself leading after he took the lead. Only a few laps to go, but still really hanging in there is the likes of Tristan Pienaar. Tristan Pienaar is going to be all over the back wheel of that Quacker ahead of him. It was all 3 of them are Kawasaki's. They'll go now onto the Joubert straight, or the Tigerberg straight, and then they'll run it through the double 8 brakes right-hander, turn 4, and then gun it towards the embankment at Per-Tamina Faster on the turn 5 section. We'll see now, Francois, if they'll actually have a move down here towards that particular section. They won't get the back marker bikes over there, luckily, but yeah, they go towards Per-Tamina now.
Yeah, so the Super Sport 300s on their final lap. They're going to come up to the flag. They'll be ahead. They'll have to do another lap. So they've still got a bit of a race to go. And here come your leaders now on the Super Twin Cups up towards the line. Checkered flag. It's going to be Slate van Niekerk there from Tristan Pienaar and Jason Lineker. They make their way over the line. And a couple of hundredths of seconds in there between them.
63 thousandths of a second, or 6 hundredths of a second, if you want to put it that way.
Right, so coming up to the line now will be Andre Calvert. He's down in P4. Raymond Alexander down through the flag. A couple of other people through. So we're just waiting for the rest of the team to go. I tell you, these front 3 had a massive gap over the rest of the field. Waiting now for the next riders to come up. And here comes Andre Calvert now towards the line, so it's a massive gap ahead of Gerrit Visser. And we're going to try and pick up on that Supersport 300 little race. As I see the riders making their way up the Tigerberg straightaway, Nicholas Hutchings, I think, will come through. He's come through already, he's won. But the dice is on there for the second place. And Adrian Solomon leads out over Jared Butler and Braden Hutchins. Butler's going to take a last gas dive down into turn 5. Is he going to go late on the brakes? He looks up on the inside. Is Solomon going to hang around the outside? Butler up on the inside. Solomon looks like he's going to hold it out. They're going to come out at turn 5. They've actually got a Super Twin Cup bike ahead of them, so that race is on. Yeah, they come up towards the line. It's Andrew Liebenberg. It's Adrian Solomon. Butler looking up on the inside. Solomon just beating Butler. Mitch Robinson and Braden Hutchins cross the line.
Well, there we go. And then Liebenberg on the KTM will get the 8th position ahead of second place Solomon in class, the 300s. Butler doing a mighty job there, the number 69. 10th position overall, but 3rd in class ahead of Robinson. Hutchings, of course, that's Braden Hutchings in 12th position, and that's the 74 bike, and then the 13 of Alexander in that group there behind there, the Kawasaki Ninja 300. In the 13th place ahead of Wainwright and Peter Hill as well, who we didn't speak very much about on the KTM RC390.
And guess where I am standing right now, a place where most people aren't actually supposed to be standing. We've got some special permission from the crew over here to be on the bridge. And yeah, this is exactly where the action is happening right now. The bikes are on their way, Dex. Yeah, they're going to be making their way to the start line here. And again, that moment, you know, when you on the start line about to go racing, things can get hairy.
Look, it's the last Superbike race of the day, so obviously they're going to throw the kitchen sink at it. And it's pretty cold. It's pretty bitey.
It's bitey out here. But the next class, I've got it on my phone over here. This is the Superbike class at the moment. And all of these guys are running big pieces of metal. We've got Malcolm Rapson, JP Fredericks, Hilton Riedlinghuis, and Jacques Ackerman in the mix as well. Michael De Toy, Andre Kruger, Paul Medel, Jan Fourie, Wayne Arendse, and the rest of the guys making their way around the circuit. Now, this is going to be some very fast bikes over here, Dexter, and I expect some serious pace from these guys.
Right, we'll carry on with the main sponsors after this race as the bikes are out on the track. So we'll hand over to Francois and to Byron.
Right, so next up the Superbike race, the Masters, the Superbike Challenge and the 600s. Malcolm Rapson together with Hilton Redlinghuyse, who unfortunately lost his chain up the Tygerberg Straight. The chain came off. It is a bit unfortunate, but Hilton finds himself on the front row. He's going to have a bit of fun with Malcolm Rapson, JP Friedrich and Jock Ackerman. Matty van Niekerk alongside Michael de Toy. And Michael de Toy being sponsored there by the Hooligans. And he's out there. The boys are going to be backing him. They're not at the circuit now, they're somewhere else. And behind them, Andre Kruger, Paul Medell, Jan Free, Wayne Aronson, Jonathan Schwerin and Brad Bodsworth, followed by Jamie Hall, who brought his bike all the way from Neisner on Friday night.
Well, they'll get down to the to their grid spots, and there we'll see the number 10 of Jacques Ackerman into position, fourth on the grid, and then alongside will be Matthew van Niekerk and Michael de Toy. There, of course, there's the Suzuki of Rapson that pulls into position. JP Friedrich in his Yamaha, on the Yamaha I should rather say, and then Hilton Redlinghuyse finds himself in position as well. That'll be second on the Kawasaki.
Looking at the number 7 there of Michael de Toy there on the second row up against the wall there, proudly sponsored by Armando's Amigos, and they're waiting for the lights. The lights are about to go. The lights go off and away they go. And Matty van Niekerk gets an unsettled start. And have a look at Jamie Hall in the 600 who rockets up about P6. Michael de Toy gets in there. He goes around the outside. He might have the inside line in the Hubert Straight. And we have a look at the front. It's Malcolm Rapson. Rapson there together with JP Friedrich and Hilton Redlinghuyse together with Jock Ackerman. Redlinghuyse goes up into second ahead of JP Friedrich. Well, it's good conditions out there. It's a cold circuit, but I'm sure they've got the right tyre pressures and the right suspension settings as they roll around now into Interceptor Corner. Malcolm Rapson trying to get away there from JP Friedrich.
Oh, he's doing it well too, because look at the gap already from a standing start that he has over the rest. And now JP is having to fight it out with Hilton Redlinghuyse. We'll see them as they come around now through turn 4. And then onto the back straight, they will then run. Get their heads down. Watch now as the Yamaha gets in the slipstream of the Kawasaki ahead of him. He will go onto the inside line over here now as well. And surely will take a second place right away from Hilton Redlinghuyse. He does exactly that as Malcolm Rapson now opens up onto the main straight now underneath the City of Cape Town Wingfield Motors Bridge and completes his first lap of 9.
Well, that's a healthy lead that he's got there over JP Friedrich, Hilton Redlinghuyse and Jock Ackerman. Ackerman up on the inside of Redlinghuyse. Ackerman moves up to third. Having a look there, it's Matthew van Niekerk in 5, Michael de Toy in 6, Andre Kruger 7th, Paul Medell 8, Jan Fourie 9, Wade Aronson 10, Johnny Schwerin 11, Brad Bodsworth 12, and Jamie Hall 30. And hello, Jonathan Schwerin's out there.
Look at a three-way battle over here as well now. As we have in second position, it looks like Jacques Ackerman has come up over there now, and JP Friedrich in third. I speak under correction over there. It happened so quick. There was 3 abreast into turn 2, Francois.
Yeah, no. Well, whoever's got the bigger gumption will make it through. And possibly it was Jock Ackerman, Malcolm Rapson coming down the back end here out of turn 4. He's got a healthy lead, probably about a 3-second lead. Jock Ackerman in second. And he's got Owen. Where are they? Where's JP Friedrich? And where they? It looks like they might have gone off. Someone's gone off. They're coming off the grass. JP Friedrich and Hilton Redlinghuyse, seasoned veterans, went off, but they're back on off the grass. And Matty van Niekerk.
Multiple bikes down at turn 4. Sorry, red flag, Francois. Oh, my goodness, Francois. There has been 3 bikes down into turn 4. Sorry to jump in over there.
One of them looks like Michael de Toy.
It's unfortunate over there. And red flags. It will be red flags, race stopped.
There's a rider down. The medics are by him.
Well, we'll pick up for you the Panigale of Paul Medel is parked back up on the grid. JP Friedrich and himself, of course, and Hilton Redlegase went farming at turn 4. And he's explaining now what exactly happened, JP Friedrich, from his point of view. As there is raining, there's moisture in the air, and what happens is, remember, this causes a whole new element to be very influential in this race. Yeah, I see the number 60. Is it 65? That's of course out on the grid.
I see Belka Brabson and Jock Ackerman going down towards turn number 5, having a conversation on their way down there. I don't think that the conditions are quite conducive to bike racing. The track is very greasy. These guys are, some of them running out on semi-slicks, so can be rather treacherous. Down there is Jan Fourie. He's having a look around. Wayne Arends is there. Jamie Halls on the 600, my man from PE, or should I say Neisner. And he seems quite apt and ready to go. There's nothing wrong with that. Nice to have Jamie down here all the way from Neisner. There comes Jacques Ackerman. Oh, and someone got cluttered from the back, rather a nasty one. And yeah, I didn't see that. That's unfortunately breaking in the wet. And there
was Friedrich going across the screen.
So
Dave, watch this. There goes the first two. They're going to cup each other. Oh, they're not. They're just.
Yeah.
There goes another one there.
Well, so on screen there, a little bit of a nasty accident. Jamie Hall coming through, putting his hand up there, showing the guys that they must take it easy. But it was raining there in turn 4, and a lot of front end grip just going down the road, and unfortunately a little bit of a tumble there. So we'll leave it up to the powers that be to make decisions here in terms of what the race will be, and they work it out. It looks like they're going to call the race, because I saw Paul Medel gesticulating, and Paul's a seasoned veteran here. He will call it like it is. And John Green says, that's it, boys. For your own safety, pull the bikes into pit lane. And that's just the nature of winter. Jamie all says, I'm ready, but no can do. Wayne Arends as well. So that's the end of that race. It's been called. I think it's a very good decision on the part of the powers that be. Basically for the safety of the riders themselves. It's just a little bit moist out there. Byron, what are your take on this?
No, safety first, Francois. In any situation, I think what happens is the weather has changed actually very drastically now, and we were talking about sprinkles and little bits of this, little bits of that, but now you can see there's been a general change. The temperatures dropped
dramatically, yeah.
Dramatically.
So the circuit is cold and it's moist and it's green. And there's probably outside of turn 4 probably a little bit of greasiness there as well from what happened earlier. So that invariably just changed the whole change of surface.
Francois, it's Ernest here. I don't know if you guys can hear me out in the tower. Yeah, I'm standing out here outside turn 4 now. It looks very slippery out here at the moment, even though it's not that wet. We've heard that that is Matthew van Niekerk over there, but he is walking around and he does seem to be good and well. From your perspective, I'm trying to see what I can see what's happening on the circuit here, but it does look like the rider is okay. But from what I've heard, bike racing is done for now.
Yeah, I know he took a bit of a tumble. It looked like he got cluttered from back from another rider that tried to brake, and the front end slipped. Took each other out, and they took a bit of a nasty tumble there, Ernest.
Oh man, what a pity. We're just glad that the rider's okay, and hopefully the racing can continue, and hopefully he'll be back on the bike as soon as possible. Matthew van Niekerk, obviously someone we've interviewed, and someone that we look forward to seeing racing in future. That's all from me here at turn 4. Back to you guys in the tower.
Okay, Ernest, Frank here. We just want to play a couple of main sponsor adverts. And then
Copy that.
There is a few thank yous we have to say, and then we can hand back over to you again. Thanks,
Copy
buddy.
that.
Hi, Cape Town. Johnny from Wingfield Motors here. After 33 years of service to you,
Yes. Yeah, of course, all of this would not be possible without our sponsors, and I'm sure Johnny Wingfield out there watching. Kiara van Niekerk was out racing as well today, so very much involved is Wingfield Motors and a fantastic bunch of guys I often try and pop in there and say, even though I just met them quite recently, so really bunch of good guys there. Johnny Wingfield, I'm standing over here by turn 4. I can see some of the bikes parked over there. I see some people watching from what looks like a really nice vantage point. We've got the clubhouse over here as well, people watching the racing from there, but the racing's not over yet. Unfortunately, we did have a bit of a halt to proceedings over there, a big accident, but now I see the classic cars out, fine cars are out, and this is going to be one of the more exciting races to watch, especially on this corner. You watch the guys come around you, they come around you very sideways, and with this sort of greasy condition, these old school rear-wheel drive cars do have a lot of fun. Dexter, I see you also hanging around here at turn 4. We're going to have to catch you climbing up the fence here on camera. I don't know if you want to take that chance.
If I'm going to do that. Listen, but yeah, okay. Off turn 4, I think just a slight injury to the hand. But guys, okay. Proceedings will continue, so I think it's going to be back to black stuff.
Well, we're going to see the classic cars now rounding the bend around turn 4, and what an iconic view, the exit of turn 4. This sand over here looks nicely curated and raked over here. Trust me, normally there are tire marks in between here all the time.
It's not a place to be.
It's not a place to be. But there are plenty safe vantage pointers as we see the first of the cars, the Ford Escort rounding the bend now. First things first, then the Mustang after that. We've got a 944 Porsche over there, and that over there is a mass 2-ton Chevy V8. Just look at the size of that boot on that car. Here comes the Caprice now, 325 IS in the mix as well. Of course, Porsche 944s, 924s, and more Mustangs as well. Toyota Corolla, GLI twin cab, and of course we got the Rally over there in the Modest. This 16-valve 4AGE Toyota Conquest also in the mix as well, followed by that beautiful Alfa Romeo over there. Snap-on Tools sponsored cars. That's it from me here at turn 4 as the Sirocco of Hutchins rounds the bend as well. Back to you guys in the commentary tower. Let's get that racing started. I know, I'm excited for this one.
Well, the penultimate race of the day, classic and fine cars. It's of course the Lauda classic cars and the Bijou Trusty fine cars. And we had some good racing earlier on in race 1. Now they'll be coming around to form up on the grid, and it's Michael Hitchcock in the Mustang at race 1 ahead of the Ford Escort Mark 1 of Franco Donadio. And well, we have just a bit of a funny timing screen here at the moment. Eric Mouton, we spoke about earlier on as well. Eric van der Merwe, I should rather say, in the Eric Mouton in the DeVille, of course, and Eric van der Merwe in the Black Widow 89 944 Porsche. As Trevor Momberg pulls into position in the Capri, Dancing Dave Aladef in the BMW. There's the golf-coloured Porsche of Andrew Honeywell. Then Ferdy Mouton's Mustang, and I didn't mention much about Bruce Haven Taplin in the one of 2 Toyotas out there.
The man who has moved from KZN to Cape Town.
Good move.
Good move. Well said there, Byron.
I didn't even hesitate.
Yeah, good move. It's like a chess move. Good move. Yeah, I saw that coming. Well done. But yeah, Bruce Haven Taplin there, Dr. Jeff Beale, Lane Hutchins is in there as well. Trevor Hutchins, Dion Conradi's in there. They're all racked and stacked. The fine cars is 4 there. 4 fine cars. I see in there Natasha Tissendorf, the VW Jet is in there. So they've got an 8-lap race. There's something strange in the timing. I see Hilton Reddinghuis has entered into the classic cars.
Oh, I see that the Panigale has also entered into this race.
Yeah.
Of Paul Medell.
And Michael DeToy. So I think they've got it a bit mixed up. Maybe just clear the timing sheets.
Mix-up race, a 2 versus 4 wheel race.
Well, there we go.
So 8 laps, as you say, the Francois, and they'll be going off now. I didn't mention earlier on, of course, Wynand Nels in that Ford Anglia that has come into Class X. Unfortunately, the likes of Clinton Lawrence, of course, the XJS Jag, he was entered, had to withdraw, and then Alan Jurek in the XJC Jag as well, not here, unfortunately. Hopefully we'll see them again.
I'm sure we might see them towards the end of the month, when we have our meeting at the end of the month. And I think if the weather's like this now, I hate to know what it's going to be like at the end of the month. We're going into the teeth of the winter, so to speak. Have a look at that circuit, Byron. Looking a little bit treacherous, to say the least. There's a bit of moisture there in Quarry Corner. Some of these guys are out on slick tyres, so I don't know what kind of purchase they're going to get. Some of them on semi-slicks.
Well, Swan Lake has come to Killarney, I can tell you that much.
Well, a lot of people want to watch Swan Lake, so I'm thinking you're at the right place at the right time. It's going to be a special race, but the classic cars always bodes well for great entertainment, and they're working their way now through Interceptor Corner. They're behind the pace car, and they'll get a rolling start, and a little way further back are the fine cars. They'll be making their way around. There you can see the Renault Duster that's leading them out. That's your pace car, and a couple of those cars lights ablaze as the light does dissipate here at Killarney. I'm sure the sports and GT cars also have their lights on. Visibility has probably dropped by about 30% here at Killarney. You can see there on your screen for the viewers at home, quite a lot of the drivers have got their lights on. Those that have lights, some of those lights that you see don't really work, but nonetheless they will be making their way around the circuit.
Well, the Hurst Datsun 140Y at the tail end of the field. There's two Datsuns that have been campaigning today. We had the Datsun Triple S of Bayer and Berdine, and there's always great to see a whole great gaggle of different types of motor cars as we see them crawling down the back straight now. We mentioned the Renault Duster coming around into turn 5. The Tamina Fastron will peel off into the pit lane, and then we'll be all hell for leather after that one, as the Mustang will then be the de facto safety car until the lights go out.
Right, so the cars roll out of turn number 5. They do the proverbial right-hand sweep before they hit a left-hand sweep onto the main straight. They come up towards the City of Cape Town Wingfield Motors Bridge, and Michael Hitchcock leads them out. Eric Maton's right up behind him. They're over the line, wait for the lights to go out. Lights go out, away they go. Get on the gas, make their way down towards holes. On the way towards holes, Eric Maton sitting right up behind Michael Hitchcock. And Donadio goes around the front of Hitchcock, and Donadio takes the whole shot. And on the outside, Eric van der Merwe on the outside of Eric Maton. And he holds his line, so, but look at Maton just plant that. And look at Eric van der Merwe come back at him. Oh, this is brilliant stuff. Going there. There you can see them going into Quarry Corner. That big DeVille goes around and actually holds on, which is good to see. Dave Aladef there in the 325i BMW holding on nicely. He's up behind him. He's got Honeywell, and then it's Bruce Evan Taplin in that lovely little Toyota Corolla. Who and I can tell you what, Byron, front-wheel drive rules here.
No, that is indeed. We've got two Toyotas out there. We've got Conradi in the Conquest as well. And let me tell you one thing, they campaign those things, those two cars lovely, I can say that much. And now down the back straight we go. It's Donadio that leads in the Escort ahead of the Mustang of Michael Hitchcock. They go down to the turn 5 section per Tamina Fastron. You'll see Eric van der Merwe will be in the Porsche 944 in 3rd position. We'll take a look at also how the classes are looking, but they'll barrel it down the straight now towards the line underneath the bridge. Remember, they do 8 racing laps, and one of those racing laps is complete. The Chevy DeVille. You'll see that the Chevy DeVille of Eric Maton has got the legs on the straight, but under braking, he has to brake much earlier than that Porsche right ahead of him, and they'll just slide through that section. As look at Trevor Momberg under pressure there from Dave Aladef, Andrew Honeywell, and also Bruce Evan Taplin, hoping just to chip away at it.
Yeah, I think the big problem car is going to be Eric Maton to keep that massive Chevy DeVille in a good straight line and play with the wet, because I can see Trevor Momberg closing down on the back of him. And Andrew Honeywell has spun out in turn number 2. He's managed to come back onto the circuit, but lost a fair amount of places. So that's done his attempt no justice whatsoever.
Yeah, he's just right ahead there of Devon Pillay in also a Porsche 944, and he's right ahead of the Nell Anglia. And the Anglia is actually battling it out there with the Arensfouyun Alpha GT Junior. That's going to be a nose-to-tail battle when they go down the Tygerberg straight now, but watch them down the main straight, or the back main, I should rather say. I can go. Just going through the class, it's going to be the Mouton Mustang, Ferdy Mouton Mustang, that leads it from Jeff Bill, I should rather say, and then it is the 74 Lane Hutchings that leads Class C at the moment, ahead of Devon Pillay.
Well, having a look here under the bridge, Eric Mouton coming through, and Trevor Momberg and Dancing Dave Aladef closing up on the back of that Chevy DeVille there on screen for the viewers. The DeVille goes up on the inside. He doesn't have the traction and lets through Momberg and Aladef. You can see Eric Mouton has got no grip on the back of those tyres. They're slicks, and all that power is probably spinning. But as we say that, Michael Hitchcock is still out there. But look at that, Eric van der Merwe closing up on the back of Michael Hitchcock. So, well, with the rain coming in now, there's definitely a bit of rain coming in, and that's going to cause quite a bit of an issue out on the circuit.
Well, Kunrad Matia leads the fine car section, and that will be ahead of the 72 car, I should rather say, there, of Joanne Fourie in the VW Golf. Natasha Tischendorf, third in class in the 285 Jetta. Gunther Appelgren, unfortunately, not taking any part in this race. And speaking about that, it looks like Jared Thompson in the Cortina not taking any part in this race.
No, Jared went off in the first race on the Tygerberg Straight, and I'm not sure what the problem is with that car, but obviously it's terminal, and it's something that's going to have to be revisited and repaired. Unfortunate there for Jared Thompson nonetheless, but Frankie Donadio on a 124 leads out over Michael Hitchcock, and I think actually Eric van der Merwe should be second, if I'm not mistaken, or is third. Eric van der Merwe is third, and he leads out over Trevor Momberg and Dave Aladef.
Chris Champion just coming in now in the MGA. It's getting wet out there now, Francois, and some guys are just deciding it's better to abandon this. So some of them will stay out there. I see now Trevor Momberg coming across the line at this particular time. That's fifth position, ahead then of Dave Aladef. Here comes Dave Aladef and co. No, actually not. I don't see Dave Aladef. I see the Toyota Corolla coming through right now, and Dave Aladef and the likes
Dave's
of
going very slow.
Yeah. But I think what happens is due to the conditions here, France. So here comes the BMW now, right across the line. Then coming across the line will be the GT Junior of Arensfouyun, and also the Sirocco of Trevor Hutchings.
Yeah, look, things you can see out on track are a little bit treacherous now. The rain is falling, the wiper blades are on. Some of the cars don't have wiper blades. It's going to be a little bit difficult for them from a visionary perspective. So, yeah, difficult times out there. We've still got 5 laps to go, so you've actually got to nurse your car home, and just hopefully you do a good job of it. So they work out. Frank and Donadio still leading out over Eric van der Merwe. They're down in Patamina Fastron. They go around. Donadio still sticking it out there. Eric van der Merwe there. Michael Hitchcock down in third. And Eric van der Merwe is actually chasing the back of Donadio, believe it or not, in this weather.
You know, Tiny was just saying to me right now, Francois, watch the little Morris now, actually, because remember, in wet conditions, power means absolutely nothing. And now it's all about the guys that can tiptoe through those corners so nicely. I always liken it to walking on a tightrope, a knife's edge here. And let me tell you one thing, some surprise results always come from some wet weather races.
Someone that is missing here today that we all know is a wet master in a small car is Mr. Dion Valentine. And Sean Bester, yeah. They did fantastically well in those minis, but they're not here today. But like they say, let's keep an eye there on Anton Relino.
It will be definitely something over here. Always surprise results can materialize in wet conditions, and I do see now onto the back straight. There is the 944 Porsche of Devon Pillay, and there is the Anton Relino number 42 Morris Minor that makes its way down the straight. There, of course, we have Neil Mouton as well in the Alpha Julia, and then Kunrad Matia with the wiper blade going quite nicely over there. Single wiper blade on that Porsche 928 V8 motor. Of course, that machine, the front engine Porsches. And then, of course, as well, we have now 4 laps left to go. That little Anglia comes across the line of Vane Nell. And Nell will find himself here in 13th position at the moment, actually ahead of Pillay and Relino. There comes Mouton, Neil Mouton right through with the Alpha. and then we start with Reddy with the 17th position after that. The first in the fine car section, Kunrat Mattia, that will come across the line. But Anton Relino, I just want to remind you as well, that's the leader in Class E at this time. And just taking a look through everything over here, and he's still Lane Hutchins that leads Class C.
Well, big hats off there to the likes of Frank Donadio, Eric van der Merwe, Michael Hitchcock and Trevor Momberg there out in Class A. Roger Lewis says he's in 5th place in the fine cars, but I think he's actually a lap down. He's a whole lap down. He's out there. Dr. Jeff Beale leads Eric Button. Lane Hutchins leads out on Class C. And Andrew Honeywell, Dave Aladef there behind him. Then it's going to be Trevor Hutchins and Aaron Svalloon lying in 12th. So they're all doing pretty well out there. And I'm sure they can't wait for this race to be over in those treacherous conditions, Byron. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to be out there right now.
Yeah, you know, really now I think they'll be praying for that checkered flag to come out. And I think some of them have just decided, look, maybe let's abandon it. Look at there, drifting.
The Nadia getting out of shape there, yeah. No, he's trying to give it horns, but it goes all out of shape. Bruce Evan Taplin and Trevor Momberg go gingerly there into turn 1. There's Fadi Maton in the Mustang. He also goes in quite gingerly. Dr. Jeff Bull ahead there of Lane Hutchins. Lane nearly taps the back end of that Porsche as he turns in. And you know, the other side of it is you can't really put the power down because the wheels start spinning.
Well, that's actually the other thought, Francois. It's actually the guys with a heck of a lot of power that are actually praying for this race to end.
Yeah.
It's the little guys going around. They say, hey, maybe I can pick something up here today. You know,
you got to see, you got a semi-slick on. You got a semi-slick on. You got a lot of traction, so you can pull yourself out the corners. Do you see that now coming out of Lane Hutchins up behind Dr. Jeff Bull in the Porsche 904 there? But you can't get sort of suicidal here. You've got to just sort of measure your drive here and drive with trepidation, because again, not only is it wet and cold, but you don't know what's lying underneath the water. You know, and then just that point where you apply a little bit of pressure and whoop, there goes the car, and that's the end of your race, and you probably land up with a bit of damages that's going to hurt your pocket. So you got to race with trepidation, as they say.
Yeah, I know. Why risk the damage? At the end of the day, you know, you could think to yourself, I can give myself a good result, but at the end of the day, if it goes all wrong for me, it's going to be a heady replayable. So rather just like guide it to the end there. There goes the Fadi Maton Mustang still out on the circuit there. Lane Hutchins still all over the back there of that Porsche ahead of him. He's actually got 2 Porsches to contend with over here now. That little 8-valve Golf. And he really now makes it work with his old man.
Well, he's sitting there. He's right behind Dr. Jeff Bull. He's got Andrew Honeywell there. So the cousins are giving the Golf a bit of uphill. But look at Lane get on the power now, and giving Jeff Bull a bit of a dice down towards turn number 1. And Jeff Bull pulls away there. Andrew Honeywell looks up on the inside. So Lane Hutchins either holds it around the outside or he loses out. And now third in that little boxed dice there. Byron Bedin there with dancing Dave Aladef. Dave going around the outside of the Datsun. It looks like a 120Y, 140Y, yeah.
That's actually John Hurst.
That's
in that particular one. He's actually come along not too long ago, actually, and he's come back now as Lane Hutchins in turn 2. Still hooking onto the back of those Porsches. There is dancing Dave Aladef now in the.
And look at this, going down into turn 1. Sorry, Byron. Eric van der Merwe taking the lead away from Frank Donadio. Eric is reveling in the wet conditions, so obviously he's got the right setup. Pelé going a little bit slower there. But have a look at this. Eric van der Merwe leading out on Frank Donadio. Donadio's got no traction in the wet. And this is playing into the hands of Eric van der Merwe.
Yeah, he was sliding around quite a bit earlier.
And on the last lap.
Yeah, we're on the last lap, and could we get ourselves here an unlikely victory? It's still a whole lap left to go. Remember, a whole lap feels longer now when you're in these types of conditions.
Well,
he's tiptoeing it around.
He's pulling away there from Donadio. Donadio doesn't have the traction. That is a bit unfortunate. Whole gaggle of cars going down into Fostron corner, down into turn 5. There's Fadi Maton, there's Dr. Jeff Bill, Andrew Honeywell, and Lane Hutchins. That dice continues. They've got another lap to do. They're going to have to cross the line. But the checkered flag is being readied. And, well, that's going to be for Eric van der Merwe. Goes down the back straight. And he's doing it at a reasonable rate ahead there of Frank Donadio. But like I said, the wet Donadio's on slicks. He hasn't got traction. And Eric van der Merwe is just pulling away.
Yeah, so there in turn 5. Pelé, sorry, is stopped now on the inside of turn 1. The checkered flag is waiting, and the longest lap of Eric van der Merwe's life has now come to an end, and he will take the very famous victory over here. Well done to the 944 man.
Yeah, Eric van der Merwe beats Franco Donadio. And, well, they're a country mile ahead there of the rest. We're looking for, I think, Michael Hitchcock, but I think Michael's off the circuit. Waiting for the rest of the field to come through. Come in near Yewiko, and the Anglia, the Little Morris, and the Alpha there come over the line. It's Conrad Mathieu, Wynand Nel, and Anton Relino, Neil Maton. So, well, that's pretty much it. The last race, the Sports and GT, I don't know if they've got wet weather tyres, if they're going to come out or not. We'll have to wait and see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, around the circuit and to the viewers, that was the last race of the day. The stewards have decided that that's the end of the race day. The track conditions becoming a little bit treacherous. Visibility, I think, plays a large factor here. It's getting quite dark here at Killarney. The picture might show that it's light, but I can assure you we in the commentary box can see it's getting quite dark. And not all cars have lights on, and I don't think all the drivers have got wet weather tyres out here today. So the Sports and GT, because it's a high-profile race, has been stopped. So from my side, I reckon we've had a great race day. A couple of incidents and accidents. Everyone seems to be okay. No one badly injured or anything. So that's been done. And I'm going to say goodbye, and I'm going to leave it to Frankie to wrap it up for us together with Byron. And I wish you all a wonderful weekend. We'll see you again at the end of the month. Next weekend, we've got Short Circuit and Rallycross down at Killarney. On Sunday, that's tomorrow. Seth will be having the clubhouse will be open for F1. Pop in there, come have a look. And yeah, I think, Frankie, you can close things off.
Yes, I was just going to call up the guys, and I see that they are coming up the stairs here. And I want to just say thanks to, I'm not going to play the sponsors again. I've done it a few times, and I want to say big thanks to Johnny van der Kerk of Wingfield Motors and Best Price for My Car. 9 years, the main sponsor here at Killarney International Raceway. I want to say big thanks to Interceptor Shoewear. I want to say big thanks to the Porsche Club. I want to say big thanks to the City of Cape Town. And then there are some associated sponsors as well that I want to say thank you to. I want to say big thanks to Drizzt, to Afritech, ABR Towing, West Coast Custom Towing, Motors Automotive Retail, and Hyundai Milnerton, as well as H&H Communications. And then from my side, a big thanks as well to IMUSAT for the live stream. I want to say big thanks to all our photographers out there. And then I want to say a big thanks to the entire team, to Francois, to Byron, to Emil, and then a big special thanks to Ernest and to Dex. They've hopped on board, and in the absence of Gary Fleming, otherwise the whole team is here today. So Byron, last word from you, then we'll allow Dex and Ernest to say their final words. Oh, I want to say big thanks to the marshals as well.
So they're going to beat Frankie up if he doesn't say anything like that. So, but gentlemen, everybody, it's been an honor as always, and it's been great bringing this race day to you. Unfortunately, a premature end, but the great thing is we get to do this again in July. And I'd just like to say to everybody in this weather especially, please travel safely and keep well, And until we meet next time, this is Byron Height signing out. I'm going to be handing over now to our good team over here, the Ernie and Dex show.
Yeah, look, we actually came up here to thank you guys, but I'm just enjoying all the thanks that we But yeah, we just wanted to close the show. Normally we close it off out there with like a cool walk towards camera and stuff, but we can't do that now because it's raining out there. Yeah, no, now we just gotta be, I wanted to be warm, and this is the best seat in the house, so we thought we'd come sign it off with you guys so far, and maybe just get some closing thoughts on the day's racing from you. Let's start with you, Dex, from your side.
It's getting better, and it's getting better, and it's getting better. You know, since we're back racing, since the gates are open, boys, it's a place to be. You know, so I really look forward to. You don't need. so for me, looking forward to round 6. Looking forward to the next couple of events. We've got the All Tour coming up. We've got a Rallycross event coming up, and of course in the month we're back here again doing the same thing. And I'm sure we're going to have a full field of guys right through from fine cars all the way till by the bike. So I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we've also saw your boy did very well in the bikes earlier, 3rd place if I'm not mistaken.
You got a 3rd place in the 2nd race, a 5th in the 1st race, probably be like a 4th overall. I'm pretty chuffed. I thought you had a great outing.
A good day's racing.
My nerves were on edge.
Yeah, but from your side, other than that, the rest of the day.
The overall was great. Unfortunately, the weather just curtailed the Superbike race. A little bit of a misfortune down in turn 4. Hopefully the riders are all okay.
Yeah.
Obviously a couple of bent machines, which is not nice.
I saw Calvert with a small ankle injury. Hopefully nothing major.
Okay, so hopefully Andre's okay because he doesn't like falling at the best of times. And falling in the cold, it's not nice. You're going to feel it.
We forget about that.
You guys are old, so you know what I mean. But you guys think long. I'm still whippersnapper.
No. But you're going to go fall in the cold. You know whippersnapper. Trust me.
That's going to snap off.
Yeah, it's going to snap off. It's going to be, you know. So my hand didn't work like this, you know. But it's nice to have you guys on board. I like the show in the morning. It sort of warms the folk up for the race day.
For you guys.
Yeah, just put you setting the stage, you know.
No, but I think it works. I like bouncing off you guys, and I like the fact that we can be down there on the ground and then get this awesome commentary from the top. Yeah, I'm happy with the way things are going.
I think what I'm not telling you guys what to do, but just a suggestion is we must try maybe talk to the team leaders of the respective classes and say, listen, your 1st, 2nd, and 3rd guy, send them to us.
It'll be good to see them.
I'm glad you said that.
So we can sort of talk to them, get their perspective on the race.
We're busy working that out. We're trying to work with our producers to get the guys to come chat to us, but we're already seeing it. I know when you guys walk, you guys are easy to come talk to us, but everybody else usually avoids us. But today we saw the guys were willing to come and chat to us. So from our side here at Killarney Raceway, this is round 5 of the Power Series, and we're closing things off here with the team in the commentary tower. You might not recognize the faces sometimes, but you definitely recognize the voices. My name is Ernest Page, joined by Dexter Bruce and the rest of the commentary team, our producers in the back there. We'll see you guys at the All Tour, we'll see you guys at Rallycross, or we'll see you guys at round 6 at Killarney. Until then, enjoy the rest of the weekend, and we'll see you at the next one. Cheers.
Bye-bye.
Lekker. Nice, man. Thanks, guys.